The story begins in the province of Guangzhou, where hundreds and thousands of the Great Mountains spread. On these rocky and majestic peaks, there is a cult of Guanmais. They owned vicious demonic art and mysterious rites of worship of demons. In the center of this cult stood their head, ready to punish everyone who opposed them. He was the strongest master of martial arts, all due to the fact that this young ruler has already mastered the highest art of the Lord of the Demons. With the help of this art, he could defeat any stranger on his territory. Usually this organization was called a demonic cult. If they went to the Central Plains, the world would plunge into the abyss of unprecedented disasters. However, Jan Chakok, the first son of the head of the Union of Murim, was able to direct these people to the true path, all because he was their young master. Initially, Jan Champ was a young star in talent. He was nicknamed for the ability to withstand any combat equipment for 10 exchanges of blows. So the talented warrior began to boast of the title of the most skillful master of martial arts. At that time, the political situation inside the Murim cult looked like a lull in front of the storm. The desire of people to take the place of the next chapter was increased by the intensity of internal conflicts and endless conspiracies. And outside these unrest, there was a union of cults that deviated from the adopted teaching and began to call themselves the Unification of the Apostates. Unfortunately, Yang was involved in this wave of political upheavals. Because of this, he was poisoned, not even reaching the age of 30. After his poisoning, he suddenly woke up in an unknown place. Looking around and panting, the man tried to recover. The last thing he remembered was how to die from the action of poison. Obviously, the young warrior considered that it was all only some kind of dream, but soon he felt pain in his body, clearly proving the opposite. He believed that he would definitely die after poisoning, and now he believed that he was perhaps abducted. He was pleased with the fact that he was alive, after which he decided to look back. Look for a way out of this place. He saw luminous balls decorating the walls. Most likely, he was abducted by a rather rich and influential organization that could afford such decoration. He suspected of this Jaggle clan or Clan MANHUA, or even the unification of the apostates. The circle of suspects who could crank this was quite wide. Perhaps the kidnappers, even on all fingers, cannot be counted. But it was not strange, because Murim was very chaotic politically. It is not at all surprising that someone wanted to harm him, the first son of the head of the Union Murim. Soon he saw a way out, but he was completely blocked. However, bright sunlight made its way. Looking around in the search for loopholes, he noticed a strange bag. It was completely filled with grain balls, which probably should have been enough for several years of food. In addition, he realized that the abducted people were not going to kill him, and enough air passed through the cracks of stone walls. If so, then he should have been released at the right time, and now he needed to focus on restoration. He decided to begin meditation, focused on the circulation of his internal energy, all in order to force those who attacked his life in the future to regret that they left him alive. However, no matter how much its meditation goes, there were no visible effects. Perhaps this was still a consequence of the poison. There was a strange sensation in the body. But so far he decided to deal with his thirst, which prevents him from concentrating. Surprisingly, in this place there was even a fountain with suitable drinking water. Approaching, he also decided to wash himself. To do this, he threw off his hood and soon saw his reflection in the water surface. His face was not at all the face of the same Chachok. He even considered that it was some kind of trick, trying to excite the water surface. But no matter what he did, nothing helped. This vision did not pass. His face no longer belonged to him. He was an unknown person. It was even difficult to understand whether he was a man or a woman because of his pretty face. This thought scared him, so he immediately checked his guesses. However, looking at himself without clothes, he realized that he was still a man. Having calmed down, he realized that he was not in his body. Moreover, his internal energy was too unclean. He did not feel anywhere, and the trace of his own art, and he was interested in whose body he occupied. However, no matter how much he thought, he realized that he would not receive the answers now. Although he considered himself balanced, he was still a skilled master of martial arts, and had never been in this state of loss. But he understood. He definitely needs to pull himself together. Even if the energy in his body was vicious, yet there was at least some energy in his body. In addition, since he was not abducted, his mind fell into the body of the one who was now a solitary practice. Therefore, he decided to look for some clues. To do this, he began to wander around the cave in search of some traces. And finally, he found the first drawing on the walls. Soon he discovered many other images decorating walls with different combat techniques. Everything looked as if these drawings were scratched more than a century ago, but he could still make out what was drawn there. There was shown an art that the owner of this body studied. Seeing him, Jan Champ realized that it was a truly vicious and strange technique. The warrior did not know who came up with this technique, but decided to repeat the movement seen. Initially, he suggested that this art belonged to Dharma. However, he soon realized that it was too vicious for such a teaching. Nevertheless, despite his dark essence, in his entire life the wanderer did not meet such magnificent martial art. Further, the master discovered the sign, Death, Renaissance, which reads that the mortal could become stronger, only comprehending the danger. It was a message that the owner of the body left in the end. Surely that poor fellow died of an excess of internal energy, directing the vital streams through the wrong body channels. The young heir to the clan had to follow the source, control it until the energy is rooted in the body. Training only by images, a talented warrior interpreted everything, based only on common sense. The previous owner was mistaken, because this art sought to destroy all things. However, although this was a vicious teaching, it really deserved to be called an art that challenges heaven. The guy tried to check the energy in his new body, which simply overwhelmed the vessel. It seemed that even chi was ready to break out of the flesh and shone through his clothes. As a result, Yang concentrated on continuing training, until the number of sewn eaten has decreased. Then the master of martial arts realized that for sure at least several years of his diligent training had passed. During this time, the gifted student was able to learn absolutely everything that was drawn on the rocks. Unfortunately, the drawings ended in the position of the 10th star, so the heir to the clan could not completely master this mysterious art. However, having studied all these letters, the champ has already surpassed the power of his past life, reached an irreversible transition to a new stage. The fighter also acquired energy equal to 240 years of practice. The imprisonment in this place has become a truly useful for the exile. The student realized that for such gifts, he should express his respect. The grateful follower of the teaching bowed to the letters for the wisdom that they passed, and promised that he would not get since the path of justice with this knowledge. Remembering his father, the heir remembered that he ruled Miram, but was sure that he could even achieve more. The same could say the same fighter about the art of senior monks. But this unknown art is that the great warrior could not comprehend, having spent all his life on practice in the past. So the Chakch promised to serve the one who created this art hundreds of years ago, as his only true master. As a person walking along the path of justice, even if the heaven shudders and the earth will open, the decision of the young master will never change. The master gave his oath, and on this his promise was completed, as well as gratitude. Therefore the heir to the great clan turned to the exit. However, there was still no hint that someone was going to open this door. Therefore, a decisive warrior decided to take care of this on his own. For this, the young master collected internal energy for a crushing blow. He no longer had reasons to stay in the place of imprisonment. The current force made it almost invincible. Even if one of the 10 strongest practitioners Miram stands in the way, the outcome of the battle will be unequivocal. As a result, the guesses of the talented fighter were true, and he managed to destroy the restraining door. Soon, after many years of imprisonment, the chain saw the first sunlight. Obviously, this blinded him after many years of meditation. But soon the liberated captive was pleasure from fresh air and the sound of flying birds nearby. A student of ancient art also saw a man. Approaching the sleeping man, the released prisoner woke him up to ask a question. However, only the stranger saw him how immediately his sleep took off his hand. Frightenedly looking at the master in front of him, he screamed. Looking at such a reaction, the chain even suspected that the man was dumb. The heir to the clan seemed great bad luck that the first person who met him could not even help. To begin with, the warrior decided to still find out if the man knew how to talk. And he, crying, fell to his knees, asking for forgiveness for his unforgivable sin and begging for mercy. The master considered that the stranger took him as a bandit, because the exile looked really not in the best way after a long imprisonment. Therefore, he asked a frightened person to calm down, but he seemed to believe that the chain was going to send him to the corridors of 10,000 demons. Breaking his forehead on the ground in a bow, he asked to better kill him. Calming the trembling stranger, Jan Champi made it clear that he should not behave like that. However, even the abundance of the master by the shoulder turned out to be so strong that the poor fellow lost consciousness. The champ was surprised by this man's pugil. He will have to leave the traveler he met because the warrior had to move on. Soon the heir was already making his way through the bamboo forest. However, he froze in amazement, seeing the city spread in front of him. To begin with, the martial arts master followed further along the paved road. There, the wanderer met the soldiers who looked at him suspiciously. Jan immediately felt that very strong energy came from them. It was surprising that such powerful guards guarded the entrance. Chachoki was interested to know what kind of place it was. However, at that moment two began to approach. The great warrior realized that most likely he would have to fight. But contrary to expectations, the guards were inclined as one, welcoming the young master. They congratulated Yana on the completion of training. And at that moment, the air froze in bewilderment. He could not believe that he became the ruler of these people. After which, the amazed master looked back at the sign, which gives an understanding of the cult. He got into the cult of Guan Men. Not just hit, but became its leader. It was a place hidden among countless centuries and majestic mountains. A place that cannot be so easy to leave if you step on its territory. The strangers called this demonic cult, and the warriors who showed respect called John Young Master. The heir to the clan seemed an incredible paradox, that the son of the head of the Union of Murim, obliged to strive for justice, was now a young master of a demonic cult. Ignoring the warriors, the puzzled master followed closer to the monastery of the cult. The realization that the techniques that he studied in the cave belonged to sworn enemies made the heart beat more often. The law enforcement officers immediately decided to find out from the returning master whether he took possession of the higher arts of the Lord of the Demons. This even more stunned a talented warrior, because it was not just an enemy technique. He studied the technique of the Lord of the Demons. In addition, this was the same person whom the Chak was mourned and swore to serve him as a true master. The shocked heir could not believe that this man was a demonic cult. Grabbing one of his soldiers, a bewildered warrior with tears explained that this could not be true. And soon from shock, he lost consciousness, not resigned to the fact that he mastered the art of an enemy clan. In addition, after the rebirth, he ended up in the body of the young master of enemies. Soon the talented master had already recovered in an unknown room, dressed and clean. Looking around, Jan saw a chic decoration of the room. Initially, a puzzled warrior considered that all this was only a dream, so he went to wash. However, washing his face with cool water, he cheered up and decided to look for a mirror. And the reflection that the heir saw proved that it was not a dream. Trying to drown in the water from despair, the lost wanderer wanted to know why he got such a punishment. History is transferred to the 7 palaces of the men cult, namely to the Eastern Palace. The princess of the Dark Palace, the second daughter of Dan Chonghak named Dan Yenhui, sat very nervously there. The maid asked the mistress to calm down, but she did not understand how she could maintain composure when this arrogant bastard returned back. 3 years have passed since his departure, and the young beauty did not understand why he decided to return. She generally wanted a daring young man to die there. However, the faithful servant asked Dan Yenhui not to say this, because someone could hear. But the ardor of the princess was indifferent, because she really wanted the insolent to simply disappear from her life. The maid knew that the proud mistress should become his future wife, and she should not have been this. The old nanny was even glad that the guy was returning, and that her ward would not finish his days alone. And then Dan Yeha remembered that her future husband went to study the highest art of demons, which even the chapter failed to master. In addition, she heard him burst into tears and fell into darkness. The maid asked that the wayward heiress tried to understand the man, not paying attention to other rumors. However, the rebellious girl believed that the villain did not give her a reason for sympathy, but simply used his status of a young master to have fun with other women. But, despite this, the faithful nanny reminded how beautiful he was. It even seemed to her that Danhu could forgive him everything, looking at such a face. The princess herself could not believe that she thought just the same a couple of years ago. Her naive fantasies were dispelled at the first meeting. Then she, still very young, made her way to meet a guy. He sat alone in his gazebo and clearly reflected on something. Then the embarrassed mistress decided to approach him. She bowed in a bow and introduced herself. The man, having learned that she was his bride, caustically noticed that she did not look as bad as he suspected. Then the daring young man demanded that the girl massage his legs. She was in complete bewilderment, looking at him. Then the man realized that perhaps his offer disappointed the beauty. However, he asked not to worry, because he also massages her in response, and decided to connect their bodies. The man who spoke such vulgarities at that time was 15 years old, and she was only 14. Therefore, now the proud princess believed that his intention to study the highest art of the Lord of the Demon was a joke. After all, many craftsmen gave their lives, trying to master them. She even wanted to applaud when he left, and his warriors hated their master so much that they would not even stop if he died. If the impudent oath to take possession of art, then he would have to part with his life if this did not work out. And she did not understand why a reckless guy fell with tears from the cave 3 years later. Dan Yeva, who was also called the One Flower, did not understand why she needed to marry such a moron, believing that it was better to die right now. One gray nanny understood that it was time for the girl to go to another palace, and hoped that these 3 years changed the young master. However, the wayward beauty could not believe it, and come to terms with her fate. Somewhere at this time, the main character himself was sitting in the small palace. He was very thoughtful, as usual. At this moment, 4 days have passed since he came into consciousness, and only a few people came to visit a warrior. But he managed to learn something during this time, namely that the owner of this body was a small head of a cult named Chonso. The behavior of his predecessor was not the best, as Jan Chachok himself would say. The former owner was simply restless. The locals called him a petty, lustful spirit. He was very attracted to entertainment with women, and he also used the status to remain unpunished. To act like a small evil spirit is the most suitable word in order to describe the previous owner. Jan Chachok did not hope for a lot, since it was a demonic cult. But if you think about it, he came across a worst version of Rebirth. The heir was perplexed why Chonso could remain untouched for everything that he did with his own. His father was the head of a demonic cult, one of those higher creatures that surpassed even 10 great masters of the earth. His name was Demon Ma Tepen. The heir did not know whether to be happy to him that the strongest man on earth was his current father or not. Thirdly, the bewildered warrior found out that he was the only son of the chapter, and having such a high status, the previous owner was just an empty shell. It is not known whether Chonso was all indifferent or just a fool, but he lived his life without putting a drop of effort. Although the former owner of the body studied combat techniques, he was not good in them, and his social skills could be called insignificant. The small palace is the only thing he had. Hearing the conversation of the maids passing by, Jan Champ only grinned. The girls believed that since the young master could not fully master the highest art of the Lord of the Demon, the head would not leave him alone when he returned, and it was assumed that it would be better for the next little chapter to another person. Soon they fell silent, worrying that someone could hear them. However, the talented master of martial arts has already heard enough, but he should not blame these girls very much. These words should be heard by the owner of this body. They considered Chonso an air snake without a rope, and this perfectly described it. The talented warrior understood. Even if the previous owner had not destroyed an excess of chi, he would still not have long to live. And now, looking at himself, he understood that this fate could overtake himself. The only thing that was encouraging at this moment. The guy was only 19 years old, and only 3 years have passed since the death of Jan Chachok. The puzzled heir even thought to escape to the Murim Alliance. However, he understood. It is unlikely that, looking at him, someone will decide to say hello. It would be extremely surprising to manage to preserve your own life story. As a result, the master of martial arts did not even have the strength to get angry, because he simply spent the last days like crazy, trying to find a way out. Once again, he decided to wash himself in order to pull himself together. The talented warrior understood that it was not at all like to worry about what had already happened. Now he simply had to accept a new story, as well as the fact that now his name was Ma Chonso. It didn't matter how the former owner lived, because he would live in his own way, as his own heart would tell him. However, at this moment, the conditional face of the owner of this body invited the young heir to try. He recalled that he was still in a demonic cult, and he was the young master of this cult. Chonso was interested in how long Jan Chachok could hold out in this place if he does not follow his rules, but the ghost decided to allow him to do anything and just observe him. At that moment, having scattered a nightmare, a dignified Yehua opening the doors unexpectedly. However, the frightened Jan Champ, looking at the beautiful guest, asked who she was. It took a young beauty even more. She did not understand how the groom could forget the one with whom he was engaged. However, carefully looking at this girl, a talented warrior burst into a blush from her unearthly beauty. He understood that he probably should not talk so impolite, being in this body, but it was difficult to get rid of old habits. Therefore, the puzzled master repeated his question, making it slightly rude, which even more strongly led Yehu from himself. She demanded an explanation from Chonso, how he managed to forget her face. At that moment, the air became clear that the owner of this body and this girl was quite familiar. This explained why she was so easy to visit the chambers of the young master. Having analyzed her appearance, the chain saw that the girl had ordinary clothes and comfortable shoes. Since she is a young girl who could enter the small palace, he considered that she was probably his servant. The talented warrior admitted that he thought deeply. Then he asked the girl to start her work. However, the beauty clearly did not understand what this arrogant young man spoke about. Jan Champ was amazed that a simple maid asked him so impudently, not from a timid dozen or just stupid. He explained that she was wrong in her rudeness. Therefore, he demanded that she fit, after which she left, and he recalled that it was her work. However, the quick-tempered princess lost her temper due to the fact that Chonso just called her a simple servant. The talented warrior himself did not understand what he did wrong. He knew that he should not relate to people, based only on their work. However, he tried to behave in the way he would behave a real Chonso. Therefore, the puzzled heir calmly made the girl understand that he did not understand his mistake. As the owner, he only asked the girl to fulfill her duties and decided to remind that she had no choice. However, turning around, he saw that the beautiful stranger had already flooded with bitter tears from resentment. Then Jan Chachoku seemed to be that he was too rude. However, he could not say anything. How Dan Yehu turned around and left. In addition, she slammed the door loudly and defiantly. The girl considered Chonso a bastard and did not understand how she would have to marry something like him. She was sure it is better to die than to live such a life. The young master still did not understand his mistakes, only thought that the maids of a demonic cult were also too impulsive. It even seemed to him that he had released her too easily. Perhaps he had to order something concrete. However, forgetting about this situation, he decided to begin to find out all the circumstances. As a result, a talented warrior went outside in order to look around. He realized that, apparently, Chonso is almost the only one who lives in all this small palace. Jan Champ went in search of servants and finally discovered one of the rooms. There was a man who was surprised, because he did not expect to see the young master at such an early hour. He introduced himself to Yultak. He was the court palace. Jan Champ realized that he was a servant of Chonso, and the only person who visited him over the past 4 days. Currently, only they together lived in this hall. Yultak was surprised that today the master called him by name, suspecting that his memories began to return. Yultak admitted that he was very worried about Chonso. After all, when the young master returned, he looked gloomy. Perhaps he still lacked negative energy. Therefore, the helpful servant even invited the guy to book a place in the brothel. Jan Champ, looking at such behavior, realized that garbage always reaches for garbage. But he was even surprised that Yultak could be so vicious. He asked the man to stop speaking such nonsense. A talented warrior wanted to ask him a few questions, since his memory had not yet completely returned. Surprised by this behavior of the master, Yultak frowned. Then he even put his hand to the head of the young heir, trying to understand if he had a heat. However, he did not find elevated temperature. A faithful servant was simply surprised that Chonso was talking as if he were a man from a traditional cult. This greatly frightened the talented master, because he realized that his lies could be disclosed. Therefore, the champ immediately began to protest that it was complete nonsense, but still he was surprised that Yultak noticed it so quickly. He did not know what to do and whether he had to kill the faithful servant. However, at that moment, Yultak laughed, watching how the heir to the clan was surprised. He was actually mixed that now the master decided to become a good guy. His behavior was really different from the past. As a result, having received several cuffs from Chonso, he invited a young master to his home to answer his questions, despite his employment. The talented warrior did not understand what could be called employment that the servant was sleeping in the middle of the white day. On these presentations, Yultak decided only to find out what the man wanted to find out from him. However, John Chichoka was more interested in the fact that Yultak, it turns out, looked after and raised flowers. The faithful servant considered that perhaps the master again wanted to tease him. However, he demanded that Chonso do not touch the flowers, fearing that he would break them. Surprisingly, the young heir did not break them at all, but only surprised how beautiful they were, as if nature itself greeted him. This made Yultak understand that something was clearly wrong with the master. He even suggested that he perhaps accidentally hit his head. And then a talented warrior became interesting how previously Chonso spoke of flowers. Trying to recall the words of the previous owner of the body, Yultak quoted the usual behavior of Chonso, which was filled with foul language and threats. Jan Champ could not even believe it. Carefully following the actions of the assistant, the noble master realized that Chonso was one of the worst representatives of the cult. Although, as the servant noted, it was normal, because representatives of the demonic cult were usually harshly expressed. Then, the heir to the clan decided to find out how the cult was organized as a whole. At that moment, his stomach rumbled loudly. Yultak, falling to the floor from laughter, invited him to eat, and already after food, to talk. He recalled one of the restaurants where meat from meat with white garlic, pork, cut into pieces and processed in a special way. Then they could eat a portion of rice soup with egg yolk and corn. He heard these seductive descriptions. The hungry warrior immediately pushed Yultak to the exit. He demanded that they go to eat, since the servant told about this so appetizingly. However, he promised that this was the first and last time. When they got to the exit, Yultak remembered that today the restaurant was closed. Therefore, Chonso offered to eat somewhere else. The reason was that today a meeting of the heirs of the cult would take place. All the children of significant representatives of the clan should have gathered there. He even recommended that the young master not go there. This surprised a talented warrior. He had another opinion on this subject. Soon they went outside, where Janchachuk was able to enjoy the wonderful weather. However, Yultak did not look as joyful. He decided to ask the master whether he wanted to appear at the meeting, and reminded that he had not just advised him not to appear there. But the young heir asked the servant not to worry and just tell how the demonic cult works. As it turned out, the cult consists of 9 palaces. They, in turn, are divided into 2 main palaces and 7 third-party palaces. 2 palaces of Mun are the Guanmei's palace, where the head of the cult lived, and the small palace in which Chonso was located, and 7 third-party palaces were additional resource forces. However, Yultak recalled that they were the threat of the Guanmei's palace. Jan Chachok did not understand why, but the servant explained. All due to the lack of the chapter, which was due to a rumor about the need to choose a new head of the cult. The talented warrior understood that when Ma Tipin disappeared, he left only one note with a request not to look for him. For wolves, it is quite natural to try to become a king of the territory when there was no more leader. However, he recalled that the young master was still in place. Although Yultak was surprised by these words, he continued to speak frankly. After all, no one saw the next chapter in Chonso. He was incredibly weak, not intelligent, and his actions were shameful. There was nothing beautiful in him except his sweet face. Even Yultak would not choose Chonso in the next chapters. After all, if they become any dog from the street, then what will happen to the demonic cult? He would become a dog cult. Jan Champ could not disagree with this, although he was embarrassed to hear it. He even noticed that Yultak was terribly frank. Laughing, the faithful servant explained that others were talking about this. He was a devoted servant of Chonso. And in any case, he heard that the young heir can lose everything if he could not master the highest art of the Lord of the Demons. Remembering this, Jan Champ realized that it should not be so easy to renounce his words. So he decided to continue to consider the Lord to be his master. But he should not use these techniques without proper necessity. In addition, the talented warrior decided to find out from Yultak how many people are part of the Moon cult. After assuming, the servant called the amount of 10,000 people. If we consider ordinary followers and fans on the Central Plains, the cult totaled millions of participants. It was not strange that in such a situation, the emperor fussed. It is unlikely that Chonso saw how the government was pursuing the union of Murim, or the unification of the apostates. They only distinguished the cult of Mun and called its members the enemies of the country. Remembering this, Jan Champ realized that no emperor never declared any cult of enemies, whether he had adhered to the traditional teaching or not. In addition, millions of followers were equal to a whole small country. Suddenly, the heir to the clan realized that it was not just a group of martial arts masters. He guessed that the 7 palaces took over the role of 3 ministries and 6 ministers. The silent servant confirmed. And if Yultak says that 2.5 years have passed since the day that the chapter disappeared, this period of time is enough to organize the uprising. However, the assistant reasoned that not all palaces were on the same side. More accommodating, and those who were in a certain framework, without any ties, could not ignore the instructions of the elders who stood above in the hierarchy. John Champ realized. It turns out that 2 palaces, 7 third-party palaces, and the advice of elders are trying to keep the balance between each other, and the right to choose the next chapter is divided between them. And Yultak explained that for the sake of this, they were waiting for the celebration of Heaven of Occult, which is held every 2 years. But the appearance of the heir on the site of the chapter changed a lot. However, this did not give John Chachuk an understanding why there were only 2 people in the small palace and where the rest went. But as it turned out, the previous owner himself threw them out of the threshold, some because of ugly appearance, and others because of unnecessary questions. And they will never return, even if Chonso would beg them. The talented warrior did not understand how the former owner could be such a short-sighted person, but now he understood more. Many of those who wanted to become a ruler were everywhere. The situation at the moment seemed peaceful. Everything was in the balance sheet. True, this balancing was dangerous. If something suddenly outweighs, a great war will begin, and after that the spears can be directed to the Central Plains. The servant recalled anything. Chonso will not benefit from his stay in the Union. However, the decisive heir demanded that he be held at the meeting. Jan Chachok perfectly understood that the servant was worried. They would look down on him. But the talented master was happy that at least this person had a soft side to his master. Nevertheless, the young warrior was always taught to meet troubles face to face, thinking capaciously and acting quickly. If it is at a dead end, then only one thing remains: change the direction or destroy all the barriers. And he will do this not as a member of the cult, but as a person who is next along the path of justice. In addition, Jan Chachok understood that he was probably about the same age with the rest of the member of the palaces, so it was not worth waiting for problems. Yultak tried to explain that everything is not what the master believes. However, the young leader understood that now that he left his palace, he had to finish the begun. Somewhere at this time, events are transferred to the restaurant, Monchun. The gathered people did not understand why they could not enter and have lunch in the institution. However, they were driven away, explaining that all tables were busy. Everyone grumbled displeasedly, because they saw that there were free places, but the guard recalled that these places were booked. As a result, friends invited men not to quarrel. Nevertheless, this restaurant was under the control of palaces. Even in the guard there were strong masters of martial arts, and for their daring words, one could lose their heads. At that moment, the guard greeted the Fortune of the East, the second son of the Poisonous Palace, the leader of the Squadron of Poison. Having bowed, the guard opened the door to the man, and then it became clear to everyone that today was the day of the choice of the heir to the cult. After that, all influential figures began to gather in the walls of the restaurant, and the cooks tried in every possible way to please their honorary guests with gastronomic delights. At this moment, the second daughter of the Palace of Swords appeared, the Ice Flower, a Dan. Everyone immediately whispered, because this young beauty was the most beautiful among all cults and associations. No one understood that she had forgotten here, because she was alien to such events. But at that moment the girl herself appeared, and with her royal passage she picked up the views of many. The men understood, the rumors did not lie, and she was really beautiful. In fact, Manhwa came here, realizing that the young master is not the only man in the cult. Therefore, she decided to terminate this marriage, because she could not afford to engage with such as Chonso. However, when the proud beauty looked at the men in the hall, she was amazed. One had a too elongated face, the other just looked like some kind of monster, and the third forced to feel uncomfortable. Therefore, she decided to climb the second floor and stay there. There, the princess noticed at the table of the conversation men. The first applicant immediately got up, noticing the Ice Flower. Assuming that she came to a meeting with the heirs, he explained that today they celebrate the great day of choosing the heir, and those who did not appear will soon regret it. The second son of the head of the trade palace even suggested that perhaps he would smile at luck that evening in the person of the beautiful Danyeva. However, the proud beauty, ignoring his words, simply sat down at the next table. The embarrassed young man was still trying to look at the girl in any way without stinting for compliments. However, the sophisticated beauty clearly saw that this flattering gentleman was simply trying to lift her. At least this seeker of favor looked the most status of all. This was a meeting of the heirs of the cult, but she did not see either representatives from third-party palaces, nor any of the elders' council. Dan Halusha hoped that at least Yulden would deign to appear. At this time, a self-confident dandelion decided to find out what led the Ice Flower to them. He even smugly suggested that Danyeva guessed that he would also be here, wanting a meeting. These words only insulted the proud princess. She understood that this pompous dandy was clearly not bothering to think before saying something. In addition, she did not understand why he looked as if he were a predatory shark that sensed the prey. She was uncomfortable next to him, so she just wanted to slip away. However, at that moment, ceremoniously announced the arrival of the only son of the head of the cult, Chonso, the head of the small palace. The exquisite audience was amazed. No one expected his appearance on this day. People frozen with amazement did not understand how this daring bastard dared to come here. Returning 10 minutes ago, when they arrived at the restaurant, Yultak was very nervous. He explained to the young master that, no matter how you look, there is nothing good in this parish. The alarmed servant suggested that Chonso return and begged him to turn around. However, instead, the decisive heir only closely pushed him into the entrance to the restaurant. In just a moment, Yultak was near the guard, who immediately recognized him. The faithful servant only grinned awkwardly. The vigilant guard suggested that the guy came to the meeting. However, Yultak hastily explained that this was not so, after which he pointed to the young man behind his back. At that moment, when looking at Chonso, the guard's face was distorted from fright. Now everyone shied up, not realizing that he had come again to fulfill the unpredictable impudent. Many even decided to disperse, as they were afraid to contact him. Looking at this, a talented master realized, Usually people bypassed a demonic cult, considering them all madmen. But this opinion was only due to the behavior of the previous owner of the body. As a result, when Chonso entered the building, everyone immediately got up from the table in order to formally greet the young chapter. At that moment, Jan Champ noticed how the girl already familiar to him hastily runs away. Therefore, he asked Yultak to stay inside until he followed her. He saw how the beauty hastily retires, simultaneously cursing everything in the world. Not understanding what the hell of Chonso forgot here, she was worried that perhaps he appeared behind her. However, at that moment the young master was already nearby, and in surprise, she tried to attack because of such a rapid appearance and fright. But having lost her balance, Danha almost fell to the ground. The only thing that saved her was Chonso, who arrived in time. Jan Chachok still did not understand the truth. He considered it no matter what he was dealing with a lively boy or servant, here absolutely everyone took possession of at least some martial arts. In addition, a talented warrior realized that this person was clearly a very unpredictable girl. Now she, assessing the situation, realized that the young man was still holding her in her arms. Therefore, imperiously demanded that the insolent would let her go as soon as possible. Even Chonso himself understood that he was holding his hands on the girl's waist for too long, which was unacceptable, so he let her go. However, in the end, the Halhuhi was only falling to the ground. The indignant beauty considered that Chonso had completely lost his mind, since he had so unceremoniously dropped her. However, he calmly explained that he did it by chance. She herself had to understand this. He thought that she would fall, but let go of his hand, because he decided that it would be very rude on his part to hold her waist for so long. He wanted to do the right thing. At that moment, he noticed that the girl was looking at her wounded hand. The young heir immediately knelt down, trying to make sure that everything was in order with her. However, recalling, he thought that perhaps he was too polite again, and offered to help rise. Jan Chachuk explained that if she continued to be his servant, he should take care of her hands with which his room cleaned up. However, the proud princess thought that he had finally survived the mind. Then the talented master realized that even for a demonic cult, her sharpness of statements was like a wild cat. He had to try to correct this behavior, otherwise it would be difficult for her to survive in such a dangerous place. He explained that she could say what she wanted, but, despite such a contradictory nature, she could make herself problems wherever she went. Let him not mind if she behaved like that in the small palace, but asked not to do this anymore, and thought that she should not arrange tantrums in such places. The insightful heir understood that this world is such a demonic, culled by darkness. So, if the girl remains in the small palace, he at least be able to protect her. However, Danyewa was offended and stated that the guy needed to worry not about her at all, as if he did not understand what meeting was taking place tonight. However, he was well aware that it was a meeting of heirs. Then the proud beauty recalled that if he did not want to make even more problems, he should return to his small palace, or just get lost somewhere. But the fearless warrior understood. If a man constantly runs away from problems, he is unlikely to be able to complete any business. He asked Yewing Dan not worried about him. These words made her be embarrassed. She began to warmly prove that she was not at all worried about him. However, the attentive master saw the opposite, but explained that everything was in order. She could return home. Obviously, this impulsive beauty hurt even more, because of which she shouted loudly, after which she left. Looking after her, he did not understand. Is this maid always inconsistent in the expression of her emotions, or did she simply have no experience? He was also interested in whether she was in order, and he hoped that this mysterious girl was not very upset because of him. In addition, the beauty remembered her brother, promising that she would definitely return to him. Now the confused Danyewa did not understand why Chonso spoke and behaved as if he had turned into an exemplary person. Surely this unbearable insolent definitely hit his head. At that moment, she was even more embarrassed when she realized that she seemed really worried about him. Remembering his noble face, she even became ashamed of her sharp thoughts and words. Trying to dispel this obsession, the proud princess reminded herself that she actually terribly hated this arrogant guy. However, looking back at the restaurant, she wondered why he still went there. It became obvious for sure Chonso planned something. Meanwhile, the young heir returned to his assistant, inventing the excuse that he had gone to the toilet. Yultak was clearly unhappy that the master decided to leave so sharply, leaving him alone. However, the talented master, patting him on the shoulder, decided to rise on. Soon, John Chakok saw the same people sitting at the tables, who had already heard that the guy was in the corridor of 10,000 demons. They were wondering if he had achieved any progress in the study of martial arts. One of the guests was surprised that the master decided to visit such a modest place. However, sarcastically grinning, he explained that if he came for women, then the brothel in the slums would suit him more. Seriously angry, faithful Yultak ordered the impudent to keep his tongue behind his teeth. However, he sarcastically recalled that the servant continues to grab onto the leaky life circle. It was for this reason that the family left him. He did not understand how Yultaku was not ashamed to disgrace with strangers. This has even more led a devoted servant from himself. However, he understood that nothing could object to such influential people. However, the young heir, not guilty of anything, calmly sat down at the free place at the table, after which he looked at the dish and realized that it was what Yultak told about so appetizing. It really looked excellent. His brilliance delighted his eyes. A devoted servant looked at Chanso with a clear misunderstanding. Because of this, a talented warrior considered that perhaps he prevented someone else's conversation and asked him to continue. The heir himself at this time enjoyed the refined taste of the dish. At this moment, an unpleasant out-of-place did not even know how to respond to such a change in behavior. However, he quarreled, explaining that they obviously need to visit a doctor, and even recommended calling the doctor. Chanso clearly did not understand what was at stake, and Zadir considered that perhaps he ruined the mood of the young master, because such a modest and decent person would hardly say this. However, for Chanso, this Vad Amu looked just a pompous dumbass. Turning to Yultak, the young heir decided to find out who this person is. The servant introduced him, explaining that he is the son of the head of the trade palace, although no better than a courtyard dog. Then the observation warrior realized. Since this snob was from an important palace, then he had to greet him well. Therefore, only laughing, he was sarcastically surprised that even dogs were served in the restaurant. Obviously, this seriously brought Chanamu out of himself. Soon he even broke the chair on which he sat, from the seething anger. Zadira was amazed that the young master did not know what tact was, or completely survived from the mind. He recalled that much has changed since Chanso left to study martial art in the cave, and he cannot be sure that he can behave in this way in this place. Jan Chachok understood his correctness. The former Chanso was irritable and always relied on his father, and now he did not even have this high support. The fact that this arrogant type behaved like a provocateur said that he prepared in advance for a meeting with him. To begin with, the talented master decided to find out from his assistant what the power of his current influence was. He asked him to tell everything in all details. Yultak explained that, if we talk about a strict rank, then Chanso occupied the second largest position in the cult, and within the rational, he could personally punish others right on the spot. He also had the right to use the armed forces of the small palace. From the explanation, the heir realized that he took a place between the highest judge and the emperor. But he could not, for example, ordered someone to decline. Only the emperor had the right to do so. From the explanations of Yultak, he realized that he had the authority to calmly teach this daring bulk. But the faithful servant recalled that if the young master was about to kill the impudent right on the spot, then he will have many problems. However, John Chachok explained that he was not going to kill him, but he would only punish for insolence. Yultak also believed that such a dumbass should have gotten what, especially the one that was with such a large mouth, similar to the jaw of hippo, and bulging eyes, like that of fish. Seriously angry, Chan Amu decided to punish the such lousy, and grabbed the bowl of wine. After analyzing his throw, the insightful heir realized. Judging by the tension of the enemy's muscles and the corner of the inclination of his hand, he is going to throw the cup to the left of him to scare. So, he does not want to seriously harm, because he will have to answer for this. Therefore, the young master grabbed Yultak in time. After that, the shell hit the unfortunate servant straight into the stomach. The assistant immediately crouched with acute pain. This has already scared the instigator himself very much. John Chachok, watching the devoted servant spread on the table, calmly turned to Chan Amu. He decided to find out whether the trading palace really decided to encroach on him. The talented warrior explained that he had just tried to kill him. If his servant had not obscured him with his body, he would probably die. Moreover, he even suspected that Chan Amu dared to aim at his honorable place for the young master. He began to scream hysterically that it was all absurd, and it was just a drinking cup. However, at that moment the cunning heir challenged his words. Turning to his assistant, he decided to theatrically find out how the guy feels. Obviously, he was damn painful. These words made it clear to Chan Amu that the assistant was supposedly on the verge of death. There was plenty of evidence. Jan Chachok decided to threaten that he would call and tell the advice of the elders about this egregious situation. Or, perhaps, it was better for him to immediately pay a visit to the head of the trade palace. Looking at the frightened face of Chan Amu, the insightful heir recalled an important truth. Children from prestigious palaces are afraid not so much the anger of the authorities as the public condemnation, and especially the disapproval of their high-ranking parents. Jan Chachok did not know how the former ignorant young gentleman would react to this situation. But the talented warrior himself was completely different. He turned to people behind the back of the bully to find out if they were in collusion with Chan Amu. However, they immediately renounced their comrade, hastily explaining that they had just come to dinner. Then the cunning master graciously released the guys who immediately wanted to hide away. Turning to the trembling Chan Amu, the clan heir coldly explained that he should not stand a pillar. If he wanted to kill him, this had to be done more decisive and faster, because this was his last chance. In addition, he even sarcastically wished good luck and success to the second son of the head of the trading house, in case he dares to try again. At that moment, the pale bullet began to get his blade. However, Chonso was not afraid of a drop, but only carefully drilled him with his piercing look. Chan Amu, finally frightened, immediately bowed in a deep bow and began to ask heartily asking for forgiveness. He seemed to understand that he clearly crossed the dangerous line. However, the noble warrior reminded of the previously inflicted offense and made it clear that such superficial apologies were clearly not enough. Chan Amu continued to make excuses that everything was due to the fact that Yultak used himself as a live shield. But the angry Jan Champing made it clear that the enemy could not hide behind the name of his father. He could not even try. Even if thousands of people stand in front of him, the time will come when his blood and tears will become daggers, which will pierce into his own vicious heart. He recalled that he would be his retribution. Chan Amu, finally broken, knelt down begging for mercy, admitting that he had committed a serious sin, and begged not to go to his father. However, the majestic Chonso ordered him to shut up and go to the head of the trade palace immediately, and say that soon the young heir would visit them. Those present considered that the head of the small palace had just declared war on the palace. They believed that the young master used his father more than anyone else. However, the strategic plan of Jan Chachok was different. To visit each of the 7 palaces and the council of elders one after another. The first in his way was one of the 7-sided palaces, a trading house. The head of the trading house was beside himself when his son told him about what had happened. Chan Amu believed that his father should not be too worried, because the head of the small palace only wanted to scare them. However, the wise father was sure that his short-sighted son did not understand what he had done. Chan Amu continued to convince that it is unlikely that Chonso could contrast their influence, and did not understand why his father was so alarmed. However, the angry chapter ordered him to close his impudent mouth, because it does not matter how much Chonso was low and stupid. He still remained the ruler of the small palace. Faithed by his father's anger, Chan Amu began to apologize for this misunderstanding, explaining that he hoped that the young master had lost his military abilities due to overload. But when he saw him, he realized that a real tiger approached him. Father did not want to listen to miserable excuses and ordered his son to go to the corridors of the demon and not return until he himself permits him. The guy believed that it was too cruel and recalled that he had already trained. However, the adamant father insisted on his harsh decision, wanting to punish a naughty offspring. When he left, he ordered Chan Amu to also call him Jung Biran, remaining to relax. The head of the trading faction, wise with experience, remembered that 2 years have passed since the head of the Matapen's cult disappeared. According to the Council of Elders of the 7 military palaces, it was decided to choose a new chapter at the upcoming holiday. The sun was destined to rise during the festival in honor of the Festival of Heaven. In any case, the young head of the small palace returned after the end of the practice. If they do not raise the question of choosing a new head of the cult, he will take the place. While his father is not, the young master stood above all in his status, despite all his shortcomings. At the moment, the head of the small palace was like a powder barrel, ready to explode at any time. They needed more time to observe and take measures, but the indefatigable Vad Amu had already stained the aspen nest. At that moment, the magnificent captain of the detachment of the Golden Guards entered the chambers. Bowing in a respectful bow, he respectfully asked why the master called him. The head of the house wanted to know the opinion of his faithful officer. Did the young heir to the small palace really do this, understanding their current political situation? But an experienced warrior, recalling the past, noted that Chonso was always a man of wayward behavior. It was difficult to imagine that he could pursue such cunning motifs. The head of the trade union still seemed strange that the young master was able to cope with his son so easily. It is unlikely that his offspring would seriously call this ignoramus a tiger. However, the insightful assistant believed that the young Mr. Chan Amu was known for his tendency to exaggerate. the young head of the small palace was an ordinary master of martial arts in his not the best manifestations. Even if he is not weak, it was not worth it about him so much. In addition, the faithful advisor added that he considers this situation a suitable chance. The chapter, it seemed, did not understand what his subordinate was hinting at. However, he explained about the excellent opportunity that opened. The Meyer employees did not understand why the assistant made such an optimistic conclusion. The cunning strategist explained that, since all other forces are equal, the young Mr. Chanso was the most decisive grain on the scales. Either he will be on their side, or they will be forced to eliminate it. It was a border affecting the change in the entire political situation. However, the cautious chapter understood. In current troubled times, an accusation of a conspiracy against the heir could kill them all. If one of the other third-party palaces kills Chanso, they will be able to blame competitors of this, and they will meet their ruthless death. That is why a far-sighted assistant considered this a unique chance. The head of the small palace is impulsive and rapid in decisions. If they are well greeted and generously gifted, they will be able to earn his precious trust. The wise chapter realized that for sure his cunning assistant wants to defend the young master, believing that in this way they will be able to earn his favorable location. And this means that the trading house could actually control the cult through influence on Chanso. The chapter was delighted with a similar strategic proposal of the assistant, because they could really control the clan until the real chapter would return. After that, he ordered his faithful servant to bring the sacred sword of a demonic flame. He, frightened by such a bold requirement, recalled that this was one of the 5 divine treasures of the clan. However, the decisive chapter understood that the relic to them is useless, after which he decided to go for a sacred blade himself, because in order to catch a large fish, they had to use the largest and most seductive bait. At this time, John Chachuk calmly returned to the small palace. There he meditated serenely. He understood that his enemies would probably regard the troubles in the restaurant as a reckless step of the reckless young master, and will be occupied by the miscalculation of his subsequent actions. If he is destined to live the remaining life in this body, then for a noble warrior, it would be better to take the reins of the rule by a demonic cult and bring the long-awaited world to the Central Plains. Thus the trade palace seemed ideal as the first goal. To implement grandiose plans, economic support was necessary. The current problem for a talented master was the lack of sufficient strength. He could not overturn the mountain on his own. He needed to find faithful people who would not be part of someone else's army. The only warrior under the roof of the small palace was just a devoted Yultak. At that moment, the alarmed servant burst into the master's room, not understanding how he could sleep so serene after everything that happened. When the heir explained that he was meditating, Yultak could not believe that the master was engaged in such, and recalled that now it was not the most suitable time for spiritual practices. After that, the faithful servant persistently warned that Chanso had to go to the trading house rather, and explained that all this was just a joke so that he had no serious problems. However, Jan Champ was unshakable in his intentions. Yulta was striking that for such an audacity of the young master could again lock 10,000 demons in the corridors. However, he recalled that Chanamu crippled Yultak, and his master was used to taking care of his people. Initially, the faithful assistant was delighted with changes in Chanso, but remembered that it was the young master who pushed him under attack. But Jan Champ, not paying attention to his words, asked the assistant to bring the records where the entire hierarchy of the cult was registered. Yultak could not believe that Chanso really requested hierarchical documents from him. He could get them, but did not understand why they were so urgently needed by the young master. He explained that he needed to know who he could turn to in order to fill the small palace with the people he needed. After which he demanded that Yultak rather take him to the library. The curious servant still wanted to know what the master had planned. He patiently explained that he wanted to fill the empty palace. There were whole 11 unoccupied houses, not counting the dwelling of Yultak himself. He believed that in the palace it was too empty despite the fact that this place where the young master lived. In addition, Yultaku himself was probably lonely and boring. However, the servant could not believe that his owner wanted to do this troublesome. He believed that this was just a new way to throw another tantrum. However, John Chachuk made it clear that he would prefer that his enemies rolled his hysteria and not himself. Yultak, however, the last time warned the young master that this was not done so easily. But if influential people intervene in this, unforeseen troubles may begin at the small palace. 7 third-party palaces and the Council of Elders will not leave him alone. It was too risky. After all the futile attempts to calm his master, he did not give up, and asked him, reminded him who he was. But Yultak calmly replied that this is not important at all. Yultak was worried that his eager master again wanted to arrange a booth, but he persistently repeated the question. Who am I? The uncertain servant reminded Chonso that he was the head of the small palace. And then the resourceful heir decided to clarify. Did he need any more special status in order to make such decisions? Yultak himself realized that his master could act independently within the framework of his power. And smiling, Jan Champ ordered him to go for the documents. Then the caring Yultak asked the master to change clothes, because they did not need to attract unnecessary attention in the city. He offered to put on a black hat and clothes. Chonso asked why it was black color, but the servant explained that he himself liked this shade, after which he admitted that he often wore such robes. Not arguing, a talented warrior put on black clothes. Then, looking at himself in the mirror, I realized that the outfit looked really elegant. Soon they went to the market. Jan Champy suggested that it was a night market. However, Yultak explained that these were the very famous hundreds of thousands of the Great Mountains. He himself did not think, but there really were an infinite number. Members of the cult lived only on a few of them. The palace of Guanmer and the small palace were located on the largest peak, the peak of the sun, eagerly accepting a good part of the sunlight. Then there is the top of the moon, the top of the flame, the top of the water, the top of the tree, steel, and the earth. At the peak of the sun, there is everything except what is not on it. The head of the cult is content with everything necessary. But for other palaces, everything was not so rosy. Many had to go to the top for goods in the evening, the other at night, and another, in general, in the morning. So the market worked all the time. This way, we can say that this trading area was around the clock. Jan Chakok had no idea that people of the cult had to go through such difficulties. It must have been not easy for them, especially those who did not own martial arts. The air even became interesting. Did these people think to go down the mountains to buy something in the valleys? However, Yultak explained that if the members of the cult went down, they would be attacked by the unification of the apostates, the union of Murim, and the emperor himself. They could not leave their shelter in the mountains. However, Chonso objected that this would have happened because it was from the demonic cult that the Central Plains suffered, and several times in history. However, the wise Yultak explained that even if the cult members wanted to go down, the emperor had long considered a demonic cult his enemy, without any thorough justification. They just fought to survive in this harsh world. However, the insightful Jan Chachoku seemed that the actions of the cult members were too barbaric to consider them simple self-defense. But Yultak objected that the young master should not say that. The whole world has already heard about the shame of the little lustful spirit. The servant was interested in whose side he was now, and then Jan Champ was aware of an important truth. Now that he has become a young master of a demonic cult, he really must speak on the side of his new clan. He forgot about it. But now he remembered that the nickname stuck to his new person created a serious problem. Even if he finds potential supporters, hardly anyone will decide to follow such a scandalous figure. Where at that time a gray-haired man carefully copied ancient manuscripts in the walls of the library and created new ones. After numerous ascents on the endless stone stairs, they reached their destination. Yultak explained to his master that the library is an interesting place for those who are eager to find out the last gossip. They are in no way inferior to the mystical palace, he added in a whisper, after which he opened the massive door and invited the master to enter. In the twilight they saw a clearly displeased gray-haired guardian of knowledge. Yultak politely asked the man whether there was something to see today, and he only frowned where they came from. The servant did not answer directly, but carefully remarked that even though there was light in the room, he was completely dim, and the old man could ruin his eyesight if he continues to read in such conditions. At that moment, the librarian carefully looked at the Yultak himself carefully, and then at the mysterious guy who came with him. The keeper calmly stated that they are unlikely to find what they would like to look at. The young heir was surprised that men spoke among themselves as if some kind of cipher. But the next moment, the librarian unexpectedly closed the main hall, driving away visitors away. Obviously, the servant was indignant, not understanding why they were put out the door. He screamed that they came from a small radiance, but even this code word did not help. At this time, the librarian outraged a secret passage to the basement. There, illuminating the path with an old lantern, he went down to the deepest dungeons. Approaching the door, the man spoke about the arrival of guests from the small palace. He wanted to know what to do with them. The unknown outside the door was surprised that they personally showed up, and the assistant explained that the young master tried to hide in dark clothes, but he could not hide his beauty, so he recognized him. An elderly man, having heard about this, laid a feather. He deeply thought about the reasons for the arrival of the heir, assuming that the reason in the scandal of what happened in the restaurant. But the librarian noticed his aura was different from the former, and it is also difficult to understand what such a person has in his head. The unknown was surprised that not one of the trade palace or other palaces showed up to him. In addition, it turned out that he came in order to take lists of names. And not any lists, but lists with a record of the moon cult. This made the old man think the guy was surprisingly difficult to predict. However, this interested him, and he decided to meet with the hero himself. The assistant was worried that it was not dangerous, at least risky. However, the old man did not expect the danger from the one whom everything around was considered an insignificance. But the librarian was more worried that the young leader could recognize his master. But the elder believed that this is even for the better, because if the young master was much more useful than in rumors, then he uses it in his favor. He was interested in the head of the small palace on the verge of rotten life, or his reborn version. Finally, the librarian got up to know the guests. The servant was indignant. The librarian understood him from the very beginning, but still drove him away. However, he quickly fell silent when they began to lead to an unknown basement. They went down to where Yultak was the first time. The young man was struck by the fact that under the library they hid such a place. Finally, going to the door, the man explained that they had arrived. Jan Champ was in a room that was completely decorated with portraits and some notes. The guests did not understand that this was all that. However, the gray-haired master in a wheelchair explained that it was the old man's modest work. Bowing, he greeted the young master. Chonso was surprised that he had not said anything yet, but he had already recognized him. However, the owner, wise for years, explained that he learned such things with age. Then the young man decided to find out what happened to the elder's body. He sadly explained that he could not stand on his own, and apologized for welcoming in this way. However, Chonso was more surprised that the elderly master himself created this chair. The sage said that it was a chair on wheels, and there was nothing in his abilities that could be praised. The young guest considered it differently, because the elder built a whole secret room, which was located under the so-called library, and a man calling himself an old colleague and master was actually greater. This obviously could not but surprise the warrior. In addition, he saw that a weak-looking man was a wonderful artist. Looking around, Chonso realized that there was a list around him. And this was supposed to be a list of outstanding fighters of the Orthodox communications of the Murim Union, the Emperor's strength. They captured each of the outstanding fighters who have reached the highest stage. The young man was wondering who this man was, such a level that he could not believe it. He even saw on the walls of a mysterious monk 7 students, and even a cloud dragon of emptiness. On one of the portraits, he also saw his father. The team immediately realized that Chonso recognized someone. Although this surprised the old man, because on this side, portraits were people from the Murim Union. However, the hero did not answer. He understood that these were difficult things to do this under the guise of the library. The young man wanted to know who this man is. The gray-haired sage only laughed, and explained that he was an old man who collects and spreads rumors. Chonso understood. This is not something ordinary that an ordinary old man could deal with. If this is revealed, bloodshed cannot be avoided. But as it turned out, therefore, the hermit was hiding here. However, the guest was interested in if the information that the old man owned would want to use evil. Would he actively decide to tell them about this? He believed that the master wise for years should not have done something like that only for his pleasure. However, the old man was surprised that the young master was worried about the central plane, but he believed that he would be a terribly good ruler. It seemed to Yultak that the sage wanted to die right now, because hardly anyone could talk so freely. But the elder understood. He could hardly be afraid of the loss of life when such things restrained him. In addition, he realized that if he died, then no one could leave. In evidence, the door slammed shut behind them. Then Chonso noticed that the owner's words sound as if they want to kill him, so that he would not get out of here. However, the old man believed that he was unlikely to be capable of this. He simply hoped that the young warrior would listen to the voice of reason. But the brave guest recalled that he could pretend and return with a large number of combat warriors to arrest him. But the elder understood that by that time he would no longer be. As a result, tired of this empty conversation, Chonso decided to find out why the gray-haired sage called him, because he could let him meet upstairs. The owner explained that they themselves came, and he himself was interested to know why the young master was needed. It became obvious. This old man was good in reading people. Unconvincing lies will definitely not solve anything. Therefore, the young man stated that he wanted masters of martial arts to live in a small palace. The hermit, which was wise for years, guessed that therefore Chonso ended up in a restaurant, but it seems he did not find capable people there. However, he himself understood that they had already had cozy houses, and they did not need it. The young master hoped to collect those who did not belong to any associations. This interested the old man, and he thought about his words, after which he realized that Chonso intended to strengthen his influence. However, the young man explained that in fact he just wanted to fill in the empty rooms of his palace. From such a statement, the sage only laughed. Chonso had to perfectly understand what times now. He considered that a noble warrior even looks at these seething in society down. However, the guest explained that he was already suffering. No matter whether he is going on or remains in the palace, he had no reason to do nothing. The elder warned that such thoughts could lead him to death. However, Chonso had a completely different opinion. Then an awkward silence hung. In this silence, the young man decided to find out the name of the man. The surname of the owner was Tong, but Chichoku did not give anything. But soon the elder named his name, Jaggle, who struck the guy to the core. He remembered his past, which would connect him with this person. For a long time, he suggested Chichoka to abandon everything in martial arts and go to the educational institution with him. However, the young warrior asked the sage not to say stupidity, and it was better to convey to him a plan of aquaculture of the Black Dragon, because he had to finish the matter here, and after all he was called a wolf. Joining, the elder handed him a collar and asked that, if possible on his way, Yan Champ would not kill anyone. This man was from a secret union and was famous as unsurpassed in intellect. He was nicknamed the Rebirth of the First Ancestor, a man who was called the first brain of the central part of the world for a short time. With the publication of the White Book of the Secret Union Muram, he was the so-called mentor Chachok, who cared for him the most when he only entered the alliance with Muram. For a long time, friends studied martial arts together. Then the young man noticed a scar who was on the hand of the master. He was exactly the same as that man, but the Chach could not believe whether this was his mentor. In addition, he did not understand why he was in a Millennium Library and even in a secret room. He could not believe that this was so, because if the sage was really that man, then he should have been 40 years old. His body looked quite older. And then the elder became obvious that the young master knew him. Now he was interested in whether Chonso was a real young master. To hint at the old man, he said that excessive questions could cost him life. It was a phrase that the sage once told him. It is not known whether the old man understood the hint, but he apologized for showing disrespect. Chonso decided to find out why the elder lived here. He explained that no one knows who and where he would bring. He is here because his fate brought him here. Yultek was surprised that the young master knew this man. However, the hero pretended that he could not know this, because they first met here. This did not seem strange to Yultek. After all, he himself first saw this person. Interrupting this moment, the old man decided to ask Chonso something else, namely, why did he come here? After all, he probably knew that the 7 third-party palaces, the elders, and the palace of the head began to follow him. They even declared war on the trade court. The longer it remains here, the more problems arise. Hearing these words, Jan Champ realized that the only person who could sit here for a long time alone was his mentor for a long time. But the guy explained that it was he who followed the enemies of Chonso, and not they were behind him. This caused the old man a smirk. After that, the gray-haired sage pulled by a small ribbon, and immediately after that, he showed a whole poster with portraits to his eyes. It was a sheet of their clan, and the hero immediately recognized him. The elder explained that initially only 2 words about the young master were written on the sheet. These words were maniac and crazy and nothing more. Yultak, boiling with anger, desired immediately to break the old man all the bones. How he dares to joke so much before the young master. However, at that moment, the owner asked the guy to bring him water, and preferably a bucket, his throat was very dry. He, snorting with displeasure, retired away, while Chonso asked the old man to continue. At this moment, the wise hermit realized that after the visit of a noble warrior, he needed to change something. Therefore, he began to spin the words on his portrait. He accidentally issued that he believed that he knew everything about the young leader, but now he understood that it was impossible to sit out here for ages. He was told that Chonso was stupid and mediocre, but he was smart. Although the young man was considered a psycho, a real gentleman appeared before the mentor. It was obvious. If now Chonso thinks about why he mentioned treason in 7-sided palaces is to protect himself, and about the trade palace, then this is not because he needs wealth and power. And he guessed the reason why he came here. The heir wanted to take the place of the head of the cult, the place belonging to his father. However, the young warrior only said nothing of these suspicions, but the old man believed that it was already evident in the eyes that it was the true reason why he appeared. At that moment, the young man could not stand it and smiled. However, he explained that if he became the head, he would surely burn this place. But the sage understood. If Chonso is going to become the head, he will need help servants, the advice of the elders, or one single old man. The young man believed that he did not need to worry about it. But the elder knew very well that having only a high status, Chonso could only dream of it. It was a futile hope that could be repaid even a small pebble. The air became interesting. If he brings the old man's hand, will he manage to climb to the very top? However, he explained that in return would demand 50% from him. However, the young man objected that 50% would not work, and most likely he will have to cope with everything on his own. But the old man knew it would not be worth it. He talked about brutal reality. The young man laughed, apologizing to the old man. But he explained that he was not going to climb to the top. Then, a multi-hearted sage guessed that he had come to him in order to save his life. The young leader explained that the centuries-old mountain looks obedient, but this is just a small corner in the northwest. If you look outside, and not from the inside, then this is just human greed. Even if you climb to the top, you will be just a tiger on the mountain. Instead, the young man wanted to completely change the mountain, and therefore the clan himself. But the elder clearly did not expect such zeal. He believed that the guy is unlikely to be able to resist, because this is not solved by the usual log house. And it was true. He was still about to climb to the top. Whether with the help of an old man or not, he did not see the difference in this. Then the mentor-wise for years became obvious that Chonso was not at all insane. He was just a dreamer. A person, of course, cannot change the relief of the cult, because the cult worshipped magic with modest forces in martial arts. Anyway, the elder decided to help John Chachoku, so he suggested that he give him a share, and he would take responsibility for the young man to become the head. It was better than falling into the hands of villains, because you can do without sacrifices. He will seriously make it easier for Chonso, if all that needs to be done is to give his rights to him, and then he will be able to live as he wants. At that moment, the young warrior was seriously disappointed in the mentor. After all, he had a great future, and he never used it. The old man wanted to become a regent, a temporary ruler. Yan Chachoku was interesting. When and where did the spirit of his mentor disappear? He realized that if the sage forgot, then who he is, then the young man would remind him. He did not understand why the elder is so confident that nothing would work out, and he vowed that he would change the dynamics of the cult with his own hands, and threateningly released his ability. And he explained that since the old man was struggling with empty desires and blocking his path, then he could strangle him with his own hands. And at that moment, the gray-haired hermit was frightenedly saw the art of a heavenly devil. Yan Champ, without recalling, reminded the man that he was limited only by this corner that did not belong to any other place. At the same time, he talked about the world, which was arrogant and rude. Then he knocked out the doors, which the old man believed that he was locked in the room. Then the wise mentor seriously worried and eventually bowed. He realized that Chonso managed to obtain the strength of the head of the cult, but did not understand why the young man wanted to change the cult, because there was an opportunity to climb the throne. However, the young gentleman believed that the current magical religion is similar to madness, where everyone pushes each other. They are created only to pour pity, even incapable of freeing themselves, trying to simply break the chain of evil. However, the gray-haired sage understood. The cult of the cult would not say this, because he himself had previously done the same. However, Chonso explained that for this he wanted to become the heir to the head of the cult. At that moment, the old man suddenly laughed loudly, as if in despair. It seemed to him funny that the heir, who received the heavenly power of the devil, changes this magic. Jan Chachoku even thought that the man was crazy, or was just tired of everything that was happening. However, the old man asked him to give him a chance to survive, so he began to beg Chachok for mercy. He had one unfinished business. However, the young warrior noticed that these were the personal problems of the sage. Nevertheless, the mentor, wise for years, promised that he would face Chonso in his path. And even though his body looks like that, he is sure that he could give the young man several practical advice. After that, the gray-haired sage decided to find out from Chonso whether the one who was Howman knew. Of course, the heir knew. This was a secret organization created by people working in lower classes. Thanks to this, they lacked solidarity. But from the point of view of obtaining information, as you know, they exceeded their openness. Looking at this man, Jan Champ did not understand how he was connected with this clan. However, The elder showed his golden tablet, explaining that he was a 19th generation Chaos Jew. Such a sign talked about a lot. This person clearly did not lie. He really belonged to this organization. However, Chonso indicated that they were all deceived because they lived, hiding on the mountain. The sage was sure that it was he who obediently watched the progress of the young man in achieving the strength of the heavenly demon. The young warrior understood that a man hints that they should trust each other. He was wondering what the old man wanted. However, the hermit asked that Chonso promised him only one thing. In this Murim there is a military juggleman. He wanted the heir to give this person to him later. Thinking, Jan Champ realized that most likely this man imprisoned his mentor in this place. He was curious why his teacher changed so much. What was the reason? If he had a knife under his heart, he, most likely, should be the most frightening in the Murim Union. It was unsafe to leave him alive. However, the elder understood. It does not matter what Chonso thinks now. It is a pity that the plan has changed, but nothing will remain unchanged if the young man was the heir. The only thing the sage wanted to know is whether Chonso wants him to be on his side, but the guy warned the old man he will have to try. However, the mentor, wise for years, recalled, before anyone who was Chonso, an engineer or student, at first they must be unified. If you put everything wrong, the whole plan will go crazy. However, John Chakok recalled that the young man was already insane. He decided to find out if a man needs only this person. The sage explained that although he was disabled, it would be better if Chonso himself brought him to him. However, the guy believed that it was too difficult for this faction, and the old man noticed that the young master was more suitable for Murim than the cult of demons. Then Chonso decided to find out what was better for him to do for a start. The gray-haired sage asked him to be raised, because he was very inconvenient. Jan Chachok grinned, realizing that his old man would not have silent, even if the old man had died. Then he carefully put him back on the chair. Then the wise mentor said that the current cult of demons was no different from the current volcano. Starting from 7 palaces to the Council of Elders, they were stronger than ever before. Obviously, there were 2 candidates to the post of ruler of the mountain. Thanks to this, the appearance of a young master was a variable for a cult. If the young man rejects the chapter, the minor heir will take power, while the refusal of the head of the small palace will be a big blow. The young warrior thought about it, and the old man could see that he was clearly unhappy with something. Typically, Chonso called the association only the cult of Mun, but now he also reflected on him as a cult of demons. However, John Chachoku was obvious that it was still too early to reveal his personality. Therefore, ignoring the old man's words, he asked him to continue. The sage explained that even if the young master has reached the strength of the heavenly devil, one can destroy the demonic spirit, but one cannot possess it. The gray-haired old man handed him the box, explaining that it was originally created to defeat the heart of the chapter, but he decided to give it to Chonso. Inside is one of the doctrines, the secretary of the cult. There are several copies of the original. He asked the young man to believe him, but when he opened the box, he saw that there was a mask. It is said about the roots of the West that the demonic god created an evil dragon, but God sent a hero who killed the monster. It was a mask of that very hero. Although this is an ordinary mask, wearing it, you will be surrounded by a sea of blood. Besides, it is made in such a way that no one recognizes a person. In the cult, 5 gods used that were known in generations as heavenly. They are scattered around the world. It is not known where. It is only known that one is here, and it is called the Holy Mask. The old man asked Chonso to join as deeply as he could. When they find out in the cult that he conquered the power of the heavenly devil, 30% of the cult, even 50%, will come to deal with this on their own. Exactly so much was lost in the cult of legitimacy. Thinking even about 50% of the Murim Union, his head was already breaking. But if a monk and 108 Nahatans meet in a closed place, it will be a battle in which both sides lose, without any way out. But in any case, he advised not to worry too much. Chonso had to convince half of the palaces and the Council of Elders before the election of the heir began. Then he can easily climb to the top. For everything about everything, the young man had 4 months. He should be careful and approach them one after another. The elder warned that there would be those who were ahead of him. For example, the Palvi Palace, where the power is great, and Chonso is not powerful enough. Also, his reputation is not particularly good. He himself knew this. Everyone knows him only as a psycho. The old man asked Chonso to show himself a new one. The young man's power increases, which means that people are in danger. They will continue to live under the unjustified pressure of 7-sided palaces and the Council of Elders, which only intensified. The mentor, wise for years, understood this, and he was interested in how to help them. The gray-haired sage suggested Chonso to go outside and look around. Then he will see those who can change their lives with small things. In addition, the elder promised the young master that he would act undercover and asked if he could fulfill his plan. Chonso hesitated due to the fact that he was not confident in his abilities. However, he soon stated that he would do everything necessary. The old man understood. Chonso wanted to increase his strength. These people have unusual qualities, but they go around the bush, because they cannot mix with the rest. However, the young man only reminded that the houses of the small palace were empty, which were as much as 10. However, the old man recalled that he had previously stated 11 places. The hero explained that one place had just acquired his master. The elder was surprised that Chonso offers such an extensive place as a small palace, not understanding how the old man could enjoy such a luxury. After that, the gray-haired sage showed him another portrait. Iltesic, the man from whom Chonso decided to start. Hearing this name, the Eltak came to know that guy and considered him a rather bad person. Everything was fine with him, and then he lost his wife and washed down. So he had a bad reputation. Yultak also knew that in the Palace of the Head, he was the head of the guard of the head of the cult and former creditors in the palace. Now he was just an unnecessary cripple. At that moment, Chonso called Yultak behind him, realizing that now he had another goal. So he arrived at the Subon market. Here, outside the market, under the waterfall, there is a valley where people of low class live. The waters current there are similar to the tears of these people, so Berugol was nicknamed. Obviously, who could come here? Those who lost their condition at gambling. Those who drank because of the lack of a family. Those who have nowhere to go. Or those who committed a serious crime or hid. No one paid attention to them. There is nothing to take from them and cannot be forced to repent. Thanks to this, their lives were devoted to ordinary concerns. Their calm life was finished when people gathered, who all bowed in a bow. The boy was already tired and wanted to come home. However, his mother forbade him, explaining that an important person would come to them, and they would have to wait more too. The inhabitants of the valley did not understand who decided to come to them, and believed that he wanted them to die from the heat, and then he would pass through their bodies. However, the man soon found out that it was a young master, and ordered everyone to kneel if they did not want to die. And finally, a boat appeared in the distance, on which Jan Champ was floating. When he sailed past this place, he saw the field flowering poppy. Approaching, he noticed how many people gathered, who knelt down to greet them. One of the inhabitants came forward and greeted the young master who arrived from afar, after which everyone began to praise him together. Praise the young master. But this surprised Chonso. Such praises were intended only to the kings. This was one of the things that had to be rid of. Then he noticed that it was very hot for people. However, they began to argue, explaining that they were very good. Yultak also suggested that Chonso follow where the man would lead them. And Jan Champ, looking at these people, understood that karma probably played a cruel joke with them. Soon they reached the house where the same man began to ask Chonso as he got to them and why he decided to visit this place. However, Yultak explained that the young master of cult is hardly needed to look at people's lives. And the head of the settlement agreed. The assistant was probably right. However, he explained that he was embarrassed that they had nothing to treat a tall guest. While the man was saying something, Chonso peered at the flowering fields. The young warrior did not know if these flowers were always here. Unfortunately, the head of the settlement himself did not say anything about this. And since Chachok no longer had an assistant questions, he let him go about his business. Bowing, the head of the settlement asked that the young leader call him at any moment when he would need him. Finally, having left alone, Yultak realized that the valley was very small. Surely Yang Champ will quickly find the person he needs. However, at this time the heir himself thought about the oddities of this place. There was a feeling that something is missing here. However, the satellite believed that believers look open. Flowers and a river are beautiful. He did not understand what the young master was still lacking. However, Chonso thought about the fact that in places where people live, there should always be farming. Then Yultak recalled that Chonso also goes to the market to buy products. And even a centuries old farm is not given easily. However, the young warrior recalled that there was a river here, and it was a good place for agriculture. In addition, these people could hardly climb the market from the valley. The assistant understood that for sure people had the reason why they lived without agriculture. Perhaps in order not to occupy yourself and just eat and have fun. However, Chonso did not suit this answer. He decided to find out everything himself to begin with. At this time, the head of the settlement, leaving thought, not understanding why Chonso appeared to him. He understood that this was not just. Perhaps the young man learned something. The man hoped that this was a chance for him to get in position and finally go to another place. Finally, he reached the gazebo, where he was already expected. Rising, he saw a man who hid his face with a mask. The man, calling this man Nari, quickly handed him a red bag with unknown contents. However, looking around the red bag, the person noticed that its contents were less than last month. However, the head of the valley explained that all due to the fact that a young gentleman suddenly arrived at them. He himself did not understand why he arrived, but he had to not work for several days and prepare for his arrival. The man in a mask was surprised that Chonso and his assistant was in this dysfunctional place, because more recently the heir only escaped from his test. After which, the mysterious figure demanded that the man next time bring the full amount of money, and he reminded why he was the head of the valley. He promised that he would not forget his duty and would surely bring everything. The head of the valley was about to leave, but the unknown stopped him again. He decided to ask how Iltesic went through. However, the man asked not to worry. Now that Iltesic's heart was broken, he could not even raise his head. He was just an employee. The unknown was surprised that the head of the valley was already used to this life, and added that it was time to present a gift. He asked about the daughter of this warrior, and he joyfully said that she had already grown up. Her skin was so beautiful. Besides, he cared well that no one touched her. The stranger himself asked him about this, and the head of the valley fulfilled his order. For morons, drooling on a girl, he just prepared a pot. The mysterious figure realized that in this case, since the young master arrived here to them, then he had to be attracted to a woman. Therefore, the stranger ordered his daughter to be placed to Chonso in bed. He clearly initially came here not just like that, which means he came to save the head of the valley, and we need to help him. However, the man was worried that something could go wrong, but the master in the mask believed that the head of the valley had no right to ask him. He just had to do what they would tell him. For the sake of such purposes, he lives. Feeling awkwardly, the head of the valley understood that Iltesic probably stole even his wife from his owner. But still, he decided to grow his daughter for such a purpose. However, this did not bother the head of the valley, because at least he was able to earn status to the young master. At this time, the stranger, laughing even more, understood how quickly Tesic would fall, and thus they would become more similar. After that, in just a moment, the mysterious figure disappeared. At this time, John Chachok tried to understand the basics of a demonic cult. They were based on the worship of the gods and the salvation of living beings with the help of fire. Nevertheless, fire for lighting living creatures has always become the embodiment of a real fire. This place could not illuminate, so the cult has become a cult of demons. Then, together with his assistant Yultak, he began to walk around an abandoned village. People, seeing him a little, immediately fell to their knees, bowing in a bow. Yultak, it seems, did not at all understand where the young master was going. The day was hot, and the servant offered to just go and find Iltesic. Jan Champ was surprised that his assistant did not notice anything at all. Yultak looked with interest at the young master. It seemed strange to Chonso that the number of houses exceeded the number of people. However, this assistant did not seem strange. If someone was constantly dying, it was understandable. However, the young man noticed that most people here were quite young. Yultak also indicated that most inhabitants in Biragol were at middle age. When Chonso decided to draw the attention of the assistant to the weather, he did not see anything strange that the sky was clear, although it was slightly stuffy. It seemed to Yultaku that Chonso simply powdered his brains, or he began to row from the heat. However, seeing how this angered the master, the servant only laughed awkwardly, explaining that the day was really hot. However, Jan Champ explained that it was precisely in this heat that was the most important problem. Then he headed for the woman, that, frightened, falling to her knees, began to greet the young master. However, Chonso, approaching her, was surprised that even in such hot weather she put on such a long, voluminous skirt. She did not understand what the young master had in mind. However, he bent below and, grabbing her face, explained that even he was sweating. He wanted to know if she was hot, and she didn't understand why Chonso behaved so strangely. Then the young man quickly laid the girl on the ground, to the shock of Yultak. After which he began to lift her skirt. The frightened servant tried to explain to the young master that they were on the street, and such behavior was impermissible. However, finally they saw what Chonso expected to see. It was wounds on the body. At that moment, the wind rose, spreading the petals around them in layers. Raising one of them, the young man realized that it was in these miniature colors that looked beautiful, but did the like with the girl's feet. Then he headed towards the poppy field. At the same time, the head of the city was indignant, because he needed to prepare for the next month, which was not easy. But he had to fulfill the order of his master. To do this, he climbed onto the bridge and, making sure that there was no one around, ducked under the water. He began to swim, swimming into the cave already familiar to him. And finally, having sailed her, he got out, finding himself in a place lit by torches. Walking awkwardly, the head of the valley realized that it was time for him to change the place where he was hiding, because he was tired of being a floating rat. After which he greeted his bodyguard, who congratulated him on his return. However, he immediately gave him a slap for the fact that the bodyguard did not work at all. However, he explained that the casino worked without his intervention, although such an attitude was even more angry with the head of the valley. The head of the valley fell silent, looking around the participants in the gambling. They joyfully argued and cursed, trying to understand who was a deceiver in this game. At some point, the conflict began to aggravate, and the head of the city noticed that, it seems, one of the players began to suspect some kind of deception. He wanted to take a card from his opponent, make sure of his deception, and was even ready to put his life on the con. At this moment, the angry chief of the city quickly cut his hand. Obviously, everyone was in a panic, not understanding how he dared to do so. However, the head of the valley made it clear that it does not matter which of them was right and who was not to blame. They both had to get out for inappropriate behavior. After that, making sure that the men were taken out, he went to his room and ordered his employees to continue work. However, they were concerned about rumors of the arrival of the young master and reminded that the valley was already empty. However, the head ordered the guards to leave a panic, because he already understood that the reasons for the arrival of the young master were obvious. Finally, they went into the room where everything was completely laid in red flowers. Looking at them, the head of the city ordered not to make a hype, to bring all the inhabitants without exception, otherwise they will not have time to make money for the next month. He also did not forget to ask where Iltesic was now. The guard suggested that he was probably with his daughter. He should be with her all the time, except when she works. The head of the valley ordered both of them. The girl was supposed to wash, and she had to be placed in the bed to the young master. The guard was surprised that the man wanted to give her out despite the fact that he forbade everyone to touch her. However, the head of the valley understood. Unfortunately, he would have to make such sacrifices for the sake of business. Meanwhile, events are transferred to the house where the girl with her father lived. She fed the man, realizing that he needed to eat well. Karen uneasily explained that high-ranking people from the small palace arrived at them by rumors. She suspected that everyone was hard from this news. It seems that Iltesic remembered something about the small palace. Karen also heard about the place where the young master lives. However, at that moment the man suddenly began to shake, as if from fear. Karen considered that he again remembered his past. She was interested in knowing what her father was at that time, and it was a pity that her words influenced him so much. Now he had a chronic disease, as the doctor said. He also constantly gave them medicines so that his father would become better. However, Karen understood things about everything else. This is definitely not a chronic disease. They are only forced to believe in it. Therefore, they needed to escape from the village as soon as possible. The girl was even more interested in what now attracted the attention of the head of the small palace, since he appeared with them. But at that moment there was a loud knock on the door. Opening, she saw a guard who said that she was called the head of the valley. She was surprised at the request at such a time, believing that the head of the village was with the master of the small palace. However, the guard ordered not to ask questions and take his father. He even offered her to help if she was not going to go of her own free will. However, the girl worriedly explained that they would need a little time to get together. Before leaving, the guard also warned that Karen washed before walking with them. It seemed strange to her. Approaching her father, she said that the head of the valley was waiting for them and asked him to go together. All this time she had a bad foreboding, as if something had happened. Finally, surrounded by the guards, they went on, passing by the utility rooms. Soon they reached the casino, and Karen looked frightened. She obviously did not expect to see this in the village. However, her father looked absolutely calm despite the fact that he hated unfamiliar places. Perhaps he has already been here. Looking at her thoughtfulness, the guard got angry and began to drive them. Therefore, they followed further until the guard forced them to divide. He explained that the head of the valley wants to give a special medicine for her father. She saw that Iltesic was also tense. Karen explained to the guard that this was not necessary, because they already had enough drugs, and offered to go further together. However, the guard, more angry, explained that he would not always be so kind with her. At that moment, Iltesic himself pulled out his hand from his daughter's grip. Then the girl was about to leave, however. Clinging to the last grains of the mind, he asked her to stay. But the guards began to delay him, recalling that they would give him medicine. When this did not work, They showed him a bag and offered to immediately fulfill their requirements. At that moment, Iltesik's gaze clouded. He began to doubt, but still held his daughter by the hand. When he poured a handful of powder in his palm, his saliva flowed. He immediately released his daughter and followed these people. The guards demanded that the girl did not stand a pillar, but went to the head of the valley, which all this time was waiting for her. Her eyes were filled with sad tears, but there was no choice. Leaving, she asked her father to wait a bit, because soon she would return. So Karen came to the head of the valley, who greeted the girl and asked her to sit down. When the girl refused, this only caused him a grin, because she looked like her father, who also did not obey at first. After that, the head of the valley approached, and Karen scaredly asked to explain why he called her. It was clear to the boss that the girl was scared, but he explained that she had no reason to shake. His touch on her face was unpleasant and even scared Karen. The head of the valley understood that she felt disgust, although he believed that soon she would also plunge into this world of dirt, so she did not see anything special about it. The frightened girl did not understand what was being discussed. However, the boss, inspiring her a sense of duty, recalled that it was he who raised her. In addition, thanks to him, her father lived for so long, and now he wanted to give her a chance to pay this debt. He believed that she would be ungrateful if she refused, because she could hardly even know that her father was getting worse. Turning away from her, the head of the valley perfectly understood that the girl wanted to escape from here with her father, and was ready to provide her with this opportunity. He did not care. They could go at any time where they wanted, but not that night. Indeed, that night she had to fulfill a special assignment associated with the head of the small palace. Karen knew that the head of the small palace is, according to rumors, a person with a dubious reputation that causes others problems depending on his mood. He seemed to her an unpleasant man, and she did not want to go there. The girl wanted to know about the consequences of refusal. However, the head of the valley explained that Iltesik was his debtor, so he needed to pay off a special price. He recalled that until this day, her father received medicines that were very expensive, and they were not given just like that. In addition, she remembered that it would be difficult for them to get out of here on their own, and if Karen remains with his father, she would not see real life. Therefore, she had the opportunity to please Chonso and change her fate. Hot tears poured out of her eyes when she understood the inevitability of her fate. However, the head of the valley asked not to cry so as not to swell his eyes, and threatened that if she did not fulfill his order, he would see how her father was cut off. Obviously, this finally convinced the girl who was ready for anything, so that only her father was in order. Having rejoiced at her agreement, the head of the valley stated that the time would come soon, and she had to prepare. In addition, he asked that she would not carry all kinds of nonsense, and remembered that she already knows. The young master does not like empty conversations, and she should not forget about it in order to save her life. When the girl left, the head of the valley realized that she would be enough to reach Chonso's heart. His insidious plan forced him to laugh, like a villain of ancient legends. Meanwhile, with the onset of the evening, the woman led Chonso to his guest house. The dwelling was really well removed for such poor lands. This was even surprised by Jan Chachoka. In this valley it was impossible to even get drunk with clean water. But there were such comfortable places. Although looking around, he realized that there was not even anything to rob. The young gentleman began to think about where the money came from in the valley. He suspected that the whole thing is in the trade of prohibited substances. But according to the rules, their manufacture is allowed only in the palace, and the violation of this entails a number of severe consequences. He suspected that Ilitesik was also somehow involved in this of his own free will. For this, he could not forgive the head of the valley. However, Ilitesik, no matter how Chonso tried, he did not find, although he bypassed the whole valley. The young master understood that in order to interview 1,000 inhabitants, he might need a lot of time. Being in thought, he sat down on his bed to think about what to do next. However, at that moment an unknown woman came, asking for permission to enter. It turned out to be Karen herself. Jan Champ was a lot surprised to see the girl in his chambers. But she, completely not noticing his surprise, only introduced herself. The young gentleman was amazed to see such a beauty, and noted to himself that in the demonic cult, initially, there were not so many of them. In addition, this girl was very young, like his younger sister. However, at that moment, embarrassing Chachok, she hinted at some intimacy. Obviously, the young man did not immediately understand what was being discussed, and then Karen repeated her hint. It became obvious. The head of the valley sent the girl. Chonso did not know what to do. Nevertheless, he was a man who was known as a pervert, and not a noble warrior. He did not know what to do to prevent a mistake in this case. To begin with, he decided to put out the candles illuminating this room. Then he also quickly put Karen on the bed. The frightened girl did not understand what sharp changes happened to Chanso, but he asked her to shut up, after which he began to listen to whether someone near the house was eavesdropping. Glancing at Karen, he saw that, despite her words, she looked at him with the most unhappy eyes. It became obvious that she was afraid of him, although she desperately tried to deny the truth. She argued that she was absolutely not scared, that she was here of her own free will. But Chanso did not understand. Did she really come due to the fact that she heard about him as a young master, but forgot that he was also surrounded by various rumors? He believed that if she knew about such conversations, she had to be well prepared. Therefore, he severely demanded that she begin to tell the truth. When the girl did not understand, the young man finally became convinced that she came not of her own free will. However, she again denied this. But Jan Chichoku was very clear in her fear. He also looked at her intently to find out what Karen really wants. However, this time the girl admitted that this was her first such experience, which is why she did not know how to behave. Exhaled calmly, Jan Champ ordered her to return to her home. He did not need an inexperienced woman like her. It was simply not in his taste. However, Karen grabbed Chanso's hand, preventing him from leaving. He thought that she decided to play the drama here, but that was not so. In fact, she wanted to ask a young master to ask something. The girl did not understand why he was behaving in a similar way, because according to her ideas, he had to simply accept her proposal. The young man recalled that she was not in his taste. And then Karen, desperate, became more persistent, believing that it was a matter of her behavior. As a result, in this turmoil, Chanso fell, finding himself in an awkward position. And the girl, still with tears in her eyes, asked the young master to do everything he wants. But these words sounded as if she had exposed him as a sinner. Jan Chakok recalled that if he does not like what will happen, he will be able to kill her at any moment. Obviously, she was afraid, but still continued to insist, believing that he should do this. And in the end, at the last moment, he used a special technique, because of which the girl lost consciousness. Looking at her limp body, he realized how difficult the situation was in the demonic cult. So a couple of hours passed. During this time, Chanso created the appearance of what had happened so that everything looked believable. When Karen woke up in dismay, I realized that everything was already over. I could not admit that I could admit that there was nothing. Therefore, playing along with his lies, he decided to find out whether Karen was satisfied. However, the girl simply explained that this was not the only reason for her arrival. She honestly admitted that she had come because of her father, and asked Chanso to save her and her loved one. She was ready to beg for it. Chanso realized that the girl was very naive, or did not hear about his reputation at all. However, she, frightened, did not understand what was being discussed. The young gentleman explained that even though she gave him her society, this does not mean that he would help her. However, Karen explained that she was only a simple girl, and she could not do anything else, which is why Chanso called her prudent. After these words, obviously, the girl burst into tears even more in despair, and Chanso understood how reckless the judgments were about the former owner of this body. However, not wanting to be completely in the image of the former Chanso, Jan Champ decided to listen to her. But, as befits the heir, he warned that he could brutally do if the conversation does not interest him. Heron even stumbled, not expecting these words, but soon began her story. She explained that her father was helpless if she was not there. He will not be able to live, and even a day. In addition, she said that very modest people lived in this valley. Some of them could not even afford food, and all she wanted was to live with her father safe. Realizing the main essence of the problem, Chanso decided to find out the name of her father. The girl said that his name was Iltesik. Jan Champ could not even believe that her father was the one he was looking for all this time. After her story, he realized that in this valley everything was much worse than he thought. He asked that the girl would not worry and rest well, after which he again plunged her into sleep. In the clothes of Karen, he found a medicine that Iltesik took. To find out more, he went to his assistant who slept nearby. Yultak was surprised when he saw the master at such a time, and did not understand why he could not sleep. Chanso demanded that the servant look at what he brought. The consistency of this powder looked very familiar. In addition, in color, he looked very expensive. Yultak explained that it was definitely the forbidden substance, with which, according to rumors, Chanso himself had prevailed before, which is why the head of the demon cult was severely punished. Now this powder could only be found in a poisonous palace. In addition, Yultak remembered how, according to the stories, when Chanso was 14, he settled the poisonous palace from the fact that he used too much powder, and then the head of the palace ran out in one-night clothes. Having stopped this chatter of a friend, Chanso demanded that he investigate this powder. However, Yultak explained that he had never dealt with such substances. He did not play in the casino, did not get drunk, and also did not accept prohibited drugs. Chonso got angry, believing that his assistant had to do this instead of him. But he refused, considering himself not so reckless. But he had no choice, and Yultak had to obey. Then the young master forcibly forced him to inhale the substance so that Yultak could study it. And so, immediately the servant began to be a cramp. But soon she passed. After which he became as if stupefied and slightly detached. Chonso carefully studied the reaction, which appears immediately after contact with the powder. This meant that the substance was really very dangerous. Then, apologizing, he decided to neutralize the effect of powder on the body of the assistant. He began to direct the energy and inner power to the body of Yultak, after which he lost consciousness. Thanks to the intervention of Chonso, Yultak certainly would not have dependence because the young man eliminated the entire effect of the substance. Then he got angry, realizing that the head of the village was clearly followed the path that should not be chosen. He decided to deal with him, and for this he took out a mask that the mentor handed him earlier. At this time, Iltesik was with the guards in the depths of the cave. The guards only laughed at such a miserable old man, and decided to tell him the truth. They said that his daughter was already given to the young master, who would definitely take care of about her. Obviously, the old man could not put up with this, and immediately grabbed one of the fighters by the trouser line. However, the guard began to beat Iltesik with his feet. When the old man did not unhasive, the fighter began to beat him in the face, not understanding how so much strength was left in him. After all, he used so many prohibited substances that he had to turn into a miserable old man who served only a burden for a long time. Looking at the helpless prisoner, the guards did not understand why the head of the valley had not yet ordered him to kill him. It was probably the case in his daughter, but since she was already given to the young master, the time of his death was probably nearing. The guards from the very beginning did not like the prisoner. Despite the fact that he was a decrepit old man, he always had a very threatening look. Perhaps due to the fact that he was in the past a significant figure. However, one guard did not believe in it. He believed that Iltesik was engaged in small business in a trading house, or was one of those who spun around the priestess from the Holy Fire Palace. This offended the prisoner. His gaze began to burn with fire. The guard even began to think to kill him himself. However, his comrade asked him to calm down so as not to receive a punishment from the head of the valley. However, in the event of his death, they agreed to say that the old man died of illness. But at that moment, Iltesik demanded that these people return his daughter to him, and his anger was great. Even more angry, the guards continued to beat him with greater rage. They vowed that they would beat him, tear his eyes out if he dares to look at them again. One of the guards was worried that Iltesik would die if they left him like that, because he lost a lot of blood. However, his colleague believed that in prison there would be only one old man less. They could lie that he hit his head on the floor and died, leaving. From his camera they looked at the cells, where other old people survived their age. It was ridiculous from the fact that the children of these rejected days and night produced prohibited substances, hoping to save their parents. They did not even know that their parents are dependent on the same substances that they produce. Surely the children were convinced that the old people received treatment in a good hospital. But this was not at all. The guards only hoped that the head of the valley and the young master were pudding, and they would finally be able to get away from this hole. At that moment, one of the guards heard the sound that interrupted his thoughts, and saw that his colleague was already lying on the ground. Just as quickly as the mysterious stranger figured out the first guard, he figured out the second. Looking at their lying bodies, the unknown finally realized what these people planned. The opening of the brothel under the valley was not enough for them. They also held and poisoned these old people. But this is not all. He also needed to examine the place of production of prohibited substances, which, most likely, was near here. Having taken the keys to the guards from the cells in which the old people were sitting, the stranger realized that it was dangerous to save those people who could not even control their own bodies. Therefore, he promised to return after them later. At that moment, he heard the voice of Iltesik, who called his daughter. Approaching, he recognized this man. Despite the fact that the old man looked bad, there could be no mistakes. In front of him was the former leader of the detachment of masters of the demonic cult, whom he saw in the book. The hero tried to bring him to his senses, but raising him, he realized that the man was in terrible condition. Its energy channels were seriously damaged, and external injuries were also serious. But the biggest problem was in his mind. The acupuncture points were sealed, and only a weak spark of life was warming in it. Iltesik, seeing a mysterious figure, decided to tell him his last request. The stranger realized that the old man was really on the verge of death. However, he asked Iltesik did not give up so easily. The man, grabbing the stranger, asked that no one would ever know about his death. He understood that the prisoner was asking, not salvation or deliverance. He simply wanted his secret to remain unsolved by his daughter. Upon learning of this, the hero could not understand. Would Iletesic really meet his end here? Life left his body. However, the guy could not put up with this. He could save the man, and even if the chance was small, he still existed. Therefore, the young gentleman applied the technique of the influence of life force, so he could restore the old man's energy channels with the help of his own strength. It will not be so difficult to restore its channels. The problem was in internal energy. However, realizing that he had little time, the stranger stopped hesitating, after which he began to use equipment on the old man. All art of demonic sects use the art of heavenly demonic god as a basis. Since the martial art that he mastered belonged to one of these sects, they were compatible with each other. Finally, the flow of energy began to be absorbed by the body of the old man. His energy center was not destroyed. The whole problem was in a lack of energy. Or his energy center was very strong. He very quickly absorbed the energy of the savior. The question was regarding the amount of his energy and size of the energy center Iltesic. If the energy is not enough for a man, then the stranger himself could die. But it was too late to stop. He had to give him all his energy without a trace. To begin with, he handed him 60, and then 180 years. These are units of measurement of the amount of energy. However, the man could still absorb her. So the savior decided to give everything, having reached 240 years. And at this moment the man's body began to gradually change, acquiring his true form. Almost the entire supply of internal energy of the stranger went to this. Nothing remains. If a man's energy center was a little more, the savior could die. Already seeing the changes in the body of Iltasik, he realized that the man was at the stage of awakening. Finally, having come to his senses, Iltasik decided to find out the personality of this young man. But before answering, Jan Champ decided to catch his breath a little. Soon, during the conversation, Iltasik decided to tell what happened to his body and life. Despite the insignificant origin, he rose from the bottom thanks to his strong body. He always took care of those who surrounded him, even after he became an important person. So he was followed and respected. When he became the leader of the detachment, many people from 7 palaces and councils appeared who wanted to work for him or get to know each other better. However, he chose an old girlfriend with whom he connected his fate. There was even a period when it was called one of the Great Five and a pillar of the palace. However, he preferred a quiet, happy life in unity. At that moment it seemed that happiness would last forever. But everything collapsed when he decided to go to training to achieve the stage of awakening. He was obliged to achieve awakening as a leader of the artists of demons. Excellent for his wife, who was left alone with his daughter. He asked the people he trusted to take care of them while he was in solitude. However, during his absence, they were abducted by the robbers, as friends Iltasik learned about. He had to finish his training ahead of schedule. He gathered his detachment of art masters of large demons and went in search of the kidnappers. They searched with all their might, but they no longer found their wife alive. When he met her, she was exhausted, dead, with a small child in her arms. Iltasik had no one to blame for what happened. The wine was completely on it. If he had not been so greedy to the power, if he had chosen another place for training, then everything would be different. He explained that it was unbearable to survive this grief, and he wanted to commit suicide many times. But because of his daughter, who would be left completely alone after his death, he continued to live. In the end, he stopped engaged in martial arts and began to take prohibited substances to dull pain. He thought he had lost all his energy, ceasing to practice. After his words, Jan Chichoku even thought that perhaps the man regretted that he had saved his life. However, Iltasik remembered everything that happened to him at that time, and was grateful to his savior. He promised that he would remember this until the end of his life. However, now he would like to ask this young man one question. He suspected that the young man had come from the small palace. Jan Champ did not understand how they could recognize him, and considered that his mentor gave him a fake and not a sacred mask of fire. Iltasik explained that the young man gave him a lot of his energy. Only in the art of the moon cult is the energy of the sacred fire that will never go out. In addition, only one martial art could merge with his art Bloody Sky of the Sura, and it was the art of the Supreme Lord of the Demons, which can be owned only by people belonging to the Palace of Guanmays and the Small Palace. Bowing, Iltasik explained that he would become his humble servant and would follow him until his death. Even if a young master orders him to equalize the mountain or swallow it, he will execute an order. In return, he asked only to take care of his unfortunate daughter. However, Jan Champ quickly reassured him, explaining that it was not worth worrying. She was fine. Nothing happened to her. He did not have enough conscience to lie to the master who had reached the stage of awakening, and the young man admitted that he had taken advantage of the acupuncture point to lull the girl. Iltesic understood that if his daughter is next to such a noble man, then he could not even wish the best. The life that the savior returned to him now belonged to the young man, and he was ready to do anything for him. It was difficult to describe the joy that Jan Champ experienced, meeting with such a direct and honest person. He hoped that a man would become someone to whom he could trust his back. However, he warned Iltesic that tomorrow the head of the village and a young master would come here, and asked him to make with them what would consider necessary. Iltesic smiled joyfully. It turns out he himself wanted to do it. However, leaving, Jan Champ did not forget to ask to leave the young master alive. Having bowed, Iltesic said goodbye to the young man. The guy himself understood that now he had only to wait for tomorrow. In the morning, Jan Champ was sitting in his room, engaged in the restoration of the amount of his internal energy. The head of the valley came to him, and Chanso invited him inside. The man joyfully began to ask the guy if he liked the gift that he sent. Chanso joyfully stated that the sent girl really appealed to him. Obviously, this pleased the head of the valley, because he took this gift for a special case. In addition, he hoped that the young man liked what they sent with the girl. Initially, Chanso pretended not to understand what it was about, and then the head of the valley hinted at the prohibited substances. Then the young man laughed joyfully, explaining that Paints returned to his boring life, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they sent him the secret of happiness. He wanted to know how they were able to create something similar. The head of the valley said that for sure, Chanso had already noticed a flowering plant. It was an opium poppy, the main ingredient. This plant is the highest grade with red flowers, beautiful, like a young bride. If you cut it about 10 days after ripening, you can get a special extract. Chanso was struck by the fact that the man told everything so directly. He asked him to tell the secret. And then the head of the valley explained that if you warm this extract, it turns out something interesting that cannot be found in the usual market. They called this powder Devil's Dust. He believed that such a name was perfect. Also, the head of the valley decided to tell the young master that if he liked this powder, they could provide him with any amount of it. However, Chanso became curious, and he asked why such a talented person, like the head of the valley, has to vegetate in this small village. Although the man was flattered by such an opinion, he did not agree. He explained that there were a cult, which did not allow them to expand their activities outside this village. The head of the valley noted that the young master probably saw that there were a lot of poor in the village who had nowhere else to go. As a chapter, he took care of them, and for the sake of suffering, people began to engage in this matter. Obviously, Jan Champ was angry with this lie, but still said that the man must have been very noble, and he could not even imagine that he had such altruistic motifs. Although he himself perfectly understood that he was definitely not for the sake of help with these unfortunate ones, he planted them on prohibited substances and forced to produce such poison. The head said that if they could sell their goods outside the village, these people would have received a second chance. The hero promised to solve their issue, but for starters he wanted to look at the place of production of the dust of the devil, and then think about how to solve their problems. Nevertheless, he was a young master, and even if his authority is not so high yet, he was completely able to solve such a problem. The man was delighted, realizing that this was a good chance, because Chanso still become the head of the whole cult in the future. In addition, the young master even invited the man to go to the small palace in the future with him. From this, the head of the valley began to crumble in thanks, no longer hiding his delight, after which they rose and went towards secret production. It was a perfectly designed plan created by Chanso. Finally, they were near that very bridge. Laughing, the head of the valley explained that they took care of invisibility very much. But Jan Chachok did not embarrass this, and he offered to go. After that, the head of the valley immediately jumped into the water to swim through a secret passage. Chanso was surprised that in the light of day this place looked so ridiculous. They made shelter right in sight, but there was no choice, and he followed the man. Soon he sailed when he saw the cave and guarded the guards. It was obvious that they were very good here. At this moment, the head of the valley demanded that the guards go for towels for the young master, and he himself explained that such a way to get here was needed, so that they were not discovered. Chanso praised him for genius, believing that it was very difficult to arrange such a shelter. And obviously the man was pleased to hear such praise. After that, the head of the valley invited Chanso behind him and invited him to put on his hat and hide his face as a measure of precaution. Finally, they got into the first room of a casino with playing visitors. The man explained that all these people were coming to their village, mainly criminals, who decided to lie down at the bottom in their wilderness. Looking at these people, Chonso was amazed that they had prepared such a good performance. So far, they have not yet betrayed themselves. The guy, without betraying suspicions, said that the girl sent to him said that her father also worked here. He understood that the head of the valley probably heard something about it. However, while the man pretended to be well, and he could believe him if Chonso did not know the whole truth. Laughing, the head of the valley explained that many people came to the village and left. But he could look for this man. The hero pretended to be obviously anyway, believing that they had more important things to do. Smiling and not giving the look, the head of the valley led the hero further, but he himself was very concerned, calling the mentally a girl's girlfriend. Although, fortunately, the young master did not suspect anything. But the man understood that he would soon have to get rid of the girl. Thinking, Chonso understood very well. This man specially hid Iltasic. If he was about to show him a secret storage, he would have to reveal other secrets, since he decided that the young master would become his pass into the big world. Sooner or later, Chonso would have learned about it anyway. Finally, they ended up in the room where prohibited substances were produced. Chonso looked closely and honestly admitted that he saw him impressed. The head explained that he spent 3 whole years and put all himself into the construction of this place. Jan Champ praised him, but noticed the guards behind him, suggesting that these were mercenaries. The man explained that they were subject to him personally. He recruited these people from different dark sects. When Chonso asked about the workers, the head of the valley explained that these were just stupid people trying to help their family. He hardly noticed, but many inhabitants of the village were sitting on prohibited substances. They gave them a large dose, and then slowly reduced the amount. This caused hallucinations. They torn the skin, tried to get rid of non-existent parasites, and came crazy. If at this moment a little devil of the devil should be accepted, they had to feel better. People were convinced that they took the medicine, and asked to give out more. And so, they were already ready to fulfill any of our orders in order to save the lives of loved ones, which meanwhile were gradually fading away thanks to the medicine. Chonso, hiding anger, realized that in this way the man made them with his faithful slaves. They did not even realize that they were hooked on prohibited substances. The head of the valley explained that if people begin to die from the drug, they become an excellent help for dark forces, and considered this an excellent business. At that moment, Jan Champ could hardly restrain his indignation. He understood that there was no forgiveness to this person, because many people have already died through his fault. The change in the person of the young master was noticed by everyone around him. However, he smiled quickly, explaining that he thought slightly, and apologized for his strange reaction. However, Chonso understood. Now it's time to go to the main character on the stage. At that moment, a loud sound came behind them. This sound of knocked-out walls and doors emanated from a dungeon. Everyone was worried, but this caused a young master only a smile. Finally, the penultimate door leading to the dungeon exploded. Looking at the silhouette of the man, the guards immediately realized that it was Iltasic. However, they did not understand how the old ruin still did not die and how it got out of the dungeon. However, the person standing in front of them at that moment was no longer at all similar to who he was earlier. However, they convinced themselves that they should not worry, because he was poisoned, although they were embarrassed that he had just managed to smash the walls. At that moment, looking at these small marshmallows, Iltasic realized that they were already accustomed to their domination, and then the guards became obvious that the dust of the devil no longer acted on him. However, he asked them not to worry about anything that would happen now. After all, although he did not know what the young master would say to this, but this would not help them. He promised that they would not see a slight death. They could not wait for mercy from the bloody demon of the Asura. After that, as if chasing small children, he attacked his offenders. He began to kill them one by one, supported by rage. All these sounds of the murder came from the dungeon and were clearly heard Chonso and his company. They did not understand what was happening while the door that protects them from the unknown did not fall apart. And at that moment they saw that old man. For 10 years he continued to live, although he sincerely wanted to die and thought about it again and again. Only thoughts about his daughter held him in this world. And he could not allow anyone to harm anyone. Everyone only laughed, realizing that he must have survived the mind. And the head of the valley did not understand how, in one day, Iltasic got rid of poisoning and returned his former form. However, the head of the village, trying to distract attention, explained that Iltasic came in vain, since they had already given his daughter to the young master, so now he has nothing to do here. At that moment, the rebellious master carefully looked at Chonso. However, He ordered the young master to leave if he did not want to die, and he immediately obeyed his order and went away. Looking at him in surprise, the head of the valley considered that the young leader was scared. But he with a grin explained that it was a pity that the head did not notice the obvious, because greed blinded him and deprived of sanity. The guards and the head of the valley considered him a fool, although it was obvious that anyone would be afraid when such a monster promised that he would give them the most fair retribution for sins. Ignoring his threats, the head of the valley ordered the guards to stop the old man. They attacked him, considering the usual dependent, who himself dug his grave. However, obviously, such people were not a problem for Iltesik. He could kill anyone using the technique of bloody heaven of Asura. Enemies literally scattered, turning into a mess, interspersed with blood. Then it became obvious to everyone. This man managed to somehow restore his energy during the night. And now, like a furious beast, he promised all those present to tear to pieces. The guards attacked, believing that, despite his strength, they would be able to overcome the crowd. However, they were mistaken, because everyone quickly lost their hands, legs, and even heads. The frightened head of the valley, looking at the approach of Iltesik, asked his assistant for salvation. However, instead of escaping, he decided to offer Iltesik a profitable proposal. He showed him a bag of prohibited substances, which, as he thought, liked him very much. It was the same dust of the devil of the highest quality. Iltesik took this bag, and the assistant immediately brought his sword to chop off his head. However, the old man easily stopped his sword with his bare hands, besides, bent it. He explained that he really did not forget the devil's dust and the tragedy that she made with him and his daughter. Then he squeezed the warrior's hand, crushing all the bones, and then with one blow the fist blew his head. Looking at these horrors, the head of the valley did not understand what happened to this person. After all, he considered him simply hooked on prohibited substances by an old man. Apparently, for this reason, everyone tried to behave more than one with him. Now he understood his oversight and that he could not survive. At this time, Chanso calmly got out, realizing that although he would like to interrogate the person standing behind the head of the valley, he did not want to take a chance to take revenge from Iltesik. Therefore, he put on a mask to continue his task. Initially, the highest demonic art does not include specific techniques. It was just a method of cultivation using the human internal energy. But there are records that help reproduce some tricks. One of these records was the great demonic art of fire tie. With the help of her, Chanso began to run through the poppy fields, burning them. Locals were very worried, tried to put out this fire. With tears in their eyes, they looked at burning crops. Chanso saw very well that they were in despair, perhaps even curse him. It was not surprising, because they had a similar life for a very long time. They did not even understand that because of these colors, they lose their strength and will. It was hardly possible to say that it was their fault. They only wanted to save their relatives and friends. Not seeing another way, they worked here, forgetting about techniques and cults. Upstairs are demonic sects, mired in luxury, forgetting about the teachings of the sacred fire, and orthodox, justifying any actions that they serve justice. It is unlikely that at least one of them can be considered right. And now Chanso had to decide what to do next. Therefore, he flew into the sky, recalling the teachings of the sacred fire. According to them, he must burn everything in order to clean, save through the purification of fire, and show them the embodiment of heaven. All people learned in him the god of a cult, the sun. It was a dark sun, which they began to pray, because he gave them a fire of purification with his sword. They began to idolize the one whom they cursed a second ago. However, Chanso remained calm. Soon Iltesik appeared with people saved from a casino. The head of the valley then realized that everything was over, but he could not just leave. He longed to change something. So he created a powerful explosion of internal energy. People froze in reverence, but regarded this as a divine blessing that descended to them. The next day, a real pogrom began in the same valley. Residents gathered around the house of a young master, believing that he turned away from his faithful followers. Chanso himself was not in the room. There was the extremely alarmed Yultak, who understood that an angry crowd was about to burst inside and spread everything around. Turning to Karen, he desperately tried to find out if the girl knew where his master was now, but she knew nothing. The young servant with bitterness realized, this is a real curse. Since he returned from his solitude, there was not a single calm day. He even thought of just leaving the small palace. However, at this tense moment, as if from nowhere, a Chanso appeared, who remarked with an ironic smile that, if Yultak is so eager to leave his service, he could freely settle in this village. The frightened servant did not even dare to argue. He only alarmedly asked the heir if he knew outside, believing that the high-born master needs to immediately hide in a safe place. The faithful assistant perfectly understood that if angry people see Chonso, then they would tear him to shreds. Despite the persistent warnings of the servant, he resolutely approached and opened the window. A frightening picture appeared in front of them. Angry residents covered by anger shouted curses against the young master, believing that he had betrayed his true followers and turned into a real tyrant. After this gloomy spectacle, the heir to the cult quickly closed the window and calmly returned to his place. At this tense moment, the amazed Yultak was surprised to notice that all these violent cries were amazingly subsided in an instant way. The next second, the doors opened, and Iltesic majestically entered the room. All this time he carried a bloodied bag with him. Seeing a man who had changed so strikingly, Corin could hardly recognize him. She involuntarily had tears in her eyes when she for a moment decided that in front of her was her own father. She immediately confusedly apologized, realizing that this warrior could not be. However, Iltesic spoke in a low, soulful voice, explaining that he himself hardly believes in amazing changes that occurred to him. He solemnly promised his daughter that from now on, she would never live in fear and humiliation again. He sincerely apologized to her for being such an old, blinded fool. Heron, not holding back sobs, could not believe that her father finally returned to her. The former prisoner, gently hugging his daughter's fragile shoulders, vowed that from that day until the last breath, he would become her indestructible defender. The bewildered Yultak did not understand at all what was happening and why such an emotional reunion of the family suddenly happened here. But the wise Chonso softly asked him to be silent and simply not to spoil these precious, touching moments. After this exciting scene, they all went to the Cult of the Sun together and soon ended up on a market square. Suddenly they were found by the strongest rain, so they immediately went to the nearest shelter, the ancient library. There, the elderly archivist Tong Jagala sat, immersed in his many manuscripts. Recently, the number of books and information has doubled, and the documents that he had to carefully study is more than 5 times. Obviously, the venerable old man was extremely exhausted, and did not expect uninvited visitors at all. At that moment, the door was resolutely tapped at the door, and the young gentleman himself appeared on the threshold, whom the surprised keeper of knowledge was still reluctant to go inside. And Yultak, wet to the thread, immediately began to be indignant that the old man forced them to wait for so long on the threshold, because they were all hopelessly wet under a heavy shower. Soon everyone went downstairs to meet with Jagal. The sage looked clearly dissatisfied, not understanding what was happening, and demanded that he be immediately explained such an unusual situation. At this time, the unceremonious Yultak, as nothing happened, was busily dried his wet clothes near the hearth, while the noble Iltesic, along with Karin, examined the ancient portraits of great masters with genuine interest, decorating the ancient walls of the library. Chonso, leisurely taking off the wet outerwear, explained with his inherent grace that they had kept the path from the Valley of the Scoundrels to the small Palace of the Sun, but were caught by a sudden rain, and they had to urgently look for a reliable shelter. However, the adamant Tongjagal, with a note of irritation, recalled that his ancient library is not the place where you can come without a special invitation and count on a warm welcome. The young heir to the cult subtly noticed that the keeper himself opened the doors to them, so he completely does not understand the reason for such a clear discontent. In the end, the elder calmly exhaled, realizing that it was completely useless to argue with this daring young man. To begin with, he ceremoniously greeted Iltesic, apologizing that he had serious health problems, so that he could not greet him properly right away. After that, an official performance took place. At first, indestructible Iltesic, and then the lovely Heron. An experienced warrior already knew that Tongjagal ordered the young master to find him, and the librarian openly admitted that he secretly watched Iltesic for a long time, even when he ended up in that forgotten village of the gods. The proud warrior seemed extremely daring and inappropriate that the old scribe secretly watched him and continued to do this even when he got into that damned hole. But Tongjagal, with philosophical calm, asked a quick-tempered guest not to get excited, explaining that he still knows too little about him, because he spent many long years in the Valley of the Scoundrels. However, the elder assured that he intends to continue his observations further in order to replenish this gap in knowledge. And Iltesic, with a defiant grin, noticed that the old man, of course, could continue to observe. But he would hardly succeed, because the elderly librarian would rather die from old age. Looking at this verbal duel, the penetrating yang of a Chuk with philosophical sadness realized, warriors and scientists will never find a common language. They are always opposite, like water and oil. He peacefully asked them to calm down and stop this meaningless quarrel, because now they practically live under the same roof. The young heir also made an inspirational speech, penetrating that they were once divided, but now fate brought them together in the palace, and he sincerely hopes that the new members of the cult will imbue with common exalted ideas. He solemnly swore that he would never come off the chosen path and will certainly reach his sacred goal, to revive the former glory of the Palace of the Sun. Shocked by the depths and sincerity of these words, Karin and even the harsh Iltasik immediately bowed respectfully in front of the young master, expressing their devotion. While Yultak and Jagal burst out in an inappropriate laugh, the alarmed servant hastily asked that the young master would not pronounce such exalted speeches. This impudent replica seemed to the young heir so rough and disrespectful that he was already seriously thinking about violating his promise relative to these two unworthy. Having calmed down, they settled down at the ancient oak table to discuss in detail the alarming events taking place in the Valley of the Scoundrels. The wise Tong Jagal with satisfaction noted that the inhabitants there have already returned to ordinary life, which means that the time has come to concentrate all their strength and attention to 7 powerful palaces. The insightful old man knew very well that the ambitious Chonso passionately wanted to gather around him those skillful masters who had not yet belonged to any palace, but with regret admitted that they categorically had no precious time for this. After some 4 months, the great festival of heaven was supposed to begin, and they had to make one of two: either rapidly increasing your influence, or, which would be much faster and more effective, skillfully weaken the influence of their formidable rivals. The main problem was that each of the 7 palaces owned an impressive detachment of selected, ruthless fighters, and stood on the same level with 10 great orthodox sections. Their leaders occupied high positions in the cult. If we assume that they are the oldest, most respected members from this mysterious association, and reach the highest stage of elevation, then this demonic cult was simply incredibly powerful, irresistible power. However, the restless Yultak, it seemed, still did not understand the true seriousness of the situation. Why did they just sat and endlessly discussed all these confusing intrigues? He was already pretty bored with these barren, in his opinion, conversations. However, the unflappable Chonso, with light irony, asked him to be patient and wait for a more exciting sequel, after which he respected the elder to continue his story. The gray-haired librarian explained in detail that even though from the outside it may seem that palaces are peacefully cooperating, in fact, they fiercely compete with each other for every grain of power. If it were not for this implacable confrontation, the cult of the sun would have long been ruled by a new, sole leader. The insightful Tessic instantly realized, if they skillfully violate the existing balance of forces, the palaces will be extremely satisfied with the situation. At the moment, each of the 7 palaces of the crust of the sun planned to raise an incredible noise due to the protracted absence of the legal leader of the cult during the approaching great festival of heaven. The ambitious heads of palaces will undoubtedly be violently arguing for the honorable right to become the next supreme ruler. But now that the legitimate young gentleman suddenly returned to his native land, this radically changed the whole political picture. They will certainly appear both who desperately want to eliminate the young heir and those insidious intriguers who will decide to calmly take advantage of the situation for their own benefits. At this tense moment, fearless Iltesic resolutely rose and stated that while the warrior's heart was beating in his chest, none of the living would even dare to touch his legal ruler with a finger. However, the elder with sadness understood. Even such an outstanding master of martial arts could not do all enemies alone. The only really suitable option for a young master is an open connection to an irreconcilable confrontation of palaces. However, the alarmed Yultak with horror realized that such an adventure would help his adored master with only one: quickly and valiantly, but absolutely pointless to die. The unflappable old man philosophically noted that the path to the rise is always covered with dangers and trials. Chonso already hurt much more and offended the fact that his faithful assistant seemed to not believe in his abilities at all. At this critical moment, the deeply worried Yultak decided to ask his highborn master one single, but extremely important question. With sincere care, he dared to offer him prudently to return to the safe limits of the corridor of large demons. Indeed, at this alarming moment, several powerful candidates for the coveted position of the next supreme chapter have already distinguished clearly. All of them were incredibly strong, especially the formidable head of the Palace of Blood Arts, the frightening head of the Palace of Destruction, and the mysterious elder. In the current situation, Yultak saw only one advantage. They did not intend to give in to each other a heaven of power. In addition, the Trade Palace provided secret support at the same time as the Palace of Blood Arts, the Palace of Pleasure, and even the Palace of Destruction. But it was only a skillful camouflage of their true intentions. Their sinister influence grew steadily, and there was only a matter of time when an open, bloody conflict will flare up due to some completely insignificant occasion, and a universal merciless confrontation will begin. Tong Jagal was firmly convinced that when this would happen, Chonso had the opportunity to deftly take advantage of the confusion and triumphantly occupy the desired place of the legitimate head of the cult. It seemed extremely strange to the experienced Iltesik that an ordinary, modest librarian kept himself as if he knew absolutely everything thoroughly. But the elder was really well aware, because for years he meticulously studied all the secret documents shed light on dark secrets. Ile Tasik resolutely stated that they absolutely did not need to weave sophisticated intrigues and invent the most difficult strategies, because a young gentleman can simply gather faithful troops and directly occupy the Sun Palace by right of the legitimate heir. However, Tongjagal shook his head sadly, explaining that now the political situation has changed dramatically. At that moment, when the young master tries to openly occupy the Palace of the Sun, 4 palaces at once, uniting their strength, will immediately attack and mercilessly destroy it. The shocked warrior categorically could not believe that such a catastrophic script is possible. After all, the elite detachment of the Palace of the Sun will not leave the traitors alive, mercilessly avenge their legal master. However, the Keeper of Ancient Knowledge with deep sadness explained that the probability of such a favorable outcome is only miserable 20%. Their chances of victory were so scanty, even if they would openly support the weakened Palace of the Sun. At this moment, the mortally frightened Yultak, with despair in his voice, explained that the venerable Tong Jagal was clearly mistaken in his calculations. Not 20, but most likely the miserable 2% made up their true chances, because the Sun Palace was pretty weakened over the past restless years. Even Ilatesik, accustomed to the most desperate situations, doubted these encouraging 20% with considerable difficulty. He was amazed that the enemies became so powerful during his absence. However, the unflappable old man finally destroyed their fragile hopes, explaining that if the Sun Palace dares to speak out against the united enemies in splendid loneliness, there will be no chance of success at all. Yultak, with bitterness, understood that it would not occur to anyone in his right mind to voluntarily help them for such a miserable and ghostly increase in the chance to win. The thoughtful Iltesik was more perplexed as the cult reached such a deplorable situation. The explanation was surprisingly simple. Although the number of skillful masters of martial arts was steadily growing, there was still no exceptional leader among them. Jan Champ, immersed in gloomy thoughts, also bitterly realized that, it seems, demonic cults and the entire atmosphere on the Central Plains were not very different from the one that was in his past life. The extremely excited Yultak exclaimed emotionally again, not understanding that they really must act so recklessly. Why can they simply prudently hide and patiently wait for the return of the legitimate chapter? Why are they trying to commit what they obviously can't do so stubbornly? However, Karen spoke unexpectedly. She explained that in the Valley of the Scoundrels she lived for a very long time in the shade, not having the opportunity to change anything. Over time, everything got worse. The girl calmly noticed that if they still have to face the problem sooner or later, it is better to meet her face to face. Chonso completely agreed with this wise position. If today they do not do anything to change the situation, tomorrow it will remain the same, or will become worse. The heir explained that he wants to achieve only one. He wanted to turn this place into a real cult of the sun. Yultak did not quite understand his message, because the cult already bore such a name. But the young master made it clear that now the cult was more like a demonic one. He firmly stated that he already knew which path should be put to the goal, and he pointed to the person with whom they should start, to the head of the trading organization. Events are transferred 2 days in advance, to the small Palace of the Sun. At this time, Chonso sat and meditated as if nothing had happened. He already managed to reach the 7th star. This was enough only to reach the peak phase of the elevation stage. When he reaches the 8th star, he will be able to switch to the stage of awakening and overcome the limitations of the human body. And having reached the 9th star, it will become almost invincible. However, the heir understood that he should be careful with this art. Now he has only 7 stars. As soon as it reaches 9, its acupuncture point will be crowded with demonic energy, and a strange feeling that spills over the body will appear. At that moment he will become a heavenly demon, and he wants it or not, the whole world will learn about it. The young man calmly walked around his small palace when he heard Karen's melodic voice. Looking at the thoughtfulness of the master, it seemed to the girl that he would be unwell, Chonso was surprised to see her and decided to find out the reasons for the arrival. Then, noticeably blushing, she bowed in a respectful bow and sincerely apologized for not understanding the true intentions of Chonso. After all, he was so kind that he even allocated a separate house with her father. The heir realized that, apparently, Iltasik had already managed to explain everything to his daughter. He gently made it clear to the girl that she did not need to worry. Here she could live as she wishes, because now they live in a small palace. Having joyfully thanked the benefactor, Karen only asked to give her some task, because she passionately wanted to repay for his kindness. This request caused a young man only a warm smile, because she was exactly the same as her father, the same straightforward and honest. Therefore, he promised that he would definitely come up with a worthy task for her. But their conversation was interrupted by the messengers, who announced that the trade palace was asking for a meeting with the young master. The Palace of Pleasure also asked for this. The heir remained calm, because he knew that sooner or later they would appear. At that moment, Chanamu and his servants and a representative of the Palace of Pleasure gathered near the southern gate of the Palace of the Small Sun. People watching this did not understand what they forgot here, and what troubles they were trying to create. Chanamu, clearly dissatisfied with the presence of competitors, was surprised that the girls did not wag their tails in brothels, but were still here. The young chapter of the palace, Chihami, only answered this coward, calling him a toad, who tried to harm the young master. She expressed surprise how he generally safely got out of this situation. The merchant only got angry, ordering Chihami to shut up. He stated that she did not dare to say that he was trying to harm the heir. The man ordered her to fail while he was in a good mood, and promised that if his conversation with the young master will be successful, he would even invite her to drink. However, Chihami was convinced that decent alcohol could hardly sell such toads. She was sarcastically surprised that he had money at all to apply for it. As a result, their skirmish was quickly interrupted by the appearance of Yultak, accompanied by Iltisik. The girl was surprised at this meeting, because I had not seen these servants before. But soon Chonso himself appeared, who did not understand what these two were doing at his gate. He considered their behavior too daring. As for representatives of the Palace of Pleasure and merchants, for him, everything was said by Yultak, who called them morons, who were not even going to testify their respect. At this moment, all accompanying and Chanamu himself were inclined, expressing his respect to the young leader. The girls behind Chihami did the same, although she herself remained straight. Looking at Chanamu, she only contemptuously noticed that the man really turned out to be a spineless toad bastard. Seeing the discontent of Yultak, she explained that she had no business for him and asked to step aside. Then she calmly greeted the heir and asked if he felt good. Yultak noted that Chihami behaved too flirty with the young master, with which Chanamu also agreed. As a result, when the heir was tired of these empty conversations, he turned and asking Yultak to hold guests, entered the small palace. Soon, Chonso sat in his office in anticipation of visitors. It was Chihami who was released to him. She smeared coquettishly with skirts, rejoicing in the decision of the young leader, and stated that the Palace of Pleasure is incomparably better than the Palace of Sweaty Merchants. However, the heir remained extremely cold-blooded. After her words, he only asked, "Was it really so hot in Camellia in the small palace?" When she explained that this was not so at all, he demanded that she stop waving her skirt, said that she wanted and leave. The girl smiled slyly, expressing the surprise that recently, Chonso was so interested in literature. She was amazed to receive such an exquisite letter from him. These words sounded too boldly, as if before he could not even write such messages. Chihami could not restrain her curiosity and, smiling sweetly, asked if the master was just as sophisticated at night. However, prohibiting the woman to approach him, Tessik blocked her path. She immediately began to ask the heir whether it was new employees whom he hired. At the same time, it seemed to the girl that Iltesik did not look like an ordinary servant at all. But, laughing, she noticed that she had never heard the young leaders to hire accompanying and guards. If he informed the Palace of Pleasure before, they could send him young, beautiful girls to guard. Judging by her frivolous speeches, Chonso realized that Chihami had completely forgotten about her initial obligations and carries complete nonsense. She had too strong a feeling of pride, but at the same time she was distinguished by amazing frivolity. Therefore, he mentally ordered Iltasik to let the girl come closer. When the warrior retreated to 2 steps, letting her out, she only gasped vividly from his simple obedience. Then she approached Chonso and smiled joyfully, even daring to reach out to his face. However, this instantly brought the young master out of his temper. He did not understand how much more the defiant behavior should endure, but Chihami did not notice his irritation. She believed that if Chanso goes to the Palace of Pleasure, he will no longer have to restrain himself. The girl was convinced that the words of the heir were connected with his desire to master her body. However, the matter was completely different. He barely restrained himself, so as not to kill her in place. Looking at him, Chihami was amazed at how much the young leader seemed disgusting to her. She was surprised that Chanso was so sure that he could kill her. She coquettishly explained that she had not yet engaged to her partner, so she asked the heir to be softer. In any case, they could talk about the pleasures between a man and a woman another time. Having decided to move on to the main topic of the conversation, she asked him to visit their palace, promising that they would meet Chanso with open arms. He must do this if he wants to live a long life, because such an image of existence is the only one corresponding to the status of a young leader. It is unlikely that anyone can predict what will ever happen to him in the future. Already seriously angry with her impudence, Ilatesic was ready to kill her. And Jan Chachoka, she also caught up, so he ordered this woman to teach this woman. The assistant said that as a representative of the Palace of Pleasure, her behavior was unforgivable. However, this greatly offended the woman. It seemed to her that Ilatesic did not understand at all who she was, since he dared to talk like that. But the warrior calmly explained that he considered her the messenger of the Palace of Pleasure, who came to meet with the young master. However, now it seems to him that she arrived here only to shamelessly sell her body. Seriously angry, Chihami even accused the young leader of disrespect for her. However, Ilatesic quickly denied this, because can there be something more disrespectful than her daring words? She is a serious criminal who went against the laws of their cult. Firstly, she touched the face of Chanso without permission, and secondly, dared to threaten his safety. Even if now they execute it, they will still be justified. Having finally lost his temper, Chihami decided to punish this daring old man, deciding that he clearly wants to die from her hands. After that, she was lightningly armed with a pair of graceful daggers and arrogantly attacked Ilatesic. Chanso understood bitterly that the small palace really had almost zero power since they were treated like that. He became really interested in whether the demonic cult was always like that. Looking at the unperturbed Ilatesic, he only asked the man not to kill this reckless woman. At this moment, Chihami just sent her sharp blade to the neck of a warrior. After that, a powerful explosion followed, which everyone located on the street heard. Yultak was immediately about to break to the young leader, but Chihami's maids blocked his path. The angry Yultak ordered them to immediately get out of his path. However, they only smiled slyly, preventing him from passing. At this time, Chan Amu was thinking that perhaps a mortal fight occurred. If in her process the young leader dies, it will even be a plus for the merchant's palace. However, at that moment there was a calm voice of Chanso himself, who ordered not to raise the noise, because nothing serious happened. At that moment, everyone froze in amazement. As it turned out, Chihami was already defeated. Her thin blade simply collapsed into two parts. But she did not understand how this could happen, because she was absolutely sure that she had touched Ilatesic with a blade of her dagger. This was not surprising, because the martial art, which Ilatesic owned, made it possible to temporarily attract internal energy and then blow it up. Since this technique comes from the divine art of the heavenly demon, its power is very high, enough to be called demonic art. But the longer this confrontation continues, the more disadvantageous it becomes for Ilatesic himself. Not understanding what her opponent had done, Chihami tried to find out the truth from him. She suspected that it was some kind of technique of an indestructible body, or he hid a hidden weapon somewhere. But Chanso, who rose from his seat, expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that Chihami is the only thing that the Palace of Pleasure is capable of. Looking at her chopped blade, he complained that some inexperienced snot was sent to him, which did not even know how to own his weapons. He was seriously disappointed. It took Chihami even more like. However, not allowing her to scream, the heir with lightning speed grabbed her face and, carefully peering into his eyes, tried to understand how he should do with her. But she only hissed, like a snake, from a hanging threat. Since she dared to come for his head, perhaps it was worth hanging her head in the Palace of Pleasure as a warning. After these ominous words, he threw her to the ground like an unnecessary toy and suggested that he could punish her right now. In response, Chihami immediately called him a crazy bastard. However, Chanso realized that he did not want to waste his precious time on people like her. He resolutely decided that he could report the everything manager in the Palace of Pleasure later. Then Ilatesic calmly asked to invite the next visitor. Enraged Chihami, boiling with indignation, promised that Chanso would grieve bitterly if she cost her in such a dismissive way. However, she perfectly understood that nothing could contrast him with power with her modest skills. The young gentleman calmly ordered her to get away. When a woman left, Puzzled by Ilitesic decided to ask the question that interests him for a long time. He wanted to know who is really such a Chonso. However, the heir could not answer anything, and at that moment, the warrior suddenly bowed in a deep bow, believing that he could somehow insult the master with his daring question. The young man gently explained that he should simply not ask about it, and asked the faithful defender to rise. Then he began to discuss that the young mistress of the Palace of Pleasure, although he looks like an attractive beauty, actually has a cruel and more quick-tempered temperament than anyone else. He was convinced that she would not just leave it. Ilitesic noticed that it was not too late to call Chihami back. Chonso suggested that the warrior wanted to reassure her and force her to feel better, but did not consider it a reasonable decision. After all, when they encounter each other again, this is only a matter of time. As it turned out, an experienced martial arts master proposed simply getting rid of the bold guest. Even if they leave her alive, it will only aggravate the matter. Perhaps he reasoned it would be better to simply eliminate it now, and then show the initiative and settle things with the Palace of Pleasure. At that moment, Chonso realized with anxiety what he had long forgotten about. Before him was a true warrior of a demonic cult, a ruthless creature to the brain of bones. He firmly asked that the man would not kill anyone without his direct order. The heir understood that it makes no sense to just kill and get rid of opponents. All that can be done in the same way is to build a fragile lock of sand on the mountains of meaningless corpses. He made it clear to his defender that according to intelligence records, the mistress of the Palace of Pleasure seems to do very valuable his family. Therefore, he urged Ilitesic not to take any rash actions first. It was necessary to wait until Chonso develops a thorough plan. Thinking about the mistress of the Palace of Pleasure, the young leader hoped that this is a person whose character could still be changed for the better. At this moment, the doors just opened, and all the servants of Chihami saw the deplorable state of their young mistress. They were in alarm around her, trying to find out if everything was in order with her. The frightened Yultak did not understand what the master did with the girl and why they went so far in his confrontation. Chan Amu with a grin suggested that Chonso must have been a really lustful pervert, who seduced the girl with some mysterious witchcraft. Yultak, well aware of the true state of things, only with irony he sympathized with Chan Amu, realizing that as soon as he enters the heir's chambers, perhaps he would be taken from there, already lifeless. And finally, Chonso himself appeared, who, with a slight smile, suggested that Chan Amu follow him. He added that he was already in plenty of breath, and now is the time to smell of money. The merchant, approaching, asked the young master to visit their majestic trade palace with surname. At the same time, a real scandal was unfolding in the peak of the earth. Danyaha shouted loudly and cursed frantically, and her devoted nanny tried in vain to reassure her. However, the wayward girl was completely not going to listen and continued to rage. The nanny did not understand the true reason for such a ferocity of Danyeva. She carefully suggested that the girl might meet with a young leader, which was why she was in such anger. However, she angrily demanded that the nanny did not even dare to mention him. The old woman then reasoned that perhaps the girl was angry due to the fact that she was so long separated from her named groom. However, Danhu was clearly not going to be sad because of the such annoying bastard. She, in desperation, stated that she was even ready to shave her head and go into secluded mountains for a long meditation, just to avoid this marriage. The nanny gently reported a quick-tempered pupil, explaining that this is a common thing when noble people marry each other in order to maintain the purity of the genealogy. She emphasized that Dan Yehwe was incredibly lucky, because she was able to find out in advance who she had to marry. Luxury, inaccessible to many girls of her situation. However, the indomitable Dan Yehi categorically stated that she was not going to marry him, and would prefer to connect her fate with someone whom she had never met before. But the reasonable nanny recalled that Chonso comes from a respected family. However, the obstinating girl obsculpturously objected that she did not consider his family truly respected. After all, the whereabouts of the leader of the cult remained unknown for a long time. The frightened nanny, having heard such impudent speeches, begged the girl to lower her voice. However, Dan Yewe did not care, even if Chonso himself hears her harsh words. However, she was sure that there was not a single living soul nearby. At this tense moment, a heavy door suddenly swung open, and a rude male voice indignantly interrupted her daring speeches. This harsh man was the formidable owner of the palace. Soon, the head was already standing in the training arena opposite her angry father. He strongly demanded that the girl expose her sword. She did not understand. Did he really believe that she would not dare to direct the weapon against her own parent? The young warrior was ready to repeat again that she was not going to marry this person simply because she did not want to associate fate with him. The man was deeply indignant that she allowed simple emotions to spoil the most significant event in her life. However, the obstinate daughter said that this guy is worth nothing. After all, the father himself said that if someone gives slack, they could destroy their noble family. Therefore, she sincerely did not understand why her father was going to practically sell her to this obvious weakly. The owner of the palace severely recalled that she had already taken an oath of engagement in the name of the god of sacred flame. However, the indomitable girl firmly stated that she was not obliged to do this if she did not want to. Now she finally changed her mind to marry a such jerk. And his father, losing patience, ordered his daughter to attack him if she was so serious in her decision. He wanted to understand whether she could still say such audacity after the test by force. However, not experiencing the slightest doubt, she immediately abruptly attacked him. The brave girl again proudly recalled that she was not going to get married. Then, triumphantly raising her weapons, quickly ran away. The man was surprised to realize that his stubborn daughter trained truly diligently. Perhaps she has already reached the highest stage of skill. After waiting for the head to retire, he restrainedly called his faithful commander of the department. He understood that this wayward girl was still his only and unique daughter. Therefore, he demanded to bring him the young leader of Chonso. That was all he could do for her now. Father strictly ordered the commander to make sure that the martial art of the young heir is at the level that would suit them. This will be his special gift for the beloved daughter. At this very time, Chonso and his companions jumped on excellent horses. This rare breed of horses was difficult to find even in the mountainous regions. Therefore, undoubtedly, the trade palace made a lot of effort to get such horses. However, the time soon came to make a stop. The hero dismounted and offered to arrange a short halt in order to relax a little from the road. However, the arrogant Vat Amu impatiently explained that they almost arrived at the destination, and it was not necessary to rest here. At this moment, it became obvious that this arrogant merchant did not understand at all where and with whom he was. After this phrase, Chonso suddenly recalled his name as a man who had previously tried to kill him. Although Chan Amu desperately tried to refute this, the young gentleman decided to directly ask if this man was the legal heir to the trade palace. However, he, not caught the true essence of the issue, awkwardly told that he had an older brother. He arrogantly stated that if he were a receiver, he would undoubtedly achieve much more than his senior relative. But, unfortunately, luck turned away from him in this matter. Chonso was even more surprised by the fact that he was sent to him, who was a clear disrespect for his position. This daring merchant definitely looked down on him since he crossed the threshold of his palace. With a barely noticeable smile, the heir realized that this was his chance. Since Chan Amu was not a direct heir, he could kill him with impunity. However, the young master soberly reasoned that Chan Amu would meet his death sooner or later, and decided that it would be better to temporarily use it for his purposes. At this tense moment, Yulta quickly crept up from behind and grabbed the merchant tightly. The frightened Chan Amu loudly demanded that he be released immediately, completely not understanding why an elite forbidden detachment was at a distance and does nothing. He could not believe that they were just going to let Chonso kill him without the slightest resistance. The next moment, the young heir leisurely took out a sharp blade and promised with a grin that now he would cut the insolent. From these sinister words, the frightened merchant immediately screamed heartily. Chonso carefully looked everything around and noticed Chan Amu close, evaluating his gaze behind his back. He immediately realized that the main figure in this strange company was clearly not a cowardly Chan Amu. The young gentleman imperiously ordered the frightened merchant to stop making no sense, because he had not even done anything with him so far, although he could just cut his throat to begin with. However, at this decisive moment, another more assembled man, who calmly asked the heir to show mercy, performed ahead. Chonso interested the personality of this mysterious person. The stranger, bowing respectfully, apologized that he had not previously introduced himself properly. His name was Chan Biran, and he was an experienced warrior who was responsible for the elite forbidden detachment of the merchant's palace. The young leader, returning the blade back to the scabbard, drew all his attention to this intriguing stranger. However, he strictly warned the trembling Chan Amu that if he again transgresses his boundaries, he would immediately lose his head. After that, the heir openly expressed his opinion about Chan Birana, with irony noting that the commercial palace seems to love to spy very much. However, the commander calmly explained that he was simply silent in order to reliably protect his master in the event of any unforeseen situation. He had to make sure that Chonso would never show what he was capable of fully. This part, according to him, was the basis of the moment when it is sometimes necessary to fool even their allies in order to subsequently successfully deceive enemies. Chonso found his excuses too naive, because the man obviously tried to create the impression that everything was done solely for the good of the young heir. However, Chanbiran sincerely assured that if something had happened to Chonso, then the cult of the sun would really be in a serious danger. As a result, the young master was pretty tired of these empty conversations. When Chanbiran solemnly vowed that he would personally take care of the safety of the heir, he decided to believe him this time. However, he firmly demanded that the commander never try to deceive him again, because the second time, he would definitely not forgive him. The warrior, respectfully bowing, carefully listened to the serious warning of Chonso. The young leader only smiled calmly and explained that this time he was ready to believe his words. Soon, travelers in full force safely reached the majestic trade palace. This truly delightful place fascinated, and according to the surprised reaction of Chonso, it became obvious that he was here for the first time. The young heir was especially struck by an extensive water space spreading nearby. Chanbiran proudly explained that it was not the sea, but a wide, full-flowing river that formed when the eternal snow of high mountains melted. It was called the Hot Sea. In the past, many travelers mistakenly took this powerful river for the real sea, from where its poetic name came. Even the experienced Iltasik was deeply amazed at how magnificent this place was, while his daughter was surprised that his father managed to visit here in his life. The insightful Vat of Baran showed a keen interest, noting that the face of the harsh Iltasik seems to be vaguely familiar to him. He politely asked his combat nickname. The veteran, not at all embarrassed, proudly introduced himself as Bloody Asura, a name from which many soldiers involuntarily shuddered. Finally, it was time to solemnly enter the majestic trade palace. When they drove through the main gate, elegant girls were gracefully dancing everywhere, and lively bidding boiled, where various merchants acquired valuable grain and other goods. The impatient Yultek became interesting when they finally get to the main building of the palace. Chanbiran explained with a smile that they had almost arrived at the destination. But at that moment, the faces of the accompanying people suddenly distorted from genuine fright. Chonso instantly looked in the direction of their alarmed glances and saw a young, stately man, completely dressed in dazzling white clothes. It was none other than the powerful heir to another opposing palace. Events are transferred at the moment when the head of the trading guild saw Yuljin. He looked extremely worried, not understanding what brought such a high-ranking guest into their possessions. The young warrior calmly explained that his father was alarmed and was interested in whether the head of the trade palace had forgotten about his long-standing promise. It was the eldest son of the ruler of the Palace of Blood Arts, whose name caused awe of even the most brave masters. The head of the trade palace, nervously correcting clothes, explained that now their lands experienced the destructive attack of the Oirats, so it was not easy for them to earn a living. He sincerely did not understand why they were expected to advance forward in such a plight. Realizing the essence of the problem, Yulden calmly said that in this case, he wanted to meet with Chanamu, because he heard about an unpleasant incident that recently occurred in a restaurant. The head of the palace hastily made it clear that there was no need for this. These words noticeably surprised Yuljina, who began to understand that Chanamu was probably absent in the palace. It originated in it an alarming thought that the wayward young man went to the palace of the small sun. After all, if he really ended up there, it could cause serious misunderstandings with the young leader of Chonso. Meanwhile, the head of the merchants with indifference made it clear that he knew nothing about this, since usually his impulsive son does solely what would embrace him in the head. Yuldin, leaning politely, decided to immediately go in search of Chanamu, while his interlocutor continued to insist that there was no urgent need for this. However, unexpectedly for everyone, Yuldin spent his elegant blade with lightning speed. His blow was so rapid that those present barely caught the movement of the blade. It definitely hurt the flower, standing to the left of the pale face of the head of the trade palace. The man instinctively reached out to catch a falling pot with a precious plant. Yuldin with disarming calm explained that this rare plant was affected by an invisible disease. However, it can still survive if the affected leaves are cut in time. But if the plant is left alone for too long, you will have to mercilessly cut it off with the root. He politely apologized for his apparent rudeness, and generously promised in return personally to take care of the annoying problems with the Oirats. The head of the trade palace inwardly shuddered, fully realizing the impressive power of this young man. Yuldin was clearly close to the achievement of the highest kingdom of the demon. However, despite this, a frightened man mentally considered him a real dangerous madman. Soon, Yuljin met his elite detachment. His faithful assistant quietly made it clear to the master that the attack of the Oirats was just a transparent justification. and the trade palace obviously not just reduced the promised amount of money for them. However, Yulden strictly asked the girl to refrain from unnecessary questions and assumptions. She, silently agreeing, bowed respectfully in front of him. It was the commander of the famous White Battle 7, a special support detachment. At this significant moment, his faithful assistant, a noble hawk with a penetrating look, was majestically on the strong hand of the master. Yulden immediately decided to find out from a smart bird if someone he knew here. However, it was at that moment that he noticed Chonso and Yultak, who was quietly standing in front of him a few steps. Looking at the approaching pair, the penetrating Jan Champi instantly realized that Yulden was Yultak's older brother. Both of them came from the powerful Palace of Bloody Arts. It became extremely interesting to the young leader to know if this mysterious warrior was on his side. Passing by Yultak, his older brother calmly and with dignity greeted him, noting that he had not seen his younger relative for a long time. When he approached Chonso, he resolutely asked what important matter brought the representative of the Palace of Blood Arts to these lands. However, reflecting, he admitted that he had no reason not to be on the lands of his trading partner. After which the warrior asked exactly the same direct question himself, Chonso himself. However, the answer of the young heir turned out to be exactly the same as that of Yulgen. Evasive and careful. Both quickly realized that they did not intend to reveal to each other the true reasons for their appearance, so Yulden politely took a part and was about to leave. However, at the last moment, turning to the silent Yultak, he asked with a cold grin whether his younger brother was still miserable and weak as before. Without waiting for an answer to his ulcerative question, he immediately informed the frightened Chan Amu, which he urgently wishes to talk in private with him, and promised that he would join him soon. At the same time, the second master himself sincerely did not understand why the master came here. The presence of a detachment of the support of the White Seven even more puzzled him. Chonso was much more interested in the strange behavior of his friend Yultak. He already knew that Yuldin was the eldest son of the formidable owner of the Palace of Blood Arts, so their sudden meeting was undoubtedly very awkward for both brothers. Soon, all the companions of Chonso gathered in a cozy guest house to discuss the last alarming events. There they learned that Yuldin was currently occupied with an extremely high rank in the Cult of the Sun. He led a special elite force, widely known as a detachment of support, a real combat elite of the cult. Having familiarized himself with this valuable information, the impressive Karen was noticeably alarmed, because the Palace of Blood Arts, without a doubt, possessed the most powerful military force among all 7 palaces of the Cult of the Sun. After this revelation, she resolutely turned to the thoughtful Yultak to find out more about his mysterious brother. However, he only said silently. He clearly did not like the tense atmosphere that arose around this topic. He persistently invited friends to stop further discussion of his family affairs. But nevertheless, he was reluctant to talk about a man who was an omnipotent master of the Palace of Blood Arts, and occupied the second place in the struggle for leadership in the cult. That was his father. But Yultak himself was a son from the concubine, and never received any recognition or support from the harsh parent. Although such an attitude was a very common phenomenon for their noble clan, and his family could even be known for its coldness to illegitimate offspring, his older brother Yulden never treated him dismissively, as if with his son of a simple concubine. He even patiently taught him complex martial arts. But he became cold with him until his younger brother completely disappointed him, starting to tear his life pointless, thoughtlessly dragging with the young leader of Chonso, visiting brothels and other dubious dens. But now Yultak sincerely hoped that soon the opinion of his respected older brother would change for the better, because now Chonso clearly has become much more serious and purposeful than ever before. The puzzled Yultak did not understand anxiously, was his master seriously going to go there, or was thinking something like that. He carefully made it clear that everyone is well aware of the close ties of the Palace of Blood Arts, with numerous escort leaders and trade palaces throughout the country. Chonso was especially interested in the important fact that they had a significant impact in the trade palace. This unequivocally meant that both of these powerful clans were on the same side in a large political game. Therefore, he urgently asked his faithful assistants to collect as much valuable information about them as possible and carefully check if there are any alarming signs that they are initially configured against the small Palace of the Sun. The tired Yultak sincerely wanted to relax a bit before performing this responsible task, but he realized that the situation did not tolerate delay. Therefore, the decisive Karen and the adamant Iltesik quickly seized the evasing Yultak and persistently fired him to complete an emergency task. At the same time, Chonso sat alone, thinking deeply about the head of the trading guild and the position of the palaces. He initially believed that the Palace of Merchants and the Palace of Pleasure are precisely those places in which he must be enlisted by support. In order for his group to move forward effectively, they certainly needed reliable capital and fast transport. That is why in the Murim Union there were not only combat sects, they also had many influential banks, outlets, and escort owners. But that was not all. The main problem was that the only map that he was holding in his hands was the title of a young leader, the heir to the small palace. In order for the trading chapter to sincerely want to take his side, Chonso had to have his own convincing ambitions and real power. Therefore, for starters, it was vital to isolate a trading palace from the rest of the rivals. At this tense moment of thought, an unexpected guest appeared. It was Chanbiran, who respectfully said that the owner of the palace had already completed all his urgent affairs, and respectfully asked if the young leader could meet him right now. Chonso was clearly surprised, noticing how young Chanbiran looked young. The face that he had now seen was strikingly different from the harsh appearance that he had observed earlier. Having bowed, the man sincerely apologized for showing disrespect for the young master. At this moment it became obvious, he undoubtedly used a skilled mask of specially processed human skin to hide his true appearance. Jan Champ dryly recalled that he had already warned the interlocutor to never deceive him again. Chanbiran again, in crushed, apologized for the fact that the situation so unsuccessfully got out of control. Then the insightful Chonso bitterly realized that Chanbiran did not take him seriously at all. Surely he believed that all the words of the heir were just empty threats and children's jokes. This experienced warrior clearly looked down at him, like a non-hazardous child. The young leader coldly recalled that he came here only thanks to the sincerity of the head of the trade palace, since he promised that he would pay for all the unforgivable sins committed by his reckless son. But now, Chonso clearly understood that he should not have come to this dangerous place at all. But Chanbiran was ready to go to any humiliation, if only to sincerely apologize to the offended young leader. He persistently assured that now his true face appeared before him, without any masks and pretense. However, Chonso no longer understood how he could trust this false person and meet with the owner of his palace. He resolutely stated that he was immediately returning to the palace of the small sun. Having fallen to his knees in despair, the commander begged to reconsider this severe decision, and vowed to personally make sure that nothing like this would never happen again. However, Chonso remained adamant. He was already shamelessly deceived twice, and it is unlikely that this cunning will not do this for the third time. The young master could not believe empty words, so he firmly asked to give the owner of the palace that he would never hold any business meetings with him again. The pleading Chanbiran persistently wanted to know what he certainly needs to be done to earn such desirable trust in the young leader. Chonso perfectly understood. Usually, this proud commander is not one of those people who would allow themselves such humiliating behavior. The only reason he now showed his weakness so easily was that he sincerely considered Chonso a useless and non-hazardous youth. The heir decided a little more to mock this self-confident person and handed him a clean piece of paper and an elegant feather. He intended to force the commander to write something important in order to gain complete confidence in his sincerity. To begin with, Chanbiran had to write that he was the commander of a secret prohibited detachment of a trade palace. After these first words, the commander clearly doubted, believing that the young leader was going to ask him for some special protection. However, Chonso only mysteriously smiled in response to such a naive assumption. The next phrase, which the heir forced to write a puzzled man, was that supposedly Chanbiran was about to destroy the entire palace of the small sun. Obviously, the shocked commander immediately began to argue desperately, explaining that the young Chonso himself should perfectly understand how many powerful people would like to harm his palace, and that he and his family tried to protect the heir from this danger with all his might. However, the observation Chonso seemed very strange that his imaginary defenders so carefully hid their true personality from him, supposedly only to test him. He completely did not understand why the quick-tempered son of the merchant's palace so persistently tried to check it if they were on his side. According to solid opinion, Chanbiran was a very dangerous and unpredictable person. However, the commander continued to persuadedly objected that this was completely wrong. Chonso calmly remarked that if he really does not pose a threat, then there should not be any problems in order to honestly write down what they demand from him. In this case, no unpleasant consequences will follow. As a result, obviously nervous and doubting, Chanbiran still reluctantly took up the pen. However, looking at his indecisive movements, the wise Chonzo realized that he should leave immediately. He had to just go straight to the Palace of Pleasure. Realizing that they were losing a potentially important ally, the desperate Chanbiran finally broke and agreed to write absolutely everything that was required. He desperately hoped that this humiliating concession would be enough. But this is precisely what the insightful Yang Chakok achieved. He insisted that the commander add something still significant to this incriminating letter. Chanbiran had to add that the Palace of the Small Sun itself would serve as evidenced by the veracity of his recognition. If he violates his solemn promise, he can be considered a traitor without hesitation. The commander was forced to assure all this by a family sign with the image of the Holy Sun. It was a special memorial plaque issued by the cult, a kind of identification of a member of a demonic cult. We can say that it was something no less important than life itself, since this is the only reliable way that people of cult could officially identify each other. The only reason why the proud owner of the palace agreed to such humiliation could be that he was absolutely confident in his actions, or in that the Palace of the Small Sun considered just a harmless joke. But no matter what it really is, now the palace was officially obliged to defend the Palace of the Small Sun, in spite of any circumstances. Shortly after the successful end of the compilation of this important letter, the peaceful Chanbiran respectfully led Chonso for the long-awaited meeting with the head of the trade palace. He, sitting in his luxurious place, warmly greeted the young leader and politely asked him to feel completely calm and comfortable in his possessions. The owner of the palace explained that he deliberately arranged their meeting a little later after the arrival of a high guest, because he sincerely wanted to give him the opportunity to relax after a tedious road. Chonso was impressed with such prudence, knowing very well how much effort was put this influential man in order to deliver him here in complete safety. In addition, the head of the merchants joyfully stated that he specially prepared a special gift for the respected young leader, since he first left Solitude. While they talked, Chonso's attentive gaze attracted an impressive chest, full of sparkling gold. The head of the trade palace immediately became obvious what exactly his guest was looking at. He honestly admitted that he could give the young leader all this wealth if Chonso really wished it. At that moment, the air became clear that the owner of the trade palace was much more generous and insightful than he initially expected. In addition, he noticed with interest that an influential man, by all signs, lived a completely happy and wealthy life. Chonso gave an example, an old proverb. Parents are sometimes so concerned about love for their children that they do not even notice their own unreasonable deeds. Since the head of the trading house had such a precious son, it was simply impossible for him to live an unhappy life. However, it seemed to the young leader that the head of the merchants remained too ignorant if he did not even know about his own unseemly acts. He should openly and honestly pray for forgiveness, but instead he calmly ordered his faithful subordinates to lock Chonso in a guest room. And now he was sitting in a much higher place, condescendingly talking to him. For the insightful air, it looked like the head actually admitted in a secret conspiracy against him. However, the alarmed merchant immediately began to exclaim hotly that this is completely wrong. But Chonso calmly repeated his insightful question. Suddenly laughing, the head of the merchants admitted that he realized a lot when Chonso opened his eyes for his unheard-of son. Rising, he unexpectedly asked the young leader to sit in an honorable place where he had just sat. Chonso, as if nothing had nothing, went straight along the expensive table, confidently sank into the chair prepared for the owner. Obviously, such impudent recklessness finally led the head of a trading house, but he skillfully did not show. Chonso behaved so defiantly because he already dealt with such influential people. Once, inquisitive, Chonso asked the leader of the beggars, which was wise with the experience of the leader, why he was so similar to the rest of the rich and influential people, despite the fact that they were at the completely opposite ends of the social staircase. He wisely noticed that all people, in essence, are similar. There are those who have everything in abundance, and there are those who, it would seem, do not need anything at all. And in a strange way, now before the air was a man who was surprisingly similar to representatives of both of these types at the same time. Therefore, Chonso admitted the owner of the palace extremely honestly and even rudely that he hates all the difficulties and intrigues. After he finished his long-term solitude, his mysterious father mysteriously disappeared, leaving him alone with only one obsessive thought. In addition, he continued, he was completely not interested in what attracted the attention of all the other courtiers. He simply had to rightfully occupy the empty throne of the leader of the cult, since this place has long and undeservedly empty. Chonso expressed the hope that the insightful owner of the trade palace understands what is actually being discussed. He believed that they thought with a man on the same wave, and therefore came here in order to personally visit him. But instead of the expected reception, they aimed at his life, and were also inexplicably rude at the first meeting, which greatly disappointed him and guarded him. However, laughing again, the wise merchant sincerely apologized for involuntarily showing unforgivable disrespect for the young leader. He expressed the hope that the generous Chonso would forgive him with his wide, as an endless sea. The head also asked what he needed to do to make amends for the unforgivable ignorance of his hot-tempered son. He solemnly stated that he now considers himself a faithful servant of a young heir. Chonso was sincerely interesting to hear what important conclusions the penetrating head of the trade palace came. He enthusiastically reported that he had prepared a really valuable and unique gift for a young guest. Solemnly slapping his hands, he announced that the gift was completely special, and he was firmly convinced that Chonso would appreciate him. At that moment, Chanbiran appeared, carefully carrying an elegant red box in his hands. As soon as she opened, the amazed Chonso saw exquisite daggers lying on a velvet pillow, but at first did not understand why they were so valuable. The head of the palace, with a slight smile, asked if the young master heard about the legendary 5 sacred guns. The shocked Chonso could not believe that he was really a famous weapon from among the sacred relics. But this turned out to be a pure truth. The head specially prepared such an invaluable gift. These were the legendary demonic daggers of the sacred fire. The merchant knew very well that it was exactly the rarest weapon that Chonso could never have received in the usual way, and he generously was going to give them to him. But that was not all. He was also ready to make sure that every month the young heir was regularly sent to a ton of gold ingots to the palace of the young heir. These generous supplies would help Chonso build their magnificent palace, which would eventually become much larger and more luxurious than the merchant's palace itself. However, this tempting offer had one key condition. The chapter suggested that Chonso make a serious deal. Of course, he had to ultimately take the place of the supreme leader of the cult, and the merchant's palace was ready to provide him with comprehensive support in this difficult matter. Chonso was genuinely surprised that he was so straightforwardly asked to become the leader of a powerful cult. However, the head solemnly stated that this is quite natural. After all, it was the sacred purpose of the imperial family. It would be completely pointless if someone else, except for the legal heir of Chonso, would take this high position. Similar would be an unforgivable betrayal and treason, and the angry gods would certainly turn away from the cult. However, the insightful Jan Champ noticed that it was rather strange to talk about the imperial family in the context of a demonic cult. However, he politely agreed with a wise man and admitted that there was a lot of deep meaning in his words. The head was sincerely glad to hear this, especially the fact that the young leader finally realized why he first rejected his visit. Chonso agreed that the man was a truly amazing diplomat with a slight irony. However, one detail nevertheless embarrassed him. Based on what he knew, the trade palace also supported the powerful master of the Palace of Blood Arts. It was extremely interesting to the young heir what a cunning man was going to get, playing so risky on 2 fronts. This insightful statement really interested the head of merchants, who found him extremely curious question. Even the indisputable fact that Chonso was generally interested in such complex matters surprised him, because he sincerely did not believe that the young heir was generally capable of deep thoughts. The head of the merchants explained that he simply noticed and understood something important. He had already heard that the young leader suddenly had a new powerful bodyguard, as well as that Chonso was absent in the palace for a long time. He did not reasonably suspect that he could secretly visit one of the 7 other palaces. Perhaps he even managed to conclude an important deal with this mysterious palace, and in response they generously provided him with an experienced bodyguard as a guarantee of their support. It seemed extremely strange to him that the young heir did this all this long way allegedly only in order to politely visit him. But if someone influential directed Chonso here with a certain mission, then this would already have much more sense. Therefore, he reasoned that the young man probably visited either the fighting palace or in the Palace of Pleasure before his visit. He was clearly excited and suggested that the interests of the Palace of Blood Arts could stand behind this. However, Chonso resolutely stated that he had no idea what was at stake. But the incredulous chapter considered this an obvious lie and persistently decided to find out the true opinion of Chonso. Why did he really look for him? However, when the young master calmly reminded his previous explanations, the merchant only got angry because he categorically did not believe his words. Carefully evaluating the inner power of the man, the experienced fighter became obvious that he significantly increased it with the help of rare elixirs. It was extremely interesting to him how many precious elixirs he managed to use. Now he had an impressive amount of internal energy, And since the chapter obviously used considerable money to rapidly increase his military capabilities, it is completely natural that he had to put finances above even martial arts. But the merchant quickly calmed down again, and now deeply thought about who was actually involved in this complex political conspiracy. He certainly had to find out the whole truth before sitting on such a risky boat. In addition, he should have found out exactly who was the true hidden master of this dangerous boat. Chanso tactfully recalled that the merchant's palace is not the only place where serious financial resources were concentrated. He frankly hinted that he was going to visit the Palace of Pleasure also, and he reasonably remarked that the Palace of Punity is much better coping with the collection of valuable information. The thing was that each of the 7 influential palaces possessed its unique forces and had a powerful but specific influence on certain spheres of the life of the cult. The Palace of Holy Fire traditionally was responsible for the general control, the Palace of Bloody Arts. For the military affairs, the Palace of the Fighters provided the guilty punishment system, and the Poison Palace played an important role in a large medicinal warehouse for the whole cult. The main problem was the difficult relationships between the Palace of Merchants and the Palace of Pleasure, since they both actually were responsible for the same key economic functions. Now, when a large-scale power for power was inevitably approaching, the rest of the palaces will certainly try to strategically unite with these 2 financially powerful palaces, and since their spheres of influence were largely intersected, they also inevitably entered into tough competition with each other. That is why the far-sighted Chanso had no other reasonable choice, except to personally meet with representatives of the Palace of Pleasure. As a result, exhaling heavily, he frankly admitted that he perfectly understands that the chapter had many different boats, which he could profitably sit on. Understanding that the cautious owner of the palace still cannot completely trust him, Chanso decided tactfully allow him to believe in what he wanted. He mysteriously said that he really came here by the secret will of another influential person. The head believed him this time with relief. However, he emphasized that now there was definitely no time to make a final decision. First, he needed to meet his trusted people, and Chanso politely asked the man not to rush him with an answer. In addition, he decided to gratefully accept precious blades, since the merchant, obviously, invested a lot of effort and funds in this generous gift. But he also gently warned that the fee for the safety of his boat would be at least 30% of all assets of the trade palace. He generously gave the chapter a whole month to send these impressive funds to his palace, and at the same time gave him time to carefully think about other boats that could potentially offer him a more profitable deal. The worried chapter persistently asked that the young leader at least rest a little before setting on the road, but the proud heir firmly stated that he did not consider himself obligated to do this. He politely asked that the head of the merchants would not worry in vain, and calmly went to deal with his urgent matters. On this, he quickly took apart and resolutely retired from the palace. Soon after his departure, without making a final decision, the puzzled head of the trade palace decided to urgently meet the faithful Chanbiran. He was frankly angry, because in the end he was a very capable and influential person, and considered the demand 30% real robbery among broad day. The wise Vat of Biran gently asked to maintain composure and not make hasty decisions. However, the angry owner could not calm down in any way, believing that the impudent Chanso was doing some dirty and dishonest tricks. Chanbiran calmly said that perhaps the young Chanso was not even connected with any other palace. He admitted that he did not know for sure, but suggested that other palaces would rather try to carefully avoid such an open conflict. In addition, the mysterious young gentleman mentioned some mysterious man who allegedly directed him. Then, the experienced head of the merchants crept in serious suspicions that the Association of Elders could stand behind this. Chanbiran also felt a high probability of this assumption, but did not think that such a alignment would be something unequivocally bad for them. In any case, if they simply leave everything as it is, then in the end, they will have to support the ambitious Palace of Bloody Arts. But then the abuse of power by the new rulers will inevitably become even more egregious. Chanbiran significantly hinted that this was exactly what Yulden had in mind when he had recently promised to personally take care about this delicate matter. If such outrageous things have already happened every day, then they could expect even more fair complaints when the power-loving master of the Palace of Blood Arts will finally become the supreme leader of the whole cult. In addition, according to him, the master of the Palace of Fighters will most likely combine his significant efforts with the master of the Palace of Pleasure, and the influential Association of Elders will take hands with the young master. All this unequivocally meant that a large destructive war for power was rapidly approaching, and it would be very pragmatic if they could extract at least some financial profit from this chaos. However, the head of the merchants remained extremely concerned. He was clear what to lose. Chanbiran perfectly understood that all this was only a skilled game, which was played by a young leader, who himself was only a puppet. Although Chanso has grown strongly as a warrior in recent years, his true nature, according to the commander, has not undergone significant changes. In addition, he was firmly convinced that the impudent Chanso had already put his paws on Chihami. It was especially alarming news to hear about which right now, although the commander personally did not know all the piquant details of what was happening in a closed room. The young leader was widely known as a lustful pervert. Therefore, seeing the frustrated appearance of a usually impeccable girl, he was completely sure that something extremely indecent had happened there. This unexpected revelation caused a strange mixture of gloating and satisfaction on his usually impassive face. In such a blatant case, the proud mistress of the Palace of Pleasure would definitely not let it go from, and the naive Chanso clearly did not understand what he so recklessly got involved in his stupidity. In addition, the young heir arrogantly stated that the merchant's palace was not the only place where serious finances were concentrated. But for Chanso, the path to the Palace of Pleasure was now tightly closed after what happened. Therefore, the insidious chapter even began to seriously think simply to allow the unreasonable young man to die at the hands of the vengeful Chihami. However, Chanbiran understood that this would be an extremely incorrect and short-sighted decision. It was better to first save Chanso and return to your plans at a more suitable time. This proposal seemed a very strange chapter. He considered the current situation an ideal opportunity to get rid of the arrogant young leader and competing palace. But the wise assistant considered this approach deeply erroneous. In fact, he perfectly understood that if the Palace of the Sun was completely destroyed, this will inevitably become the end for themselves. As a result, the pragmatic chapter nevertheless listened to his experienced assistant and asked him to quietly penetrate the Palace of Pleasure so that Chanso did not die there because of his insolence. In addition, he soberly reasoned that since he would still have to pay for the safety of the chosen boat sooner or later, it is better to take his strategic step first. He resolutely ordered to immediately send the promised gold bars straight to the Palace of the Small Sun. Somewhere at the same time, Chanso, calmly wandering around the city, mentally returned to their recent tense conversation. He clearly understood that the emotional owner of the Palace of Merchants would definitely not be able to hold himself in his hands for a long time, and will soon take some actions. At this time, Yultak, Ilatasik, and young Karan were just returning from their intelligence assignment. Carefully listening to the lively conversations of local residents, they caught the disturbing news that some people miraculously escaped deaths to the market hill, where something serious happened. One of the excited men excitedly said that he was going to a brothel, and on the way with amazement saw that the whole top of the hill was black as tar. At first he thought that he was just very tired due to the fact that the grumpy wife did not give him a minute of peace. So he closed his eyes tightly and opened his eyes again. To his horror, he saw a whole 10,000th army there. The man swore that he could not believe his eyes. However, his skeptical friends considered this whole story frank nonsense. In their opinion, most likely, some small, insignificant sect of beggars simply went to collect the remains of food. But the alarmed man was absolutely sure. He personally saw the Minister of War himself, Wu Geum, who blocked all approaches to the horse market and the environs of the city. It seemed to him horror that this was due to the fact that the legal emperor was absent in the capital, and his ambitious brother decided to insidiously take his place. However, incredulous friends categorically refused to believe him, and did not want to hear anything else about this ridiculous invention. The puzzled Yultak did not understand. Could this secondary warrior really become an emperor, simply physically occupying an empty throne? The observant Karen noted that the events taking place in the powerful tribe of Oirat are quite serious and anxious. However, Yultak was sincerely surprised that she was so easily believed in these dubious words, because it is unlikely that a wild tribe could be needed from an isolated cult of the sun. Karen calmly explained that this is not the first time to hear about such incidents. But the servant urged her to stop unconditionally to believe everything that the tipsy visitors of brothels tell. Karen wanted to continue this dispute, but suddenly she heard a quiet, painful sigh nearby. He came from a wounded man who, apparently, was a warrior. The compassionate girl wanted to sincerely help him and carefully asked if everything was in order with him. However, he, to her surprise, only screamed at Karen angrily. demanding that this annoying girl would immediately unhook from him. Protecting the honor of his daughter, the harsh Ortesic immediately stood up to her defense, but at the same time calmly asked his child not to pay attention to such rude and ungrateful people as this irritated stranger. In addition, the peace-loving Yultak reasonably explained that they should not interfere in vain in the internal feuds of the cult of the sun, especially considering that this gloomy man looked like a member of an elite, nameless detachment. However, the angry man, continuing to scream, imperiously ordered Yultak to shut up immediately, because his deplorable state was extremely the fault of the damned Oirat bastards. Yultak coldly asked the wounded old man to be more careful with such insulting expressions, and strictly warned that he could easily lose his head if he did not carefully choose the words. Having calmed down a little, the stranger gloomily explained that the warlike Oirata completely blocked the most important silk path and mercilessly killed anyone who would not like it. They behaved so bold only because the head of the cult was absent in place. At the same time, the wounded himself sincerely did not understand what at such a critical moment the inactive Palace of Bloody Arts was doing, obliged to protect their interests. But Yultak categorically did not believe these accusations. Then the angry man again repeated that it was the Oirats that were the first to aggressively wave their swords. They cruelly dusted him with a dagger only because he accidentally looked at them. But Yultak continued to argue stubbornly, not understanding why this could even need a peaceful tribe. Then, finally tired of fruitless conversations, an irritated man limping went away. In parting, he bitterly reminded the folk wisdom, which many experienced warriors spoke of. Those who are located at the top of the social staircase will most likely listen only to immigrants from privileged circles. They advised him to just flee, because all those in power are completely on the fate of an old wound crippled and rootless immigrants from brothels. They could not really help in this situation. Since the powerful Palace of Bloody Arts was inactive, he strongly intended to go there alone to save those who could still be saved, or at least kill as many enemies as possible before his own death. At this tense moment, they were unexpectedly found attentive Chonso, who had already managed to find out about the whole current situation on the way here. He calmly invited his companions to go to the nearest hotel to discuss in detail what was happening in a more secluded atmosphere. There, a young gentleman restrainedly explained that warlike Oirats really killed much more than a couple of people, as some rumors claimed. However, the indignant Yultak said warmly, believing that the Oirats simply could not go to such recklessness. In response, Chonso admitted that he could not absolutely guarantee the reliability of all information, but was quite confident in the main facts. The reasonable Karen only noticed that they had no convincing evidence of what had happened yet. Jumping to his feet in righteous anger, the emotional Yultak began to prove that all these accusations against the Oirates were simply madness and slander. But at the same time, Karen trusted what she heard with her own ears from eyewitnesses. The harsh Yultasic seriously angered daring behavior, which allowed himself a quick, tempered Yultak addressed to his precious daughter. He quickly and resolutely calmed the recessed young man. Watching these tense negotiations and meaningless disputes, the patient Yang of the chain imperiously asked everyone to calm down immediately. His careless subordinates, out of habit, respectfully called him young master right in the hotel, because of which some alarmed visitors immediately wanted to hastily escape, fearing troubles. However, Chonso imperiously ordered everyone to sit in place. Although this appeal was addressed to his own assistants, absolutely all the people who were inside a crowded hotel felt his powerful aura. At this time, the restless Yultak continued to persistently prove that even if the Orath sometimes allowed themselves some liberties, they were not at all so bloodthirsty and ruthless as they tried to imagine. The incredulous Karen reasonably asked where he got such accurate information about the nature of this mysterious tribe. Then Yultak uneasily admitted that he grew up among them. He had already mentioned earlier, which was the illegitimate son of his father, and knew about it since childhood, because his mother came from the Oirat tribe. He sincerely asked not to understand him incorrectly. He did not at all claim that the whole tribe was extremely noble and peaceful, but sincerely did not understand why they and the powerful Palace of Bloody Arts suddenly actively conflict with the cult of the sun. In his opinion, he could rather understand their aggression if we were talking about the orthodox sects with which the Oirats had long-standing accounts. At this time, the thoughtful Jan Champ began to think deeply about the head of the merchants. He did not seek to become the leader of the cult, so he did not try to directly harm him, but clearly wanted an irreconcilable enmity to arise between the young master and the Palace of Bloody Arts. If they are really in a state of conflict, and the Oirata tribe takes an active part in this, then most likely warlike nomads gather captives precisely on the orders of the Palace of Blood Arts. So, the duty of honor demanded immediately to save the unfortunate, even though they belong to a demonic cult. Therefore, having paid for their food, the decisive Chonso imperiously ordered his faithful assistants to immediately leave the institution. The frightened people who were in the restaurant were completely confused, not understanding whether they could get up. They were panically afraid that the formidable young leader could wait for them when leaving the building in order to mercilessly cut off their heads for the involuntary evidence of his secret negotiations. The next day, when a clear morning came, the alarmed Yultak hurried to the chambers of his master. However, to his amazement, he did not find him there, and he completely did not understand where the mysterious young leader could again abyss until he noticed a neatly folded letter on the table. It spoke of his sudden care, and the faithful servant immediately suspected that the brave owner was going to go alone to dangerous showdowns. Initially, he hoped that the impulsive guy over the past time became more reasonable and calm, but it seemed he remained the same reckless daredevil. When Karin and the Sura Yiltesher joined him, the worried Yultak immediately handed them a letter to get acquainted. The message elegantly said that the young master could not close his eyes, thought about the situation all night, and asked them to immediately go to a small palace and patiently wait for his return. The letter was compiled by such an impeccably polite syllable that the amazed Yultak unexpectedly realized. Instead of engaging in martial arts, Chonso carefully studied the subtleties of elegant literature. In addition, he persistently asked Karin not to waste precious time on admiration, but to focus on an important issue, where their fearless young gentleman is now. However, the unperturbed Yilteshchik reasonably remarked that now there is no point in worrying too much. The incomprehensible Yultak was struck by his strange frivolity. After all, no one could guarantee that Chonso would return safe and sound. However, decisively pointing to the letter, an experienced warrior calmly explained that this was a direct order of their master, so they would immediately go to the small palace as he ordered. Immediately after these words, Yilteshchik suddenly burned a mysterious letter, as if it had never existed. The shocked Yultak instantly understood that the skilled warrior masterfully used the mysterious cleansing fire, which means he was able to return all his internal energy. Therefore, when the harsh man directly asked if he was going with them, the bewildered young man simply had no other choice. Politely bending over the authoritative commander of the detachment, he meekly followed him. Somewhere at the same time, the fearless young Chuck was among the majestic mountains. Carefully looking around, he clearly understood that any unprepared person could really die easily in a desperate search for a mysterious demonic cult if he decided to attack them alone. But now it did not bother him so much, because he purposefully walked to the northwest of the endless hot sea in decisive search for the mysterious tribe. The young gentleman immediately followed in the only direction known to him, firmly believing that there he would certainly find at least someone who could indicate him the right path. Events are transferred to the Oirat Great Plains. There, warriors who guard the tent where their captain lived, lined up in a row. At that moment, Yulden appeared in front of them with his detachment. Warriors ordered him to stop, not understanding what this person was doing here. However, armed with 2 blades, Yulgina's right hand ordered them to be missed. The warriors were indignant, not understanding how she dares to behave like that and who she imagined herself. However, a decisive girl made them understand. If they want to live, then they should lower the axes and let them go inside. Getting angry, they began a battle in which, obviously, they went out to the losers. The girl had excellent combat skills and quickly defeated 2 attacked fighters. After that, the rest had no desire to enter into a direct battle with her. They armed themselves with bows to confront those who came. However, they were prevented by the man whom they guarded, ordering to miss these people. Then Yuldin ordered the girl to lower her head and follow him. When they entered, they saw a man who thoughtfully thought about how much time passed since their last meeting. It was the leader of the Oirata tribe, Grand Master Jason. Yuljin explained that he was very worried, no matter how bad something had happened to him, and was sincerely glad that he was in order. The leader in their language was called Ensign Taishi. He controlled many tribes with an impressive force comparable to the Tang dynasty and the northern plains. Jason decided to find out from his guest if the title of the master was suitable for him. Yulden honestly admitted that for him it sounds as if he was going to become a Khan. The leader only smiled slyly. He honestly admitted that nothing was impossible for him now. Jiljin was getting closer to the matter to ask the man to stop lifting this whole pointless noise. Jason realized that we were talking about the trade palace and capturing their people, but decided to pretend, as if he did not understand what was at stake. Yulden, realizing that the normal dialogue would not work, explained that this is what his father wanted. Without responding to the remark, the leader only asked if the guy took possession of the bow. They say that the commander made an ivory bow, and using his experience, created a weapon that looked like his own. He believed that this onion is most suitable for a person in whom the blood of a Khan flows. Yuldin was surprised at a similar issue. Suddenly, Jason attacked him with internal energy. However, the guy's body was strong enough, so this did not affect him. After that, the thoughtful Jason reflected on the difference between guests living far in the mountains, but with blood in the veins of the Northern Imperial Dynastia Liao, and those who are not able to continue the great genus Yuan. Then he calmly ordered Yuljin to return to his father. However, for starters, the guy armed himself with a blade and cut the bow of Luke. He explained that if someone is not able to take possession of anything, then he should know when he should retreat. They say that the Minister of Military Affairs of Wu Guillaume restored the defense line and is going to block all the inputs to Baijin, and Grand the Master only gave their emperor the reason to increase the number of the army. It was obvious. He was going to become a Khan of the Northern Plains. He could do what he wants, because the cult of the sun would take care of the Central Plains, but on the condition that he would let the followers who were captured. Yuldin promised that he would tell his father about this conversation. In addition, he decided to pay for the rudeness that they showed today. To do this, he inflicted 2 wounds on his assistant in return for the 2 killed people of the leader. On this, he suggested stopping and leaving. Turning to the assistant, Yuldin ordered to return home. Looking after them, Jason understood that in front of him is a tiger who did not obey anyone. Surely his father lived out of place because of this. However, making sure that the guests left, he called his assistant. The leader wanted to terrify the whole world as soon as he becomes a Khan, and he ordered the emperor to use the emperor as an offering. Therefore, they went to jail. Soon, at the sunset, Yuldin and his team stopped at the foot of the mountain. He was going to return back to the palace, and the assistant wanted to conduct it. However, the guy forbade her, since she still had blood. She thanked Yuljin for his care, but he explained, all this was for the good of the family. It was not worth giving him away. Because of which the girl awkwardly left crouching on the nearest stone. The heir himself believed that the curse that happened to the Khan, a stupid way to preserve the genealogy of the Northern Imperial family, which would prefer their subordinates to take punishment instead of them. Yuljin was interested in how far his father was ready to go. Suddenly his guards felt someone else's presence. Turning around, Yuldin saw an unknown man behind his back. Seeing him, the guy thought that this man was lost. Although it was strange that of all the places on Earth, he found himself on the hidden path of the heavenly mountain located on the border of western China. He was also dressed in unique clothes. Jan Champ, as if nothing had happened, asked for permission to relax here before hitting. However, the warriors ordered him to remove the mask and show his face. He calmly explained that he was an ordinary wanderer who went on a long journey. In fact, although his face did not betray him, Jan Champ was surprised that Yuljin met so quickly in this place. But the soldiers continued to insist that he looked too suspicious. They could not trust his words. However, when the stranger explained that the scar was on his face, Yuldin immediately ordered the soldiers to lag behind this man and let him stay. At that moment, Chonso drew attention to the assistant of Yuljin. He was a lot surprised by the fact that the ghostly killer who, without the slightest hesitation, would take the life of anyone, whether even the old dying insanity, now allowed his wounded subordinate to rest and restore strength. Crouching nearby, Chonso decided to ask Yuljin where they came from. He quickly realized that the interlocutor was extremely laconic, although he himself guessed that he was most likely returning from the Oirats. After that, the traveler tried to ask something more neutral, asking if Yuljin liked the local river. However, the wounded assistant sharply ordered him to shut up if he did not want to lose his tongue. In response, Chonso calmly noticed that in this state she was unlikely to be able to draw her threat, which caused even more irritation. When he approached her, the girl grabbed her blade with lightning speed, but did not have time to do anything. Jan Champ had already intercepted her hand. At that moment, several dozen swords were assigned to his neck. Yuldin, in bewilderment, noted that a strange traveler, it seems, did not think at all about the consequences of his actions. However, he only calmly noticed that Yuljin had very impatient subordinates. Then he pointed to the girl's serious wounds. In addition to everything, yellow sand came inside the cuts and led to the infection with tetanus. Her skin was already covered with necrosis and began to rot. In this state, she will not even be able to keep the knife soon, not to mention the sword. Even if the famous doctor had ended up here now, he could no longer correct anything. She urgently needed to drink the medicine of the golden spear. Yulden realized that the stranger was saying all this because he was able to help, and directly asked what he needed. He requested pure water, a stem of cicada and needles for suturing wounds. He suggested first to take treatment, and the issue of payment to be resolved later. When everything was finally completed and the girl's hands were in order, she still continued to consider the unknown to be an unknown, just annoying fool. Yulden, not paying attention to her discontent, decided to ask the wanderer. Did he belong to the Orthodox sect? Only people from there are so hypocritical that they save someone for the sake of dried meat. It was his traveler who received as a reward. Jan Chachok was surprised at how adamant Yulden was adamant when it comes to his subordinates. In addition, it became interesting to him do strangers consider it a representative of a demonic cult, or, nevertheless, an Orthodox sect. Yulden reassured him, saying that he had not yet reached the point of killing his benefactors. Then he decided to ask the wanderer what the Central Plains are similar to. Yulden was amazed to learn that the interlocutor had never been there. Although he understood that the demonic cult would not care about the Central Plains, if not for the war, invasion, and mass killings. As a result, Chonso said that if Yulden went to Sichuani and examined the river valley to the southeast, then the surface of a huge lake would soon open before him. It was the famous Dunting. If he looked at the sunset from the pavilion by the lake, he would have found that in these places nature is truly beautiful. There are people who are not at all like the local ones. The masters of martial arts who arrived from everywhere, freely communicate with each other, are interested in each other's affairs, share stories about their life. Together they drink wine, and their stories, like waves, cross the river and spread throughout the region. This is a place where different people meet and share their stories. Sometimes they quarrel, but everyone there understands each other's situation and enjoy the time spent together, realizing how short life is. These are the Central Plains that he heard about. Yulden realized that it was a very luxurious lifestyle, but he was curious. Are these people who claim that they live according to the principles of fidelity and chivalry, or they simply adapted to exist in such a world, once faced with brutal reality? However, Jan Chakok asked him not to rush with the conclusions, but to look at the Central Plains himself, to talk to the locals and try to find a common language with them. Yulden believed that this was impossible, but Chonso understood that people themselves could change reality. Many sacrificed their lives to overthrow the Yuan dynasty, united with the Ming dynasty. At that moment, it did not matter. There was a man from an orthodox or uniform sect. As long as he remained a master of martial arts, his duty was to hold his sword and fight his shoulder to shoulder with everyone. Subsequently, a world arose in which scientists began to despise masters of martial arts, and they united in their own community, known as Muram. Then, as his influence grows, the Union of Muram and the unorthodox assembly mired in endless battles with each other. The same applied to the demonic cult. As the number of people with similar thinking increases, the same scenario will soon be repeated. Everyone will try to subordinate the other to his will. Looking at Yulden, Chonso thought whether this person could change. Meanwhile, Yulden invited the stranger to contact him if he needed something. Although he found this conversation strange, the interlocutor definitely interested him. As a result, Jan Chachok asked Yulden to ever fulfill his request. In response, he asked the name of the wanderer. But Chonso promised that he would call himself at their next meeting. After that, he decided to continue his journey, not yet understanding what the future awaits him, whether he and Yulden will drink wine together or fight against each other. However, it did not matter now. Soon, Jan Chachok wandered around the endless desert and regretted that he did not ask Yulden a road. If not for the traces left by the Oirats, he would have long been lost. Fortunately, after a while he saw a meadow and realized that he was moving in the right direction. Having wandered a little among the trees, the traveler noticed a small tent, which the warriors guarded. It seemed strange to him that Yurt was standing in the middle of the forest. He wanted to know who was inside. In addition, he was puzzled that the soldiers seemed to try to protect someone from the one who was inside. But at the same time, the guards were also present within the Yurt itself. Suddenly, Yang the champ realized everything indicated that they locked someone inside. He decided to find out who they are captured. At that moment, the soldiers led the girl. Surprisingly that the ladies from the Central Plains had such good skin, they were sorry to just kill her. They decided to have fun with her, promising that if she gives them pleasure, they would give her a quick and painless death. The Chuk, listening to their conversations, did not fully understand what was being discussed, because he never learned their tongue. He was worried that these people could be from the direct submission of the Khan. However, suddenly he saw how the girl cried, and unable to do anything, At the same moment, she took herself with a hairpin for hair. Falling dead, she apologized for not being able to do anything. She could not serve her master to the end. Her lifeless body began to kick these warriors, cleaning her boots about her, which she stained with blood. This finally got Chachika. Looking around, he saw many corpses, girls, men, old people, and did not understand how to be so cruel. At this time, the members of the tribe only laughed, realizing that this girl had to lie, to say that if she agrees to their conditions, they would save her life. At that moment, Jan Champ appeared in front of them, not understanding if there were creatures in front of him at all. They immediately armed themselves with axes, not realizing who was in front of them. The Chuck, sparkling with his eyes, did not understand why they went so far in their cruelty. Looking at the guy, the soldiers suspected that he was from the Han tribe, because he was not at all like a man from the cult of the sun. However, Jan Champ did not answer their questions, not understanding their language. They laughed, deciding that they did not need to know this about this person. Now that he saw everything, they will have to eliminate him. However, the champ did not understand how they dared to behave like that after all the atrocities that they committed. He had the whole look at the approaching man to die instantly. He literally burned alive under the strength of his demonic fire. Everyone else aimed at the alien, realizing that they needed to kill such a difficult enemy. However, Jan Champ was soared into the sky, not allowing to get himself with ordinary weapons. Arounders aimed immediately, but he should not have eliminated the first of them. He applied a series of higher imperial martial arts. It was the secret art of the absolute claw of the heavenly wolf. Immediately after that, the fighter's body turned into minced meat. Then they realized that none other than an evil spirit or devil was in front of them. And the hero, as if nothing had happened, warned that they would die today. After that, the chain in a moment figured out everyone who was here. Finally, in front of him was the last warrior who was kneeling and began to beg for mercy. He could not cry anything except crying, realizing that he would not run away. However, Jan Champ took his head and ordered the man to disappear. In just a moment after that, his whole body burned down with the bones. Looking at what was happening around, the chain realized that he had lost control of his emotions and arranged a massacre. The heavenly demon is the embodiment of the devil himself, so he needs to carefully treat this skill. In addition, he should have raised it to the 9th star as soon as possible, because so far it was too dangerous to use it without perfection. After that, Jan Champ went to the ward, which most interested him. There, he saw a boy who asked if he had come to kill him or save him. The Chuck explained that he did not come for this, but after another, and wanted to know if they had a child captured, and how long he is here. The boy believed that it was better for a stranger to know about it, but he replied that he simply passed by and accidentally wandered here. Obviously, the child did not believe in such an explanation. Jan Champ was already quite disappointed that he made so much effort only in order to find a child here. However, the boy immediately made it clear that the guy behaves too disrespectfully. The champ was about to leave, believing that he had lost his time in vain, and advised the child to run if he wanted to survive. However, turning around, he saw how he almost cried with rage. It seemed to him that this guy could not be an ordinary captive, and decided to ask a question. Are there other prisoners here? After all, he heard that the Oirata took with him many people. He wanted the boy to tell him everything that was known. As a result, the child decided to believe the stranger and said that all other captives are in the north. Walking along the Chu River and crossing the mountain range, it was possible to get to a stone prison. Jan Champ immediately decided to go there, but the boy recalled that he did not allow him to leave. However, the Chaksh made it clear that he would not stay with him, because he needed to go north. The boy explained that if he really ended up here by chance, he would ask him to take him to Beijing. But the Chak was not going to spend time on this. In addition, he explained that the boy is clearly not significant enough to dictate the conditions. Then the child finally introduced himself, Ju Taijin. Grinning, Jan Champ replied that if he really Ju Taijin, then he himself is a black meteor. However, Jan Chachok frowned thoughtfully, pondering the named name. In the kingdom of Ming, it was strictly forbidden to use the surname Ju and generally mention it somehow, since this surname could belong exclusively by the imperial family. He could not believe that this fragile boy with proud posture was indeed the emperor of the powerful kingdom of Ming. Seeing his confusion, the young interlocutor with impudent confidence suggested that Jan Chachok understands who he was, and explained in a firm voice that he was really a legal emperor. It was incredibly difficult to believe in such a statement. He snorted irritably, considering that Sijin was mocking him, and sharply asked him to not laugh with such fables anymore. The boy with a penetrating gaze decided to clarify whether the strange traveler really did not know that he was held captive. Jan Champ, rolling his eyes, irritably asked how much he had to repeat once again. He really knew nothing about it. Then Ju Sijan had no choice but to humbly ask the stranger to save him. The boy was already internally reconciled with the fact that the unknown person did not believe him, and, in fact, was not at all against this state of affairs. This was even better for his safety. However, with unexpected seriousness, he explained that he was obliged to survive at all costs. He had to certainly meet with one important person. Jan Champ, with a gloomy look, explained that he had completely different priorities. If the boy can follow him while he is dealing with his urgent matters, then perhaps he will help him later. The boy silently left the tent, but immediately froze in place, looking around in shock. He saw with horror that the fierce warriors who were on guard no longer showed signs of life. After a minute numbness, he found among the dead bodies of one of the people whom he personally knew. Looking with gloomy longing at Vanjin's lifeless body, he philosophically remarked that he met just the end that he deserved. Jan Champ was frankly surprised that the boy was familiar with this man. However, a little prisoner of bitterness in his voice explained that he would prefer to quickly erase these memories from his memory. At that moment, Jan Champ had already busily shot solid boots from the murdered leader, and unceremoniously handed them to the boy. He pragmatically explained that the child is unlikely to be able to climb onto the steep slopes of the mountains in his worn shoes. Besides, it was raining, so he needed to wear something more suitable. Watching how the boy looks at the bloodied shoes with disgust, the Chak suggested that he might not want to wear boots of the murdered enemy. However, the boy quickly realized that this was far from the worst that could happen to him in these wild lands. Finally, it's time to leave. However, at first, Jan Champ cropped, realizing that it was necessary to find horses. He closed his eyes, listening to the sounds of the earth, and finally discovered something interesting. Rising sharply, he explained with an ambiguous smile that he had good and bad news. Good. He found horses. Bad. At all pairs, a whole herd of angry combat horsehides with armed riders raced. Calmishly grabbing the boy by the shoulder, he hastily explained that they needed to run away immediately if they want to survive until sunset. Finally, in front he saw a corral with horses. Having deftly climbing his horse, the chain impatiently asked the boy to climb a horse and quickly get out of this damn place. However, he only awkwardly shifted from foot to foot, looking at the high horse from the bottom up. With a note of shame in his voice, he admitted that he had never riding and with a calm look offered to bring him palanquin. Jan Champs, with an expression of absolute amazement on his face, made it clear that the boy must have completely started off his mind from imprisonment. And the boy with royal indignation did not understand why he should go on horseback, because according to him, it was the lot of miserable savages. However, at this intense moment, they heard the fierce cries of the pursuers, who had already discovered that the emperor had disappeared. There was no choice. So Jan Champ, having lost the last crumbs of patience, simply grabbed the boy in an armful and unceremoniously put him on his excited snorting horse. He strictly ordered to bend, as the ruthless warriors of the tribe were chasing them on the heels. In addition, they were excellent archers, considered the best in the world. The fugitives were lucky only in the fact that the weather was on their side. The thick fog made a haste. But turning around, Jan Champ literally was speechless when he saw how many warriors were thrown behind them in pursuit. At least 100 horsemen on the horizon. The boy proudly explained that there was nothing surprising in this, because he was the emperor of the great empire. However, Jan Chakok, with difficulty restraining irritation, could not believe that a guy who could not even sit in the saddle really was the ruler of a huge country. He bitterly thought that he was originally going to save his fellow tribesmen, and in the end he was trying to escape from a deadly chase with some strange boy. However, there was no choice left. They were together in this dangerous situation. He imperiously ordered the child to stay stronger by the reins, but he wandered awkwardly, because of which the horse went astray. The boy guiltily explained that he really never went on horseback, did not learn this art. Jan Champ, trying to preserve the remnants of patience, briefly ordered him to put his legs in stirrups and try to keep the balance, relaxing the upper body and straining the lower. However, at this alarming moment, the boy screamed in fright when he saw that behind them began to be rapidly catching up. Those who headed the pursuit was Jason himself, rushing on his huge sheep of a horse. He with inexorable determination pursued the emperor, making it clear to his formidable appearance that the fugitive could clearly not slip away from his tenacious grip. Jan Chakok, although Jason did not know personally, but accurately determined that he was not an ordinary warrior in front of him. Judging by the rich armor and power posture, he occupied the situation even higher than the general. Therefore, the chain resolutely ordered the boy to stay on the horse tightly. As soon as the pursuer almost overtook them, Yang Achuk, with a cat's dexterity, jumped out of the saddle and turned to face danger. He imperiously ordered the boy to stay stronger by the reins and not look back. At this critical moment, Jason had already pulled on the bow of his massive bow, preparing to release a deadly arrow. Jan Champ tensed, preparing to evade the attack. He saw anxiously how the arrow was released. If he made a mistake, they both will die. Without hesitation, he applied the powerful power of the 6 stars of the highest art of the Lord of the Demon. He tried to catch the arrow with his bare hands, but with horror he realized that his strength was not enough for this. Without losing for a second, he rushed off and jumped high into the air to change the path of the deadly projectile. He also put all his inner energy into his blow. The arrow changed the direction, and hitting the ground, made a deafening explosion. When the thick clubs of dust scattered, it became obvious that Jason had to retreat from the power of this attack. He admitted reluctantly that this unknown defender of the Emperor really had incredible power. Jan Chachok decided to be content at least by the fact that he managed to temporarily tear himself away from the chase. Therefore, swiftly soaring into the air, catching up with a horse with a trembling Zhuzh Taichen in the saddle, Jason was sincerely surprised that there were still daredevils who wanted to save the Emperor abandoned by all. In addition, this stranger managed to reflect the arrow from the ivory tusk with his bare hands, which means he had truly phenomenal power. An experienced warrior quickly calculated that the fugitives were heading towards a stone prison. Therefore, he ordered his horsemen to move the other way and wait for them there. Meanwhile, the young emperor completely had no idea how to manage the wayward animals. In addition, with horror, I discovered that a steep cliff awaits them ahead. With a desperate cry, he tried to stop the horse that turned forward. However, the rapidly clinging the chain imperiously ordered the boy to pull himself together. He jumped with lightning speed into the saddle, until the bewildered Sijin in a panic did not understand what to do. The Chuck himself was well aware. If he were alone, then this sinister cliff would easily jump. But with an inexperienced child, such a maneuver seemed madness. It was too late to stop. The hooves of the horses already slipped along the edge of the abyss. Therefore, he, gritting his teeth, made the horse gain speed even more, and at the last moment directed the animal into a desperate jump through a bottomless abyss. Instantly assessing the distance, he realized that to the opposite ledge of the cliff, they would never reach for anything. Without losing a second, John Champuaded used the forbidden technique of the heavenly demon, charging his body with energy. When the horse began to break down, he pushed her own body with inhuman power. He sacrificed himself to save the animal and boy. The last thing he saw before the fall was the face distorted by horror, the face of the crying Jutsi John, who was desperately trying but could not grab his hand. The young emperor, finding himself alone on the opposite edge of the cliff, could not comprehend why Jan Champ had acted so selflessly for him. A completely unfamiliar child. Bitter tears flowed down his cheeks. He did not even imagine what could be done so that the savior would return alive. With piercing clarity, he realized that he had neglected his sacred duties of the ruler. He survived only because a simple person whom he had to protect sacrificed his life. But fate ordered differently. By some miraculously, I could cling to the ledge of the rock at the last moment and therefore escaped the inevitable death. Obviously, with his sudden return, he scared Zhu Taijan immersed in despair. However, the champ, as if not in anything happened, did not pay any attention to it. He only gratefully patted the horse around the neck for the invaluable service that she served, and unexpectedly for the boy decided to release the faithful animal to the wild. Stunned by Tichin could not believe his eyes. The man he considered to be dead stood alive and unharmed in front of him. Not understanding how this is generally possible, he experienced such relief that he almost fell to his knees. The joy of the fact that everything was in order with his savior overwhelmed his heart. Jan Champ at all could not understand this emotional transformation of his companion. Let the boy behave unbearably arrogantly and selfish, but at such moments he could be truly naive and touchingly innocent. Perhaps he was thinking of a champ. The whole thing was that an ordinary child was hiding behind the mask of the emperor, and perhaps such conflicting behavior was what he learned, watching the former emperor. However, when they continued their thorny path, and Sijen began to outraged indignantly that John Champs thoughtlessly let go of the horse, and now he, the son of the sky, all the mud, the traveler decided to mentally pick up his good thoughts about the boy. With sincere indignation, the young emperor did not understand why it was necessary to let go of a precious horse, only because his satellite suddenly showed a sentimental mercy to some miserable animal. Now he, the lord of the Middle Kingdom, had to walk like a commoner. However, Jan Champ, with barely hidden irritation, reminded that if it weren't for this miserable animal, the boy would have said goodbye to life that he was so proud and clinging. Taijin Smalley stated that it was just a savage horse, for which the champ was philosophically noted that the horse was not to blame for who its owners were. Even a sword cast from a noble iron can be both a sword of life and a death sword. But then suddenly ManhwaCapped fell silent in a half-word, plunging into deep thoughtfulness. His face was overshadowed by the shadow of doubt. He suddenly realized that his own active relation to the demonic cult was unlikely to make him better than those savages from whom they fled. As for the son of the leader of the Union Murim and the head of the squadron of the residual poison, the demonic cult has always been a deadly adversary who did not deserve anything but destruction. So he was taught from childhood. He grew up with these unconditional beliefs. But did the followers of the demonic cult really deserve death only because they supported a different way of life? The demonic cult, which he had to see and learn from the inside, was strikingly different from what terrible rumors shouted about. The only thing that they owned, the so-called demonic art, did not make them by definition of villains. Noticing that ManhwaCapped had deeply went into his thoughts and does not answer the questions, the quiet cycle proposed to make a short halt. They sat down to relax at the murmuring stream, and the boy, with regional caution, asked that the chain first himself tastes the water from the stream to make sure that it was not poisoned. ManhwaCapped did not hold back an amazed laugh. How did this pampered boy still survive, if he did not even know how to drink water from a pure mountain stream on his own? However, Tsijen, with the arrogant grimace, did not see anything strange in his behavior. He was much more surprised by the Chuck himself, a man who lived such a wild life that in the end he turned out to be completely indecent and rude. However, ManhwaCapped with undisguised pride rated, which perfectly complies with all the standards of respectable Murim. Hearing this word, the curious boy immediately perked up and realized that his companion must have been a real master of martial arts. With enthusiasm, Tsijen shared that he had heard the story of how even the tramps were able to increase influence there. The boy added that, according to the stories of the courtiers, all the warriors of Murim had a huge amount of freedoms, and they traveled carelessly with other masters at their discretion. But ManhwaCapped, shaking his head, knew that reality was much more complicated. Murim's members should strictly follow the rules of the Union, as well as obey the laws of their own sects and cults, of which there were a great many. However, if you do not go into the confusing details of domestic policy, it could really be said that they had certain freedom, especially if they were not associated with a particular group. But still, Murim's martial artists had incomparably more opportunities for choosing their own fate. They owned the very martial art that made them truly independent. Submitted to thoughts on his unexpectedly wise words, the boy decided to find out why ManhwaCapped arrived in these dangerous lands. He succinctly explained that he was looking for prisoners who are detained by the Oirats. This noble desire sincerely delighted Tsijen, although it was extremely interesting to analyze his own motives. Did he do so out of genuine nobility, or simply out of habit, followed the code of honor? Tsijen suggested that ManhwaCapped was an important member of the Murim Union, but he explained with a mysterious smile that only a wandering believer, which was unusually surprised by the penetrating child. As a result, there was no choice, and the chain honestly admitted what came from a demonic cult, the one that is located on Heavenly Mountain. After these stunning words, Tsijen staggered sharply, as if from a poisonous snake, because he well understood that the demonic cult consisted of cold-blooded traitors and killers. However, decisively rising, ManhwaCapped looked intently at the boy and directly asked who he sees in him. Does he look like a bloodthirsty demon from terrible fairy tales? He calmly noticed that Tsijen was free to call him a traitor, a demon outfit, or any other derogatory nickname. But the fact remained a fact. He came to these lands only in order to save those who were mercilessly captured, just like Tsijen himself. After this frank conversation, they continued their hard path, but almost did not exchange words, plunging each in their thoughts. Strengthened silence continued until at some point ManhwaCapped stopped and quietly said that they had finally reached the goal. Carefully peering out due to dense thickets, they saw many iron cells with people imprisoned in them. Tsijen instantly recognized among the captives of the royal military leaders. They still had an ISO-like but recognizable form of elite units. The boy with a freezing heart realized that it was his personal secret guard. His face was illuminated by the genuine joy from the realization that they were really alive, contrary to all fears. However, ManhwaCapped with a firm hand held him from the impulse to immediately run out to meet him. Tsijen said warmly that they should save his faithful people as soon as possible. However, the champ, sensitively feeling some kind of catch in this too-perfect picture, suggested that the boy carefully look around. Suddenly, Tsijen also noticed a suspicious detail. No one guarded the cage with the captives, which seemed extremely strange. The chain, closing his eyes, concentrated and applied his subtle detection energy. Soon, he anxiously realized that there, in the shadows, a whole detachment of warriors lurked at the same time as a man whom they had already met before. With annoyance, he realized that he had made an unforgivable mistake. It was too easy for them to understand which way the fugitives were heading. In addition, Taijin himself was nearby, who, without a doubt, wanted to kill as soon as possible. He restrainedly warned the boy that a cunning trap was placed right in front of them. However, to his amazement, the young emperor was not at all confused in the face of danger. He corrected his battered clothes with dignity, straightened his shoulders, and threw up his head. At that moment, he passionately hoped that he looked like it was appropriate for a true emperor, even if there were no traditional dragon robes on him. He was still the legal ruler of his great country, and this fact could not be changed. With unexpected sincerity, he told that when he was only 9 years old, he was erected to the imperial throne, although he did not understand anything in the difficult intrigues of politics. Being under the complete influence of the insidious eunuch Vanjin, he meekly sentenced to death people who did not even know personally. Moreover, he once led the 50,000th army to repel the attacks of the Oirates, and lost the battle with shame, having suffered monstrous losses. Hearing a familiar name, Jan Champi instantly realized that the mentioned eunuch was the very man who was cut down his legs for abuse of power. Taijin did not stop in his confession. He bitterly explained that the long, painful months had passed since these people abducted him. All this time he was forced to dutifully feed their horses and take care of animals, like the last servant. A couple of times he was desperately trying to run, but each time he suffered failure and eventually surrendered to his fate. Then he even ceased to understand who he was actually, a magnificent emperor or simply a miserable groom. With unexpected wisdom, the young man admitted that he really never sought to become an emperor. Never in his short life. Just once he was suddenly made by the ruler without asking his desires. He did not have a drop of freedom, not a single real choice. That is why he always dreamed of abandoning the throne weighing him. But now, when everything went so far, he suddenly realized that he wanted to carry the burden of imperial power with dignity. Jan Champi asked with anxiously what the boy intends to do in this hopeless situation. He explained with amazing calm that he was not available to return to his former life, because there was no longer a place in the empire. He became only a former emperor, and was sure that someone else was already sitting on his throne. He just wanted to return home because he believed that there is a person who is desperately waiting for his return. But now he clearly realized that he had a path intended by fate, which he always had to follow, and the faithful subjects whom he must protect with his last breath. It doesn't matter whether he is sitting on the throne or not, it is much more important what he really is, and now he was ready to prove this with a business. At this touching moment, Jan Champ finally saw the true essence of the boy and was imbued with deep respect. Suddenly, Chichen with a timid smile asked Chachuk to reveal his real name to him and show his face under the mask. However, he only shook his head sadly, unable to fulfill this request. Zhu Taijin, with a serious expression on his face, asked that the mysterious savior, if he had such an opportunity, would certainly give the empress that he was very sorry that he could not return to her, as he promised. After these words, the boy resolutely ran out to meet his tormented warriors. Seeing their young lord, they instantly fell to their knees, not restraining the tears of joy and amazement when looking at his majesty, miraculously among them in such a hopeless situation. At this very moment, as expected, the cruel warriors of Jason quickly left the shelter to attack the defenseless boy. Jason himself was extremely surprised that the boy came so stupidly towards his death. It seemed to him the height of recklessness and simple suicide. However, everything was extremely clear for Taijin. He now firmly believed that virtue and honor were much more important than momentary benefit and personal security. In case of danger, he was ready to sacrifice his life in order to save faithful subjects. In addition, he had to follow what he considered correct for himself, and give his life if he was required by imperial duty. That is how, by his deep conviction, the true ruler had to behave. Therefore, with unshakable confidence, he asked his warriors not to be afraid, because now he was next to them, ready to share their fate. Obviously, his loyal fighters did not want their adored emperor to suffer mortal danger. It would be much calmer if he took advantage of this chance and again disappeared into the forest wilds. However, Jason grinned maliciously. They had not the slightest reason to refuse a naive boy if he himself was so recklessly offering them his head on a saucer. Therefore, he imperiously ordered his ruthless warriors to immediately kill the selfless emperor. The boy only calmly closed his eyes, with tenderness, recalling the image of the beautiful empress, the only person who always believed in him and waited for his return. However, at this dramatic moment, at an unequal battle, the rushing young Chakok unexpectedly intervened, who had committed a real bloody pogrom among the taken-aback enemies. He was surprised that Taijin seriously hoped to oppose the whole detachment of the killers alone. He understood that he could hardly forgive himself if he allowed this brave boy to die right before his eyes. Having moved a few minutes ago, at the time of the decision, Jan Champi calmly analyzed the situation. He understood that as soon as these ruthless warriors kill the young emperor, they would immediately leave the place of the massacre. Then he will be able to calmly free the prisoners, not noticed by anyone. All that was necessary to leave a reckless boy under a murderous blow, sacrificing one insignificant life to save many others. However, in his memory echoed the sincere words of this amazing child. He clearly realized, now only the former emperor, who was betrayed by his own brother, and the nearest vassal, but who, despite this, retained the nobility of the spirit, now stood in front of him. Obviously, Taijin was just a stupid boy. However, something in his words and behavior, some elusive dignity and innocent courage, forced Chachok to deeply doubt in his original decision. It was this grain of doubt sown in his soul that prompted him to defend the little ruler. The stunned boy himself could not understand why the mysterious Yang champ unexpectedly came to save him from imminent death. Jason instantly recognized the very mysterious warrior who intervened in his plans. Taking genuine interest, he decided to personally check how skillful this uninvited defender was. Without wasting time, he abruptly ordered his archers to prepare for a deadly salvo. The guy understood that this was risky. After all, archers were at a dangerously close distance and could hurt their own. However, John Chichoku did not give a moment to think. An ominous whistle of the bowstring was heard immediately, and a real flurry of sharp arrows collapsed on them. It was physically impossible to evade this massive blow. Therefore, he had to resort to his most powerful trump card, the highest art of the Lord of the Demons. This rare technique, known as the Blow of the Legion of the Heavenly Demon, allowed him to divide his body into a split one into several flickering shadows, which at a striking speed intercepted flying arrows. As soon as the deadly shells touched these ghostly silhouettes, they were immediately covered by a bluish flame and either turned into ashes or fell powerlessly to the ground. Watching this incredible sight, Jason respected that his mysterious opponent really had extraordinary power. Taijin literally opened his mouth with amazement, unable to understand who young Chakok really is. Even the famous commander of the Royal Elite Warriors did not possess even a 10th share of such a supernatural force. Jason arrogantly turned to an unknown warrior to find out his personality. However, the chain with icy calm asked not to ask unnecessary questions and simply retreat, while he generously saves his life. This arrogant statement only caused a contemptuous laughter from an experienced military leader. He openly admitted that he was eager to find out who was hiding behind this mysterious mask. He did not expect to meet such a powerful warrior in such a wilderness. The champ realized that this dangerous adversary did not intend to retreat under any circumstances. There was no choice left. He had to accept this challenge. Having concentrated his inner energy, he prepared for a decisive battle. At this intense moment, enemy archers began to move rapidly, gradually surrounding them from all sides. Jan Chachok realized with anxiety, if arrows from all directions fly in their direction, he will not even be able to determine what specific side the threat comes from. In addition, defenseless captives would inevitably fall under crossfire. Jason, with a chilling calm, explained Ju Tijane that he had long ceased to be an emperor in his eyes. For a cruel commander, he was just another victim, consumable in a large political game. Considering that the enemy spends too much time on empty conversations, the chain decided to act immediately. He attacked the first, coldly offering Jason to stop meaningless chatter. To begin with, he decided to deal with the insidious archers who posed the greatest danger to the captives. Again, applying the stunning technique of the Legion's blow, he attacked at the same time in several directions. Jason was unpleasantly surprised that the enemy, instead of a direct clash with him, chose to engage in the elimination of archers. He perceived this as an offensive neglect, as if a fighter looked down on him, not counting a worthy opponent. Enraged by such impudence, with one powerful blow, Jason cut the air, creating a wave of energy flying towards the flickering shadows of Chachok. With amazement, Jan Chachok realized that his opponent undoubtedly reached the highest sphere of development of martial arts. However, something in his technique seemed strange. It seems that he did not possess ordinary internal energy, but something that seemed to come from some primitive, gross power of nature. The highest art of the Lord of the Demon, uses internal energy to transform the devilish flame, to manifest demonic power. A person could use his internal energy and physical body at the limit of all opportunities. He had heard of the strength of the enemy. Among the legendary 5 emperors of the highest tens of Central Plains was the famous general from the Yuan dynasty, who commanded the elite detachment of archers who own the secret of the devilish flame. Sudden awareness illuminated his face, and noticing the enemy's reaction to this nickname, Jan Champ realized that he was right in conjectures. He clearly realized that he would prefer to avoid this deadly duel, but there was no choice. The man, instead of hunch and glance, suggested concentrating at their battle, and he decided to help the opponent, focus only on him. With these words, he attacked with lightning speed, without leaving Chachok another choice, except to turn all his attention only to the mortal danger. From this rapidly approaching attack, Jan Chachok was able to escape only at the last moment, jumping off from an inhuman speed. With growing anxiety, he realized that he was facing a real master of martial arts, which reached an almost legendary level. It became obvious that if the confrontation is delayed, this will create insurmountable problems for him. And this meant only one thing. He had to deal with the enemy with one decisive blow. To do this, the Chak applied a series of higher imperial war strikes. Having gathered all the energy available to him, he performed the deadly reception, destroying the palm of the time, directing it exactly to the enemy's chest. The power of the blow was such that Jason threw it a few meters back, forcing him to fall to his knees. Although, to surprise Chachok, he never released his weapons. Jan Chachok was sure that this attack was supposed to solve the outcome of the duel. He put in it enough strength to crush even the stone wall. Despite the fact that he studied this complex art for only 3 years in secluded caves, the power of his blow should have been more than enough to destroy any enemy. However, instead of Chachok's long-awaited victory, genuine horror swept when Jason, leaning towards the ground, suddenly burst into a sinister laugh. After that, he rose to his feet with incredible ease, as if he had not received a deadly blow. Jan Champ could not believe his eyes. How could this man take a direct blow to the destructive palm and not only survive, but seem to become even stronger? Jason, seeing the shock on the opponent's face, with a smug grin, explained that even the most powerful stenobit weapon would not be able to harm him. However, one circumstance interested an experienced commander. His armor continued to burn with a bluish flame and did not fade away even after a while after the blow. Having removed the charged shoulder and carefully studying the nature of the damage, with increased interest he suggested that his mysterious opponent was a native of the legendary Heavenly Mountain. However, the origin of Jan Chachok had no importance for Jason. He made a firm decision to continue the deadly battle to the end. Obviously, such indomitable combat zeal could not but inspire anxiety in the heart of even the most fearless hero. As a result, the opponents again converged in the rapid dance of the battle, but this time already in a dangerous close battle, where the slightest mistake meant inevitable death. All Jason attacks were the embodiment of deadly elegance and destructive power. Jan Chachoki barely managed to dodge these lightning attacks, and each time he felt the chilling breath of death on his face. Observing this epic fight, the guards of Juti Jane froze in reverent amazement. For the first time in their life, they saw a man who managed to give such a desperate rebuff to the legendary leader of the Oirats in a direct battle. Jason could not help but admit how incredible his mysterious opponent was. Having decided to check it, he suddenly changed tactics and brought down a crushing blow to Chachok with his fist, aiming directly into his stomach. Jan Chachok managed to hide at the last moment, crossing his hands in front of him. But the impact power was so great that it threw it like a fluff. Cutting into a mighty tree, he pierced it through, like a hot knife through the oil. From such a crushing effect, his internal bleeding was immediately opened. Seeing how Jan Champs was bleeding, the little emperor screamed in horror, confident that his defender would die. However, contrary to all expectations, Jan Champs still remained conscious. During this exhausting battle, he managed to understand 3 critical things. Firstly, his current body had a certain limit of the use of higher imperial martial arts. If he stubbornly tries to use the righteous art of battle, then he will not be able to use even 30% of the potential power of these techniques. Secondly, if the highest art of the Lord of the Demons does not manifest in heaven, nor in water, nor on earth, this is that powerful internal energy used the energy of his body, draining his vitality. Thirdly, the person standing in front of him was strikingly different from any ordinary master of martial arts, with whom he had crossed blades. With such a tremendous level of strength and experience, Jan Chachok could not even leave a serious scratch on it. Seeing that the enemy is weakened and disoriented, Jason decided to immediately complete the duel and interrupt the life of a daring daredevil with one crushing blow. Jan Sham bitterly admitted that he was too arrogant in his calculations. He tried in vain to hide his true nature behind demonic art, not wanting to reveal the young master of the legendary clan in himself. But at the same time, he did not even think about reliable ways to balance forces in this unequal battle. Now he had no choice but to resort to the forbidden technique. Suddenly for everyone, he pushed off the ground and soared into the air, turning over and relying only on his hands. In this incredible position, he used a series of higher imperial war strikes, the legendary secret technique of 6 strokes, known as the Dragon of the Wind. The artificially created dragon, woven from pure energy, escaped from his hands and rushed into an attack on Jason, squeezing a powerful warrior into the nearest rocky obstacle with such force that the stone cracked and crumbled. However, the experienced Jason only grinned contemptuously, realizing that the enemy would not defeat him with such an ancient and predictable technique. But the cunning Chain did not expect to defeat only this technique. He used a spectacular attack only as a distracting maneuver to quietly get closer to his enemy. After a crushing clash of energies, he was again thrown back to the nearest centuries old tree with such force that the trunk broke. Taking advantage of this favorable moment, Jason grabbed his huge combat axe with the intention of one blow to cut the rebellious enemy in half. Only an incredible reaction and years of training allowed John Chichoka at the last moment to dodge the deadly blade. This enraged the formidable military leader even more, given that the guy brought him to the thick of the forest. He perfectly understood that the guy probably retreated into the thicket either in a desperate attempt to save his life, or not wanting the witnesses to see his inevitable death. But for self-confident Jason, it was obvious. The outcome of this unequal fight was already a foregone conclusion, and he firmly decided to put an end to a long battle. As a result, the most desperate phase of the battle began. The battle is not for life, but to death, which literally torn to shreds everything around. Each blow gave rise to a shockwave, from which the trees were bent and stones scattered. Jan Chakok, surrounded by a flickering barrier from internal energy, hardly kept the defense. He clearly realized that he was in an extremely dangerous position, especially now, when a warrior was opposed to him, capable of creating such incredible power only thanks to the external energy received from the years of training. In desperation, he decided to resort to his last trump card, paired blades, because there were still no other members of the cult to come to the rescue. These magnificent swords were awarded to him by the head of the trading house. It was a legendary weapon, known as Swords of the Holy Fire. As a true weapon of the Lord of the Demons, they had to implicitly submit to the highest art of the demon. As soon as the blades shone in his hands, Jan Champ in an instant became much stronger. His attacks could now be on equal terms with Jason's blows. The experienced military leader was amazed. He could not understand how his enemy managed to suddenly take possession of such a tremendous battle power in such a short time of their fight. He even had to retreat for a while to appreciate a new threat and dispel the powerful attack of Chachok, threatening to tear his hand. At this moment of the break, Jan Champi carefully studied his flickering blades, gradually realizing their true nature and power. Judging by their name and the manifested force, they had a unique ability to absorb and strengthen the art of the Lord of the Demons. Although he perfectly understood that he should not rely too much on a weapon that he owned well enough. But in this situation, these blades were the only thing he could count on. Having collected the last grains of his internal energy, he used the highest technique of the Demon's Lord, the embodiment of the anger of heaven. When Jason saw this technique, his imperious face was instantly distorted from genuine horror. However, after a second he came to his senses and erupted with an arrogant laugh. He thought that this was just a desperate, the last attempt by his enemy to survive in a hopeless situation. Having brought his huge combat axe, he rushed forward to finally kill a daring stranger. And then, finally, they again agreed in close combat, where the power of an attack prepared by John Chachok was truly apocalyptic. Somewhere at that time, one of the surviving worship soldiers swayed heavily in a dense forest after he managed to kill several dozen opponents. Suddenly, in horror, he saw something reminiscent of a supernatural hurricane of bright purple color, raging violently in the most often forests. This energy whirlwind was so powerful that even those who were simply nearby, mercilessly blown away, like autumn leaves. Taihan, absolutely not understanding what was happening, fell to his knees in a panic and bitterly cried from all-consuming fear. When the dust and smoke scattered, Yang Chakok stood in the center of a huge crater, and a very wounded and charred Jason sat in front of him. The legendary military leader finally realized with the opponent of what level he had the imprudence to contact. Conducting that, he faces not just a warrior, but the Lord of the Demons. He, to surprise Chachuk, did not pray for mercy. Instead, he asked him to give him a quick death as a worthy opponent. However, contrary to expectations, John Champ has retained complete composure. Instead of delivering a final blow, he unexpectedly decided to extinguish the demonic fire for everyone, devouring the mutilated body of a defeated enemy. After this act of mercy, he asked him only one question that haunted him: why Jason did not evade his last blow. At this intense moment, the surviving warriors of the tribe began to escape to their defeated leader, and Jan Champ realized what danger all these warriors posed. They have already witnessed his true essence, saw the Lord of the Demons in action. If he leaves them alive, he will certainly have a lot of problems in the future, when rumors about his personality will disappear through all lands. With a heavy heart, he realized that he should probably kill all these people in order to maintain his secret. However, Jan Champ did not dare to shed the blood of defenseless warriors. As a result, he finally dispelled his deadly energy and silently headed for the battlefield. Jason froze in bewilderment, not understanding what this mysterious enemy had conceived. When he did not even turn to his call, the wounded leader screamed in a rage that if John Champo doesn't kill him now, he would certainly regret this rash mercy in the future. However, the adamant warrior still did not raise his blades against a defeated man. Then Jason, to the surprise of all those present, began to laugh hysterically, realizing all the absurdity of the situation in which he fell. At heart, he understood that perhaps it was a sign of fate, hinting that it was too early for him to claim the title of Khan the Great Step. However, he admitted bitterly, it was too late to retreat. The path was predetermined, and he was supposed to become the sovereign owner of the revived empire of Yuan, whatever it cost. In the recognition of the enemy's strength, Jason threw his medal at the winner's feet, who served as a fee for saving his life. He openly admitted that he no longer wants to deal with a demonic cult. With the advent of the Demon Lord himself in this game, the outcome of the confrontation was already obvious. Before parting, however, Jason called Chachuk, and patting him on the shoulder, warned him to be more careful in his wanderings, because all what happened was a carefully planned work of the master of the Bloody Palace. Jan Champ was sincerely surprised that Jason seemed to know everything. Did he try to clarify the details of the conspiracy organized by the Palace of Blood Arts? But Jason did not answer this question. However, the guy understood that it was left to make out with the master of the Bloody Palace. At the same time were Yuljin and Ma Tepen and the owner. At this intense moment, an excited Chaeyan finally ran to Jan Chachoku, who, without restraining his feelings, hugged his brave savior tightly. With the tears of sincere gratitude in front of his eyes, the young emperor thanked him for saving not only himself, but all his faithful people from imminent death. Jan Champ was deeply amazed that the harsh emperor could show such genuine emotions. With soft irony, he noticed that, probably, this scene cost all the dangers through which he had to go to save them all. The boy knew that Jan Champ was saying this with a slight mockery, but he took such a manner of communication. After all, this mysterious warrior became his real friend, and it was permissible to behave informally even with the emperor. Finally, having gathered together the remnants of his dark energy, Jan Chakok invited all the survivors to return home. Following the ancient teachings of the Cult of the Sun, in which John Champi occupied the honorary position of the Black Sun, he solemnly freed all captured people. Among the liberated were those who belonged to a demonic cult. At first, they could not believe in their sudden liberation. But when they saw a characteristic black flame, they immediately erupted at the same time with laughter and tears. The liberated captives rushed in different directions, hurrying to return to their families. Meanwhile, Tsijin calmly told the remaining soldiers of the Empire about the heroic battle of Jan Chachok with the formidable leader Yasin, without hiding a single detail of this epic battle. The personal situation of young Jutsujan remained very sad. He had nowhere to return as a ruler. Even if he returned to the capital, a link or something worse was waiting for him. Jan Chachok, having penetrated with sympathy for his fate, invited him to go with him to the mysterious heavenly mountain. However, Tijin explained that the Empire was still a man who was correctly waiting for his return. Let him lose his high status of the Emperor, he still had other, no less important obligations. The only thing he dared to hope is that fate would someday again bring him with the mysterious Jan Chachok. In parting, he with children's spontaneity asked that at their next meeting, Jan Champ would take his mysterious mask and show the true face. In response, he promised with a light grin that everything would depend on the behavior of the Emperor's boy himself. Jan Champ turned around for the last time, looking around everyone with a farewell look, and then literally in a moment turned into a swift black meteor and rushed home, After a long and difficult journey, Taijin finally returned to a magnificent forbidden city. However, a cold reception was waiting for him. He could not even go into the sacred hall of higher harmony, as well as go through the ceremonial southern gates. He had to go away at all loneliness, modestly pass through inconspicuous eastern gates. The bitter truth became obvious. The throne already occupied another, and in the whole huge palace there was not a single person who would be sincerely happy with his return. The once luxurious palace of heavenly purity. The place where he lived before was now replaced by a modest and unpretentious dwelling in the southern part of the complex. But perhaps for him, it was a symbol of the new beginning. When he entered his new modest dwelling, he suddenly noticed a young woman who patiently awaiting his arrival. She immediately burst into tears of happiness, seeing the living and unharmed Zhu Taijin. Confused by such a violent reaction, he gently asked how his faithful empress experienced all this painful time of separation. As a result, unable to withstand the intensity of emotions, she quickly rose to her feet and rushed to him, enclosing Zhu Taijin in strong, gentle hugs. With touching sincerity, the boy admitted that he was immensely missing her. So much that all his thoughts were captured only about her and their possible meeting. Crying from the feelings that overwhelmed her, the empress admitted that all these many months lived as if in a nightmare, guessing painfully every day when and, if at all, Taijin could return to her. Now his return seemed to her a wonderful dream, from which she was afraid to awaken and be in a cold reality again. Taijin assured her with unexpected maturity and wisdom that he was absolutely indifferent if people consider him a useless ruler or contemptuously called a miserable, overthrown emperor. Everything that really matured for him was his beloved empress, and even after death, he will look for her soul in order to reunite. He admitted with touching sincerity that he returned through all the dangers and trials only for her alone. Such was the amazing fate of the sixth emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Taijin. The events of history are transferred to the mysterious cult of mines, to the Palace of Blood Arts. An unknown, carefully hiding his face under a spacious cloak with a hood, just arrived there. So, unnoticed, he reached the light pavilion, and only after that, having convinced himself, he was finally able to speak. With undisguised relief, the mysterious guest honestly admitted to the owner of the luxurious room, which could not get used to the oppressive atmosphere of this ominous place. The unflappable owner of the Palace of Blood Arts calmly asked the newly arrived man, which ended his risky adventures. He reported in detail that according to the instructions of the deeply reserved host, all preparations for the highest celestial holiday of the cult were almost completely completed. However, the insightful chapter seemed to be more interested in another circumstance. The young gentleman finally successfully completed his many years of training. Laughing, the assistant to the chapter explained that at the moment, Chonso had no serious obstacle to them. However, a very unpleasant incident with Jason has recently arose. Obviously, he openly proclaimed himself Khan Northern Yuan. For some strange reason, the head of the palace was too calm about this alarming information. The assistant hastily explained that the situation was much more complicated than it seemed at first glance. They received a sacred plate of a heavenly dragon, a symbol of a rupture of relations. Immediately after these words, the head of the palace could not restrain anger. Its internal energy scattered throughout the room, sweeping away light objects and creating a tangible wind. At this intense moment, the assistant, preserving the external calm, continued his report on a mysterious person nicknamed the Black Sun. This warrior appeared from nowhere in the very heart of the Oirat camp, and managed to save Emperor Zhu Taijin. Moreover, he managed to defeat in the duel of Jason himself, which seemed impossible. The chapter understood that the transfer of the plate of the heavenly dragon meant only one thing. Jason decided to completely break off all the connections and allied relations with him. With poorly hidden rabies, he abruptly ordered the assistant to immediately convene all leaders to a common emergency meeting between the palaces. Smiling cunningly, his faithful minister retired to comply with the received order. Left alone, the head of the palace was gloomily reflecting on the impending events, realizing that he would clearly not forgive such a betrayal from the side of the once faithful Jason. Meanwhile, Chonso, as if nothing special had happened, calmly returned to the territory of his small palace. There at that moment he trained stubbornly. Ying, who, noticing the approach of the master, was respectfully inclined in a traditional greeting. In response, Chonso only calmly asked how their affairs were in his absence. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the annoyed cries of the dissatisfied Yultak, who was loudly indignant, not understanding why Karen so unceremoniously woke him up at such an early hour. He especially protested against the fact that the girl persistently invited them to be weeding weeds in the palace garden. However, at this very moment, Yultak suddenly noticed the returning master. He froze in place, not understanding why Chanso looked so exhausted and dirty, as if someone dared to attack him or rush into him with stones. With sincere concern, he reminded the master of his former urgent request not to leave the territory of the palace alone. Chanso, clearly tired of listening to the constant reproaches and assumptions of assistants, perfectly realizing that he was completely incorrigible in his excessive care. At that moment, the attentive Karen came up to them, who, with undisguised anxiety, decided to find out from the master what happened to him during the absence and whether everything was in order. In his part, he also showed sincere concern to the state of the master and resolutely suggested that he give the order, and they would gladly deal with his offenders. However, Chanso simply silently headed for his house, realizing that it was still too early to devote them to all the details of what happened. He still had to think and solve a lot on his own. Nevertheless, turning around and seeing the deeply alarmed faces of his faithful assistants, he realized that he could not just leave them in ignorance. Therefore, bowing slightly, he made it clear that he had returned safely, and sincerely thanked that they so devotedly monitored the house in his absence. His assistants were immensely surprised by such an unexpected manifestation of gratitude, but they were genuinely delighted with the complete return of his master. At the same time, events are transferred to the ominous lunar peak of the brothel of the demonic clan. At this fateful moment, a column, the famous leader of the elite team of soaring ghosts, came to the powerful master of the palace. She appeared specifically in order to personally receive a new order from her formidable master. The mysterious woman master, without unnecessary ceremonies, asked to transfer a special message to the inhabitants of the third room. They should have taken an inconspicuous walk to the small palace and disrupt icy flowers. In the third room, the legendary 3 demons of merciless steel were currently inhabited. They were the most dangerous hired killers in the entire Palace of Oblivion. The request to take a walk literally meant the order to kill the planned victim. And since we were talking about ice flowers, this unequivocally indicated that the goal was a noble mistress living there. Noticing the shadow of doubt on the face of his usually impassive assistant, the master with some irritation suggested that she was scared of possible consequences. In fact, the girl really felt fear, but not for herself. She perfectly understood that her wayward lady would be truly satisfied only when brutally avenge everyone who has ever dared her to offend or cross her path. With hidden anxiety, the assistant realized that it was extremely risky to choose as a goal. At this intense moment, as if reading her hidden thoughts, the master with unexpected insight admitted that Shivan would also be seriously concerned in place. She philosophically noticed that even if a girl was just an ordinary prostitute in this cruel world, in life there are still certain boundaries that should not be crossed even the most powerful people. Then she suddenly announced that Shivan should become the one who would personally give the order to go to the small palace with a special mission. The head of the house, along the way, asked how Chihami felt now, and Shivan reported with restrained anxiety that, perhaps, due to a recently experienced strong shock, she still did not dare to leave her room. She also reported that when the girl only arrived at them, she immediately began to say that something terrible with her was committed by a terrible member of the retinue of a young gentleman from a small palace. Hearing this, the head of the house unexpectedly decided that Chihami should also go with them on a dangerous task, because if the girl will continue to retreat in the face of life troubles, then she could never change her unenviable fate for the better. Shivan deep down she understood that Chihami passionately wanted to avenge her offenders. In addition, the master said that recently 32 new girls arrived at the institution, and she gave a separate order to take care of them well. On this note, they completed their strategic negotiations. When a deep dark night came, all the participants in the secret operation silently went to their dangerous task to the small palace. Chihami, who was also given a special spy form for secretive penetration, was extremely unhappy that one of the ruthless fighters located nearby exuded an unbearable stench. It seemed to her that the famous demons of merciless steel had never heard of such a simple concept as ordinary washing. At heart, she even thought about finally admitting the true truth about what happened between her and the mysterious Chanso. But she realized that, most likely, she would again simply receive a severe punishment from a quick-tempered young master, and that particularly annoying man from his environment. At this very time, the vigilant Chanbiran was closely watched by the secretly promotion of a group of spies. He instantly recognized the characteristic tread of elite killers. These were the legendary 3 demons of merciless steel. Among them, He also noticed a familiar figure of Chi Hami, holding a little behind the main group. Chanbaran heard many rumors about these dangerous warriors. They said that they were among the 20 best martial arts masters in the entire ominous Palace of Oblivion. All this time, apparently, they secretly hid in brothels and other dubious institutions, waiting for their wings to return to the scene of a big game. Finally, he realized that he was on the other side, and realized that now Chin-Su was inability to inevitable. A letter that the young man signed under pressure surfaced in his memory, and suddenly cleared up what he was threatened with. He recalled the words of the master of the palace that the current Palace of Trade needed to take possession of the Palace of the Sun at all costs. That is why he obeyed the absurd instruction of the young master. And if these people learn about secrets in a letter, then all the wine will undoubtedly fall on his shoulders. Therefore, he immediately again called to help his faithful associates, who reacted with lightning speed to Chanbarana. They rushed with him towards the small palace. The alarmed man understood that he had to save Chunso and everyone who was there. At this time, events unfolded in the library where the hero arrived. The old man had already heard from Chachuk about Jason, and knew that he was the leader of the Oiratov and the great master of the Northern Yuan. But today the charismatic leader proclaimed himself the highest Khan and ruler of the Northern Yuan. Chonso realized that, perhaps, this is his mistake, and he shut up where he should not. Looking at the medallion received from Jason, the wise Tong Jagal understood that the language on it is clearly not Yuan, but rather looked like West Chinese. The inscription on him meant his name. In addition, an experienced old man suggested that this tablet was by no means the only one. At that moment, Chonso recalled the last words of Jason. He warned of danger from the master of the Bloody Palace. Jagal, learning about this, considered the information very entertaining, because the Bloody Palace was closely connected with the Oirats, and he did not understand why Jason ordered Chinso to be afraid. Jan Champi asked that the Tong Jagal's sophisticated and secret knowledge helps him to unravel the meaning of these things and why Jason warned him. Tong Jagal agreed to fulfill his request, but now that he has become the highest Khan, it will be extremely difficult. However, young Chonso did not have any special hopes. In addition, he needed new techniques of martial art. He asked Gagala to help with this. The man was surprised for some time. Chinsoa no longer suited the highest art of the Lord of the Demon. The thing is that the young warrior destroyed everything around when he used this powerful technique, so he needed some other demonic techniques. However, Jagal plunged into thoughts, doubted whether he should do it. He recalled that in the Ming Palace they teach this art, so it is hardly worth going somewhere to master them. Even Chonso himself did not understand why he did not think of it from the very beginning. After all, the cult of the sun is the focus of demons. Of course, knowledge of all higher combat equipment is stored there. Tong Jagal, realizing that the decisive Chonso would go there, asked him to look into the library of the highest lord. In addition, after that he suggested moving to another pressing topic. After all, even the almighty clan Hao could not find out what Chonso talked about with the master of the trade palace. As a result, smiling, the young warrior realized what would be discussed now. In less than half an hour, as the old man had already grinned, Chonso demanded 30% of the assets of the trade palace. Tong Jagal understood that the master of the palace, apparently, had no choice but to unite with them. Jan Champ also realized that such a cunning as he certainly would not miss the chance to scrap the gold, located right under his nose. The insightful Tong Jagal knew that 7 palaces had truly strange and confusing relations. The Silk Road is the main artery of life for the trade palace, so they are so careful with the Palace of Legal Art, which had ties with the Oirats. The Bloody Palace possessed the highest techniques of martial art, so they hold the creator of the Holy Fire next to them, who monitors the implementation of the law. The Palace of Pleasure entered into an alliance with the Palace of War to provide its brothels with protection throughout the Central Plains. The Bloody Palace and the Battle Palace did not try to get rid of the Palace of the Support Sword, which consisted of a small group of the elite. The Ming Palace and the Palace of Holy Fire did not allow to do this. The Palace of Trade and the Palace of Pleasure always wait for the moment in order to collide with each other, and the Palace of Poison always retained neutrality. In this way, palaces entered into unions, rival and complicated their relations, and even if the amount of funds at the Palace of Trade and the Palace of Blood Art is very large, now, when their own warriors were captured, they had to raise a riot and abandon the additional support of archers. But now that Jason has become the highest Khan of Northern Yuan, the trade palace must be rationally. They are not just boiling money, they are invested in order to be able to make a larger deal in the future. It became clear to the penetrating Chinsoa. the trade palace will not take their side completely. There is a high probability that it specifically pushes two sides with his foreheads to strengthen the conflict. Tong Jagal believed that the most weakness of the Ming cult is that he does not have many reliable people who are ready to collect information and finances to feed the worship members. Jagala was surprised that Chonso seemed to be aware of what was happening, but at the same time he did not know much. He looked as if he did not understand anything at all, and then suddenly betrayed brilliant ideas. The goals that the master of the trade palace pursued are quite obvious, but he does not have to expect much from him. He was not so daring. The only reason he was able to come to power is his eldest son, Yung Jaesun, and the leader of the team, Chan Birana. However, Chonso heard that now the eldest son was on a mission, and the wise Tong Jagal believed that they needed to gather Chan Biran and the heir together. Listening to the words of the venerable old man, the young man could not believe that Chan Biran was such an important figure. However, Tong Jagal believed that his skills are not so significant. It is much more important that the master of the trade palace trusts his words. Chan Biran of those who affect the current reality. If they demonstrate the power of the small palace to him, they will be able to lure him to their side. So they will receive the support of an influential warrior and blind the masters of the trade palace, depriving his eyes and ears. In addition, Chonso understood that since he had already managed to tie the vat of Biran in some way, perhaps this business will come out much easier. Then he thought about the trading palace itself, after which he immediately remembered his blades and took them out of the scabbard. They instantly shone with demonic fire. These blades were handed to him by the owner of the trade palace. He said that this was a demonic sword of sacred fire. The young warrior did not understand whether a man had his own reason to give such an important object in the hands of a small palace. Perhaps he is so sure that everything will work out, since the palace was on his hook. However, at that moment Tong Jagal laughed loudly. He explained that the reason was that 5 sacred guns were useless to him. 5 sacred tools can only be used by those who have mastered the art of the Lord of the Demons. He would not want to give them to someone, but he knew that the massacre would begin if others would explore that he had the guns. His only way out was to give them to the worthless young master. The reason he told Chonso about the guns is that he just wanted to get into his friends. Tong Jagal considered it pure luck that Chonso managed to take possession of 2 sacred guns at once. The stunned Chonso did not imagine that it was so complicated. In addition, he was surprised that of all the types of weapons he came across a dagger. He never learned to use such weapons, even during the practice of higher combat strokes. Moreover, he used it for other purposes. However, Tong, sophisticated in secret knowledge, knew that the third elder had knowledge of the technique of martial art of Western China, so Chonso could go in search of it. A wise mentor always shares his knowledge quite carefully, so now he can teach his followers a technique at least all his life. He now lived at a fiery peak. Decisive Chonso promised to deal with this issue, and asked Tong Jagal to let the Cao clan know, since he could not return here for information every time. However, the gray-haired old man handed him the record, explaining that the Hao clan was nowhere, and at the same time, everywhere. He could just throw the record on the ground when help would be needed, and they would immediately find it. Having thanked, Jan Champ immediately accepted such a valuable thing, and Tong Jagal realized that now Chonso was keeping his way to the palace. In addition, unpleasant rumors regarding Chihami recently surfaced. However, Chonso explained that there was nothing like that. He just had to talk to her. He believed that it was time for the Palace of Pleasure to give him his answer. Tong Jagal suspected that what Chonso did was intentionally. However, was this his special strategy for meeting with the master of the palace? For some reason, this greatly alerted the old man. He immediately grabbed the nearest book and began to turn over it. He realized that the time of the snake came, and the Palace of Pleasure now sent somewhere 4 people. This meant that they already managed to get their answer. Chonso realized. They kept the way to the Palace of the Sun, and the alarmed Tong Jagal warned. Most likely they intend to kill him. As a result, Chinsoa had to urgently deviate from the route and leave to deal with the hired killers sent by the Palace of Pleasure. Tong Jagal did not understand where the young warrior was going. However, he understood that it was not worth worrying for his palace while Tessic was there. He needed to visit the Palace of Pleasure. During this time, Tong Jagal promised to prepare and warn the servants of the palace about guests. The young man had already barely restrained his rage. He could not believe that the creator of pleasure gave him such an answer. Somewhere at this time, Chonso's assistants saw a letter informing that he had left again. Karen did not understand why he was constantly doing this, and why she did not trust them. However, Yultak believed that the master had simply a transitional age. In this difficult situation, The Teshik remained calmer than anyone. He understood that if he followed the master, his daughter would be left here completely alone. The gentleman definitely did not want to put him before the choice, and yet he also could not take Harren with him and carry, so he began to think about conveying the care of her to Yultak. However, he was not serious. Now, since there is no master, he offered to have fun and drink. And Teshik realized what a warrior this person. Therefore now, as serious as possible, he went to the guy and grabbed him by the shoulder. It seemed to Yultaku that the team leader wanted to drink with him and have fun. However, starting from today, he decided that Yultak would begin to train with him. It seemed to Yultaku that it was just nonsense, and he did not understand what the leader had in mind. However, the warrior believed that Yultak was not able to protect either the venerable leader or his daughter, so he should certainly train. After that, despite the displeased screams and lamentations, Yultak pulled away by force. He screamed and fought back, not understanding why it was he who should protect the young master and Karen herself. At this time, lively conversations were in the summer brothel. Since the young leader finished his elongated training and returned to the heavenly mountain, there has been not a single calm day. People whispered that he had a real commotion in the spring pavilion. One of the men generally went to a sunny peak to participate in an expedition to the position of the highest member of the cult in the Ming Palace. There, Daredevil saw Madame Chihami from the Palace of Pleasure. Most likely, she came to greet the young leader, but it ended completely differently. After she left, he decided to wait for her near the small palace to see the noble lady again. An hour later, she appeared again, but completely transformed. All her clothes were in a mess. A stunned man heard from his friend from the trade palace that the young leader did something obscene with Chihami in the reception hall. However, at that moment, the head of the Palace of Pleasure, who sarcastically asked whether he counted his lives, unnecessarily picked up to a talkative man who counts his lives, once says this. All those present immediately began to look at each other in fright, not expecting to see her here. It was a legendary white snake named Khan Soso. Everyone instantly fell to their knees, welcoming the formidable mistress and expressing the deepest respect for her. Khan Soso, in response to such a servant reaction, only grinned condescendingly, and with a gesture asked the men to rise as soon as possible. However, in an icy tone she added that they will have to pay for their impudent speeches. They had to pay their own lives. The frightened warrior, trembling, explained to the formidable mistress that he was just retelling the rumors that had reached him. Khan Soso, smiling at an ominous smile, suggested that the man then talk about it personally. She wanted a talkative warrior to tell her that he had just told his friends. Immediately, a frightened man, bending in a deep bow, admitted that he really committed an act worthy of death, and humbly asked for mercy. However, the ruthless head of the palace was not going to give him mercy. She calmly decided to kill him. At that critical moment, when, it would seem, a sharp knife had to fall into the face of the unfortunate, suddenly something pushed him away with force. It was a massive vase that changed the trajectory of the Khan Soso knife, forcing him to fly by. Unknown, as if nothing had happened, expressed extreme discontent by the fact that such a disgusting wine was presented in this institution. He explained his sudden act by extremely quickly intoxicated. However, raising his elegant hat, he asked with interest at the stunned Khan Soso what she was doing here. At this fateful moment, all those present recognized the young master in him and instantly fell to his knees, expressing his deepest reverence to a high-born man. Khan Soso, as if nothing had happened, watched a daring young man with undisguised curiosity. After that, Jan champloted at ease to the nearest table, where he noticed an unfinished bowl of exquisite alcohol. He measuredly poured his wine, recalling that about 10 years ago an extraordinary case occurred, when numerous bodies were discovered in the pavilion located in Shania. All people who were there, including high-ranking commanders, were found brutally killed. At that tragic moment, the whole Union Murim was shocked to the core that one of the revered elders of the Mountain Clan was grabbed among the dead. They instantly launched the legendary Celestial Network, but they never managed to catch the elusive criminal. Only after some time, the world found out that a ruthless killer was an elegant girl named Khan Soso. This valuable information, which was once obtained by the former owner of the body, in which Yang Chakok was now, was very useful. It turns out that he dug up the incriminating evidence on Khan Soso only because she seemed pretty to him. Typical behavior for him. Now he could not even think that the magnificent lady of the Palace of Pleasure would come down to visiting this place. Khan Soso, maintaining icy calm, only gracefully hinted that Chinsu should have noticed her in advance of her visit, so that she could personally and with all the honors to meet him. The young gentleman sarcastically remarked that the girl that the cunning Khan Soso sent to him was completely not in his sophisticated taste. This remark caused on her impeccable face only a fleeting gloomy smile that issues deep discontent. The insidious Khan Soso, wanting to discharge the tense atmosphere, decided to ask how Chonso felt now and whether he was able to curb his righteous anger after their personal meeting. In fact, it was extremely difficult for the young man to pacify the raging rage after the treacherous woman sent ruthless killers to him. However, it seemed more important to save the life of an innocent person. He made it clear to the sophisticated Intrigue that the situation between them could change dramatically when he is in their luxurious monastery. However, the resourceful Khan Soso with feigned courtesy explained that when a beautiful girl is preparing for an important meeting with a worthy young man, careful preparation always requires the proper time, and humbly asked the impatient Chonsoa to wait a bit. However, the young man made it clear with a cunning look that he did not intend to wait at all, and began to focus his powerful internal energy. Sensing danger, Khan Soso instantly suggested starting a serious conversation right now. After that, she suddenly attacked the nearest warrior, who was next to Chinsum. The unfortunate person immediately began to painfully freeze from the legs to the head, desperately praying for mercy. This cruel spectacle was able to get out of a cold-blooded Chonsoa from itself. He did not know that her boundless power allows her to so easily kill members of the cult that do not show proper respect, and besides, do this in the presence of the younger leader. However, the arrogant Khan of Soso did not even think to react to his indignation. She only with a flirty smile noted that during the time they had not seen each other, the young leader became much more attractive and eloquent, which was why she could sincerely be proud of. The angry Chonso imperiously ordered the daring woman not to change the topic and answer his direct question. However, she, as if nothing had happened, gracefully crouching, coldly explained that she also had the right to ask questions. And she sarcastically asked why the young master seems that the master of the palace was not allowed to touch ordinary members of the cult. Chonso was unpleasantly surprised at how quickly a cunning intriguer forgot the sacred teachings of the Ming cult. However, she noticed with a mockery that if he still relies on these ancient rules, then he is really amazingly naive. However, she decided to reveal to him the true cause of her behavior. The whole thing was covered in a wounded pride. After all, once Chonso acted unacceptably with her people, it means that he caused an insult to herself. The question was not in protecting ordinary members of the cult, or respect for the status of the master of the palace. This impudent man dared to hurt her honor, and she considered him worthy of death. If someone else does this, he will also offend her and break her heart. She, with a cunning squint, asked if she knew Chonso. Who is the person who has upset her most of all? However, the young man skillfully pretended not to understand what was being discussed. Khan Soso, with a meaningful smile, insisted that he should know, simply obliged. At this tense moment, Chonso drew attention to a frozen man, and was surprised to realize that he was still alive. Khan Soso only mysteriously smiled and invited the young master to bet. At that moment, everything around him began to gradually be covered with sparkling ice. The ruthless Khan Soso demonstrated the highest level of magic possession. Just think, put such an outstanding person only in 8th place. If the cult of Min decides to win Central Plains, the whole world will plunge into chaos. Carefully watching the arrogant Khan of Soso, he realized that for her the title Young Leader has absolutely no meaning. However, the insidious intriguer with feigned humility explained that the 3 main commandments should be followed by the fact that everyone should be equal and acted in fairness. Communicating with this imperious woman, the insightful Chonso realized that she was radically different from the head of the trade palace. She is completely not concerned about the opinions of others. She is concerned only by herself and the prosperity of the Palace of Pleasure. As a result, a decisive young man agreed to the proposed bet if the proud Khan Soso wants it. She laughed melodically. She was sincerely pleased to realize that Chonso had not changed at all. After that, the majestic woman asked to come to the gibberish. On elegant stairs from the top floor, women, accompanied by a young girl, immediately began to descend gracefully. Shuzul respectfully asked the mistress why she called her, and the imperious hostess ordered all the guests to hold, announcing that the institution was closed today. Immediately after that, slender girls politely but firmly indicated confused men to the exit of the brothel. Those not daring to resist immediately dutifully headed away. As soon as the hall was empty, beautiful girls gathered around their adored mistress. Khan Soso, mysteriously smiling, explained that she had not seen Chonso in these parts for a long time, and she could not let him go so easily. Therefore, She invited him to spend at least 2 days in her possessions in complete comfort. This was her tempting bet. With a charming smile, she noticed that her condition was easy to fulfill. However, the guy recalled that he could still refuse. At this tense moment, the devoted servants of Khan Soso instantly extracted their sharp swords. What will happen to him in the event of a refusal remained inconsistent, but obvious. The essence of the bet was clear, but the young leader did not understand what would change 2 days later. However, the sly Khan Soso, with feigned care, suggested that perhaps Chonso would like to stay here, and he would leave here alive. And she would certainly remind him of what happened in the past. Then the decisive Chonso, to the surprise of those present, agreed to stay, but under one important condition. Since Khan Soso was the first to touch on this topic, he also wants to offer something, because based on the rules where everything should be honest, she could not argue with this. An intrigued woman asked Chinsoa to voice her conditions. The cunning young man began with a provocation. He wanted to put on the fact that in 2 days he would destroy them all. But seeing the fright in the eyes of those present, he softened and decided only to completely subjugate the entire palace of pleasure. Undoubtedly, this could not but alert the vigilant mistress. The insightful woman noticed in disbelief that Chonso went too far with her daring jokes. However, the adamant young man imperiously ordered them to simply wait for his inevitable perish. Khan Soso laughed melodically, promising that Chinsoa would be impatiently awaiting, like a faithful spouse, and even personally prepare a fragrant bath for him. However, only if he succeeds in reaching her personal chambers. Then she gracefully said goodbye to the man, expressing the hope that he would have a great time. Chonso decided to find out about the fate of the unfortunate warrior. He would not really like to spend the night next to someone's burial. The young man did not understand. Is the ruthless hostess really going to leave the poor man so easy? The woman only frowned in displeasure and again applied the power of her inner energy. After which the man instantly imprisoned that man in an impenetrable ice rock. Looking at the bewilderment reflected on the guest's face, the arrogant Koso Khan with a feigned care asked Chonso, as soon as he finals his drink, climb the 6th floor, where she had already prepared a luxurious room for him. At this critical moment, Chonso could not finally restrain the bubbling rage. He firmly decided that he would come behind the head of the arrogant lady of the Palace of Pleasure at all costs. At this time, in the small palace of Ming, the evening was already sank, but grueling training continued tirelessly. The clumsy Yultak could not correctly repeat the complex techniques of his strict teacher, and he, with increasing irritation, understood that with such miserable abilities, the student would not be able to save even his own life. He can't even protect the young master, not to mention the fragile heron. After another unsuccessful attempt, a patient mentor again began to adjust his movements with a bamboo stick, pointing to gross errors. Yultak only screamed in displeasure on the aisle of the heater, not understanding why he should have defended the capricious Karen. At that moment, an angry man resolutely raised his hand to strike and said that he was attacking his head. However, he punished him with a blow to his side, because of which Yultak only loudly yelled in pain. The wise Yilteshchik calmly explained to the negligent student, "The ruthless killer is unlikely to warn where he would inflict a mortal blow. He must be ready for everything at any time." At this tense moment, the caring Karen suddenly appeared, who, with a subsidiary, asked that the tired father rested a little, and drank healing tea with a fragrant persimmon. Yilteshchik immediately softened and decided to take a short break, looking with love at his precious daughter. And the envious Yultak only soundlessly indignant, seeing this touching scene. Because the harsh man clearly loved his daughter. But he also once had a father, he bitterly remembered, but immediately realized that he could hardly really love him. The good-hearted Karen, noticing his despondency, decided to take care of the tortured Yultak, suggesting that he be eaten before the continuation of the exhausting training. However, the obstinate young man stubbornly did not understand why he had to train at all. The patient Karen, finally, was tired of listening to his endless displeased cries, so she resolutely began to violently feed him. Yultak, having calmed down a bit and saturated, with a crafty smile admitted that he had the feeling that his whole body was covered by painful internal damage. With the suffering, he pleadingly asked the compassionate Karen to make him a massage if he was really sincerely worried about him. However, at this critical moment, the decisive Karen hit the lazy guy around his neck and strictly ordered him to stop behaving like a capricious child. She did not understand how an adult man could be so frivolous. As a result, they again began to argue violently. Yultak with fervor proved that he was already quite adult and mature, but the insightful Karen considered him an absolute loser. At this tense moment, the girl suddenly noticed that her father was about to leave somewhere. He calmly explained that he intends to visit the forge, and strictly demanded that Yultak continue to train in his absence. The exhausted young man, realizing that the heavy training stick could barely raise, was prayed so that a strict mentor would not buy him any weapon. However, the adamant man did not heed him, and resolutely retired. Then the desperate Yultak, having fallen to his knees, began to remember with longing for a young master. He clearly realized that he was just a worthless person, but he was ready to follow his adored master at least the most distant wilderness, if only he finally returned. Somewhere in this alarming time, enemy spies finally carefully got to the small palace. They noted with satisfaction that the palace, most likely, is not under a reliable guard, which could only play in hand. At the same time, the resourceful Chonso began to gradually melt the frozen man with his powerful internal energy. He decided to use the ancient art of heavenly blood, the secret technique of demons, and soon felt a weak but encouraging reaction of a frozen body. Let him have to cope with the difficult task. He sincerely hoped that luck had not yet left this unfortunate man, and he would be able to survive. As a result, strong ice gradually began to crack, and the stiff body slowly began to thaw. Finally, the ice block turned simply into a puddle of water. A caring young man neatly put a half-frozen man on the ground. Then he began to nourish his weakened body with healing internal energy. Soon the unfortunate managed to wake up, which meant he was quite lucky. After this miraculous salvation, Chonso immediately closed his mouth with a trembling man, and firmly made it clear that if he wanted to stay alive, then he needs to keep absolute silence and hide, avoiding any contacts if possible. The man immediately nodded his head, making it clear to the noble savior that he completely understood his instructions. The decisive young man himself went to the upper floors of the mysterious building. He knew that the summer pavilion was known to everyone as a palace of pleasure. However, up to the 5th floor, this place was considered an ordinary pavilion, and only starting from the 6th floor did it turn into a real palace of pleasure. Finally, opening the doors, he confidently went to the floor, where beautiful girls already expected him, who welcomed the young master affably. He was clearly dissatisfied with such frivolous jokes. However, at this tense moment, mysterious smoke appeared from nowhere. Graceful girls began to circle around, begging to play the Honorable Mr. to play with them. Gradually, this mysterious smoke also began to influence Chinsoa himself, which is why he began to lose his composure. He instantly remembered a long-standing conversation with his insightful friend. Tot warned that women from the cult of demons are much more dangerous than a mythical nine-tailed fox. Then he decided to find out from his brother if he had ever heard something about the mysterious technique of charm. However, the wise Jan Champ only asked him to shut up and just go to bed. But the restless young man continued to insist and talked about his strange dreams, where skilled demons used this magical technique. She gave such pleasant, fascinating feelings that he involuntarily succumbed to the spell. At this moment, enlightenment descended on John Chachok. He realized that he was skillfully applied to the technique of charm. The cleaner the internal energy, the easier it is to get into this insidious trap. If he was in the same body, it would be almost impossible for him to get out of this captivity. Now, the lovely girls who enveloped him with their spells, with a feigned concern, decided to find out if the noble gentleman missed them, because he was not nearby for a very long time. The guy remembered that only 5 floors were available for guests of the small palace, but she spoke as if he had been here for the first time. Now his dense, charming girls were surrounded by his dense ring. In addition, another mysterious girl skillfully played a musical instrument behind the screen. She was the true heart of the technique of charm. At this dangerous moment, the treacherous girls pleadingly asked the master to hug them tightly. It was supposedly very cold and sad if he becomes so detached and cold. However, suddenly the girl behind the screen saw a dazzling bright light, which for a moment blinded her. At this critical moment, she lost her and stopped playing, because she was unexpectedly distracted. And after a moment, a young leader suddenly appeared behind her. Somewhere at this time on the top floor of the luxurious brothel was the majestic Khan Soso. She thoughtfully played with her elegant snake when her devoted assistant approached her respectfully. A curious woman wanted to know what she was thinking of an insightful Pune about the unusual situation. However, the wise girl only philosophically remarked that the young master was always not easy to understand. In addition, a lot of time passed with their last memorable meeting. But the insightful Khan Soso felt something inexplicably strange in relation to this mysterious guy. She did not understand why he behaved as if for the first time ended in these walls. Perhaps the great leader of the cult did something irreversible with him when he sent him to the mysterious corridor of large demons. The assistant immediately started. having heard the mention of the formidable leader of the cult. They were strictly forbidden to talk about him. It was an unspoken but strict rule. Therefore, she did not understand why her mistress broke him so frivolously. However, for the powerful Khan Soso, all this did not matter, because the young leader granted them to visit them. They must serve him in the highest category. In addition, a smart assistant understood that now that skillful junior entered this delicate matter, everything would be decided very quickly. Khan Soso only mysteriously grinned, realizing that this skillful girl would probably be incredibly happy to see the young master after so many long days. She asked with the indifference how things were in the small palace. The assistant respectfully reported that soon they would probably hear detailed reports from the devoted warriors themselves. Then the satisfied Khan Soso released the assistant, realizing that she had already learned everything she needed. She herself thought thoughtfully that everything was happening exactly like the last time, but she was not able to change anything. This was all a foregone conclusion on his birthday. She has already prepared a special gift for him. It remains only to patiently wait for his arrival. At this tense moment, on the way to a mysterious girl, Jan Champ suddenly felt something inexplicably strange. He was sure that the girls from the Palace of Pleasure studied the art of deadly ice, but these girls were surprisingly easy to defeat. In addition, the enchanting atmosphere of charm was completely dissipated. Therefore, he accurately realized that he had found one who skillfully used the technique of charm. At that moment, the frightened girl turned sharply, looking with trepidation at the adamant Chinsoa. The guy became obvious. She definitely knew him. She introduced herself with trembling in her voice. Her name was Junning, and she honestly admitted that she had not seen the master for a long time. At this moment, the puzzled Chonso did not understand what was happening with the excited girl. He just slightly immobilized her with his inner strength, but she was already noticeably blushed. The intrigued Chonso decided to find out where this mysterious girl knows him. However, the embarrassed girl recalled that they spent a lot of time together in the past. Then the dumbfounded Chonso instantly realized that all these are the inevitable consequences of the slutty life of the former owner of this body. He decided to ask this mysterious girl another delicate question. Did she do this already like that before? However, a flushed beauty with an awkward smile said that for that memorable time they undoubtedly had a good fun. Then, the shocked Chonso realized that something indecent happened 3 years ago, right before the former owner of the body went to the mysterious corridor of large demons. This stunning discovery meant that a young girl, who was not even 16, could already masterfully use the insidious technique of charm. John Chachoku was incredibly difficult to believe that he got into the body of a man who, without a doubt, was a real sexual maniac. In this alarming time, sinister spies have already rummorized for the strong walls of the small palace silently. Initially, the careless Yultak was delighted, naively, considering that this was finally returned to his adored young gentleman. However, a joyful smile with lightning speed disappeared from his face when he saw strangers wrapped in black. Looking intently at unexpected guests, he painfully tried to understand who these mysterious people are. Among them stood out a clumsy shorty, a squirrel, an immense fat man, as well as a mysterious girl accompanying them. However, his insightful gaze quickly recognized in it that very sadly known Chi Hammy, although she furiously began to argue, unconvincingly proved that she was not. It was easier to find out this person as simple to know this person, because it was unlikely that some kind of eccentric crazy one who would choose such an elaborate shoes for an absolutely black gloomy outfit would be found. Chi Hammy's shoes were little interested in a cautious young man. He clearly understood that these unexpected guests were truly dangerous madmen. He was perplexed what they again conceived. Not only did they brazenly cross the walls of their sacred palace under the cover of a dark night, and also cowardly hid their faces under ominous masks. The alarmed Karin contributed, not understanding why these suspicious people came to their monastery. However, the self-confident Yultak, grinning, said that he knew the true reason for their visit. Last time, when the passionate Chi Hammy was here, a manic shine clearly burned in her predatory eyes. Surely this is exactly what she conceived from the very beginning. After all, she always looked at him with such a devouring look and clearly dreamed of getting him into her nets. He was sacredly convinced that the impudent seducer with all her unbridled passion wanted to abduct him and take possession of him. So she shamelessly came here under the cover of starry night. However, the noble young man explained that he could not answer her feelings. His sacred mission was to insistently be next to the young leader and protect him at the cost of his own life. At this fateful moment, an angry woman finally lost her temper and contemptuously ordered a terrible frog to shut up immediately. She did not understand why this impudent youth suddenly took that she wanted to connect her fate with such insignificance as him. In addition, she imperiously demanded that he immediately stop calling her some unknown name like Chi-Hami, which she allegedly had never heard of. The impudent Yultak only laughed mockingly, realizing how easily he managed to confuse this hypocritical person, after which he with a mockery asked her to stop the fool. If she wanted to attract his precious attention, then she already did it, so she could calmly stop pretending. However, at this critical moment, the warriors who arrived with her, with lightning speed, armed themselves with their deadly blades. Then Yultak became painfully obvious. The insidious Chi-Hami did not come here at all for his irresistible person. And the ruthless intriguer itself, sincerely looking at the innocent Karen, unequivocally made it clear that she came here only in order to calmly kill a defenseless girl. With bewilderment, looking at her cruel opponent, the shocked Karen could not understand why she came to her soul. However, the arrogant Chi-Hami contemptuously stated that such an insignificant person without a noble family has no right to live here. With her miserable presence, she desecrated this sacred place. The frightened Karen desperately recalled that they were still in the small palace, and it is unlikely that such a crime will come off the killers. Laughing sarcastically, Chi-Hami with a mockery suggested that the naive Karen probably had in mind that she had already managed to establish close ties with high-ranking inhabitants of the palace. Cruel mercenaries, who arrived along with the ruthless Chi-Hami, impatiently offered to kill this annoying girl quickly and immediately clean up. In addition, before that, with sadistic smiles, they decided to engage in all sorts of disgusting curtains with a defenseless girl. And at this tense moment, the fragile Karen was truly, really scared. She desperately ordered the bloodthirsty warriors to immediately get out of their house. However, they only laughed contemptuously, not understanding how some miserable girl laughs to them, experienced killers, to order something. The bewildered Yultak tried to somehow reassure the enraged Chi-Hami, but she only got angry at the tactless young man even more, after which she resolutely ordered her thugs to attack immediately and ruthlessly kill the hated rival. Immediately after this ominous order, their sharp blades were immediately ruthlessly aimed at the trembling Haran. The defenseless girl only managed to squint in horror, realizing that she would not be able to avoid the upcoming deadly attack. However, at the last moment, the resourceful Yultak bravely stood up for her, who threw a heavy flower vase with lightning speed directly into the face of the main attacker. After which he awkwardly pretended to be a precious vase, quite by accidentally slipped out of his trembling hands. In addition, he muttered displeasedly that since then their unpredictable young gentleman returned from his long journey, there was not a single calm day in the palace. He sarcastically recalled that he had come to the small palace not for such a dangerous life full of deadly intrigues. Then he imperiously turned to a frightened girl, severely warning that it was the last time he generously saved her life. Then he adamantly demanded that Chi-Hami immediately clean the way and leave them alone. Then he, with unexpected seriousness, reminded her that he sincerely tried to understand her motives after that strange case, but it seemed to him that, choosing such low goals and dishonest methods, she went too far in her revenge. As a result, finally angry, the bloodthirsty Chi-Hami resolutely stated that they would have to kill these two insolents in order to successfully fulfill their secret mission. After that, her thugs immediately pounced furiously on a fearless guy. However, the resourceful Yultak exclaimed in time that they might want to know whose son he is. He significantly recalled that his formidable father was not just an ordinary warrior, but was himself the omnipotent master of the bloody palace. Obviously, although this loud statement did not impress Karen and Chi-Hami at all, the sharp blades of the mercenaries suddenly stopped a millimeter from his unprotected neck. They wary began to look back at their leader, waiting for further instructions. The angry Kopecks cried piercingly, demanding that they immediately kill this annoying liar and a defenseless girl. However, the stubborn young man, looking at the furious Chi-Hami, sincerely wondered how she could look so arrogant at a modest girl, not even knowing who her powerful father actually. An arrogant intriguer replied that she did not understand why she knew some kind of a simple form of some commoner. Although she was suddenly worried. What if this unremarkable girl is another secret daughter of some influential master of the palace? However, at this tense moment, the insightful guy significantly pointed out behind them, explaining that, finally, her damn frightening dad appeared. As soon as they turned up in fright, behind them there was a deafening explosion, shaking the walls, after which an angry warrior appeared in the puffs of smoke. The indignant swordsman could not believe that these arrogant strangers dared to afford this in his house. And Chi-Hami, pale with amazement, realized who was the father of a shy girl. Events are rapidly transferred to a luxurious summer brothel. The unflappable Chonso slowly walked along the mysterious 7th floor and accidentally stumbled upon a zealously training swordsman. He was surprised to realize that, in this mysterious place, the elite team of soaring ghosts, deadly killers known for their ruthlessness, secretly trained in this mysterious place. Stunned by the sudden appearance of an outsider, frightened warrior girls did not understand that the impudent Chonso even forgot in their secret chambers. But the young man himself was sincerely perplexed why they were so surprised by his presence. After all, they themselves persistently asked him to rise here only a few minutes ago. The girls quickly parted on different sides of the huge hall, and the young man perfectly understood. For sure they hastened to find out what happened, then to immediately report to his lady. Suddenly, the amazed Jan Champ noticed several little girls, not older than 10 years old. This has become a real shocking discovery. To see innocent children within the walls of the famous Palace of Pleasure. In addition, absolutely unexpectedly, one of the miniature girls boldly approached, gullibly pulled Chonso by the sleeve, and greeted him with children's spontaneity. The last young man affectionately stroked the baby through silky hair, and warmly answered her sincere greeting. Chonso involuntarily was surprised by her striking fearlessness, and she only with a disarming smile was simply informed that she would be 9 years old this year. The softened Jan Champ also politely introduced himself in response, although he was inwardly wary. The girl seemed to him a slightly strange, not calm for years. At this touching moment, the mysterious women who persistently asked Chachuk immediately went upstairs to go upstairs. The last time he looked thoughtfully at the quiet children, who escorted him with a gaze, not childishly careful look. Looking into their innocent eyes, he intuitively felt with these unusual children, it was obvious something wrong, as if something more was hiding behind the children's shell. At this alarming moment, one of the alarmed assistants excitedly reported that the fearless young master had already successfully reached the 7th floor, and the 6th was completely defeated. Obviously, the girl was extremely concerned about this alarming report. When someone was considered defeated in the Palace of Pleasure, this meant only one thing. The harlot unconditionally surrendered to the enemy. The reason why the Palace of Pleasure was considered weaker than others in terms of combat power was that in addition to classical art of battle, they had to actively rely on the art of love comforts. Moreover, the alarmed assistant knew very well that among the elite fighters whom they sent against the invincible Chonsoa, there was not a single tale of the tale. But according to her calculations, he was definitely not destined to survive, since they additionally sent 5 more powerful soaring spirits and 3 ruthless lunar spirit. According to ancient legends, 1 soaring spirit is capable of defeating 10 experienced men alone, and 1 majestic lunar spirit is 100. Therefore, this time they were absolutely confident in their inevitable victory. However, to her indescribable horror, another breathless girl ran up and scaredly reported an urgent report. As it turned out, the 8th floor also fell. Elite defenders failed under the powerful onslaught of uncontrollable Chinsoa. This news was even more shocked by the personal assistant of the mistress. She could not comprehend how such an incredible event could happen, and how he managed to defeat so many skillful warriors in less than 2 hours. As it turned out, the amazed woman herself personally went to look at the defeated, as she could not believe in what she heard. But not one of the proud defenders was even able to stand on his feet after a meeting with a mysterious young man. And there was still something extremely strange that it was certainly worth noting that there was not a single trace of the young leader on their impeccable bodies, as if he had not touched them at all. The stunned girl instantly realized. The great Chonso masterfully controlled her body. This is an unattainable level for any man who, according to ancient legends, was achieved when the emperor from the Sui dynasty spent as many as 12 nights with his 80 wide concubines. She was absolutely sure. He perfectly knew the ancient art of love, so he came here so naturally and self-confidently alone. If this time they will not be able to adequately accept the young master, then the bloodthirsty palace immediately rushes to deal with the Palace of Pleasure. She, with horror, remembered the sinister threat of Chonsoa that 2 days later he would completely subjugate them all. This prophecy was even more scared by a careful assistant. If this goes on, then even the invincible lady herself can be drawn into this whirlpool of events. As a personal assistant, she was obliged to prevent this disaster at any cost. Therefore, she immediately ordered a frightened girl to urgently send male spirits. No matter how skilled lover he is, he can't subordinate men to him. Everything possible needs to do so that he could not rise a single step higher. After this categorical order, the girl immediately rushed away, and the alarmed assistant was well aware. If the uncontrollable yang of the champ rises to at least one floor, then inevitably reaches its personal level, the 10th. If he in some incredible way ends up there, then she was firmly ready to risk her own life in order to protect her adored mistress of the palace. Somewhere in this alarming time, an angry heater with undisguised rage resolutely picked up closer to his insidious enemies. He menacingly warned that he had long known. They should have expected uninvited guests, but he absolutely certainly did not assume that they boldly regret it from the hostile palace of pleasure. Flower of a white snake, Khan So-So. As soon as this ruthless intriguer became a full-fledged master of the palace, she calmly got rid of everyone who dared to support the former master, cynically hiding behind the noble pretext of creating a new progressive generation. He would never have thought that she would dare to contact the venerable small palace, especially now. When he received an alarming letter, he immediately found out that very soon unwanted guests could help them. Therefore, the prudent John Champ urgently asked them to be in full combat readiness. The noble leader, bothering righteous rage, finally realized that this sinister report was absolutely true. All three hired killers clearly felt that a completely different frightening aura emanated from the formidable Theshchik. This nondescript man could be extremely dangerous in anger. However, the stubborn Chihami with an arrogant grin reminded her accomplices. They will definitely not be safe if they do not fulfill this important task to the end. She calmly explained that two of them should actively engage in the distraction of the warrior, while the third imperceptibly decreases and ruthlessly kills the defenseless girl. However, the adamant Ilteshik severely warned, no matter what they came up with and did, they will all inevitably die from his merciless hand. Finally, a fierce battle began when two desperate warriors simultaneously attacked a mighty warrior. This epic battle was really unequal, but unequal in relation to his arrogant enemies, since he neutralized them with lightning speed. When the first enemy was rapidly defeated, the second, taking advantage of the moment, insidiously crept behind him, masterfully wielding his deadly blades. However, just as quickly as in the first case, Yil the Teshik managed to deal with this unlucky fighter with lightning speed. All sharp blades that flew in his direction with a whistle, and other formidable weapons by some miracle were stopped literally a millimeter from his invulnerable body. After that, the angry defender furiously grabbed both defeated fighters, starting to strangle them mercilessly with his mighty hands. Before finally dealing with them, he gently asked that the innocent heron immediately closed his eyes, not wanting to injure her fragile soul. After which, he mercilessly crushed their skulls and did not leave them from them at all. Logging to the limit, the last surviving warrior, a miserable squelch, was incredibly outraged that someone dared to do so ruthlessly with his named brothers. Having quickly headed for the defenseless Karin, he resolutely decided that he had to kill her, at least her, so as not to return with shame to his mistress. However, in time, the brave Yultak managed to defend the trembling girl, resolutely armed with his faithful sword. He looked displeased at the heater, because he perfectly understood that he himself could easily deal with a miserable squelch, and did not realize at all why he left this insignificant work to a young warrior. However, a multi-hearted man with a wise smile decided he was an ideal training battle for an inexperienced young man. As a result, a fierce battle began, and gradually the decisive Yultaku was more and more clearly and confidently managed to fight off the enemy's furious attacks. After several skillful maneuvers, he suddenly managed to deftly get closer to the confused enemy, and even aptly cut his pants, thereby mercilessly disgracing the unlucky mercenary. Next, the resourceful young man also chose a good moment for a decisive blow, after which a doomed man, as if in a trance, independently headed directly to his sharp sword, submitting to the inevitable fate. The stunned warrior could not believe his eyes. Yultak, who all this time looked so awkward and weak, suddenly fought with such force and grace as if a powerful demon was hidden inside his punying body. However, the whole illusion instantly dispersed when, barely receiving a slight scratch, frightened by Yultak immediately hysterically began to scream in pain. The harsh Karin only displeasedly reminded the pampered guy that he was hardly slightly scratched, and he should immediately stop whining so shamefully. The insightful Ilteshchik, carefully looking at the contradictory Yultak, clearly understood. This ecstatic guy was really extraordinary. Let him behave most of his time as a third-rate warrior. He was surprisingly able to easily defeat the dangerous mercenary of the highest class. You can't learn such sophisticated skill just studying standard martial arts. This is possible only if you already have a huge combat experience and innate talent. Finally, it remained only to deal with the insidious Chihami. The frightened Intriguing, desperately defending her trembling blades, hysterically ordered that the formidable man would not even dare to approach her. However, he explained in an icy tone that if she dares to take at least the slightest step, he would immediately mercilessly die of his hand. She immediately in a panic began to pose plaintively about precious mercy, humiliatingly begging not to kill her, and oathly assured that she was ready to implicitly do everything that the noble Ilteshchik would order her. However, a ruthless warrior with a stone face coldly ordered a trembling girl, "Kill yourself yourself." She froze in indescribable horror, not understanding when everything went so irreparably awake. Maybe the decision to invite these ruthless thugs was a fatal mistake? Or is this unpredictable Yultak who unexpectedly won the Teshchik for a precious time to blame for everything? However, at this fateful moment, to universal amazement, the inexplicable Yultak suddenly stood up for the trembling Chi Hami. He generously offered to regret the unfortunate girl and give her life. Seeing the defeated Chi Hami, with reproachfully, he reminded that he had warned her not to go so far in his revenge, and did not understand at all why she had so much senselessly complicated. Stunned, Chi Hami still could not understand why Yultak was defending her after everything that she tried to do. In this tense time, the indomitable Chonso determined even higher, to the next mysterious floor, where they were already respectfully greeted by the meeting. There were reverently stood tall men who seemed to be looking forward to the young leader. Chonso was really deeply surprised, finding that in the Palace of Pleasure there were not only beautiful women, but also men, counting that they are needed here only to fulfill heavy assignments. At this awkward moment, majestic men enthusiastically stated that it was the greatest honor to serve the incomparable Chonsu. The embarrassed John Chichka honestly admitted that he did not expect that men would be so genuinely glad to see him, and realized with anxiety. It seems that this time he would have to use military tricks in the battle against these strange warriors. At this tense moment, the charismatic leader of the detachment of the mysterious male spirit introduced himself with a smile, after which he significantly hinted at the embarrassed Chonso that he could easily call him just Dear Zajan, which was in earnest embarrassed the bewildered hero. Immediately after this unexpected statement from all sides in a spacious room, a mysterious stupefying aroma blew, and a smiling man with a promising smile explained that today they, an invincible detachment of the male spirit, will certainly make sure that carefully satisfy every piece of the body of the precious Chachok. Immediately after this shocking statement, a shocked champ was horrified to see how the leader of the men flowed indecently drooling with anticipation. The poor young man instantly became unbearably bad, his whole tense body involuntarily reduced from a painful convulsion. When he finally fully realized, these strange men were not at all harmless boys on the escapes, but something much more ominous. Without restraining his growing rage more, he instantly applied the powerful art of the highest lord of demons. This ill-fated floor literally began to fall apart in front of his eyes from his attack. After all the attacked men were rapidly defeated, they, embarrassed and pleased in their foggy dreams, rampartingly fell apart throughout the defeated room. Finally, he triumphantly reached the next sinister floor, where he was tensely awaiting alarmed personal assistant of the arrogant Khan Soso. She could not understand with disbelief in her eyes whether it was possible to seriously calculate that the best warriors of their palace could stop the invincible Chonso if he managed to deal with the elite detachment of male spirits with such ease. However, the unflappable young man only grinned contemptuously, making it clear that, if it is really all that the illustrious Palace of Pleasure is capable of, then it was slightly depressed and disappointed. Jan Chakok sarcastically remarked that 2 days for a complete capture of this miserable place was too generous from his side. He imperiously ordered to immediately tell where the master of the palace was hiding. Then a smart girl clearly realized that Chonso came here a completely prepared and clear plan of action. However, she explained with feigned regret that under no circumstances could call the great master of their palace. She diplomatically assured that she was not even going to ask Chonsoa how he managed to get to such a high level of their shelter at all. However, she persistently asked him to immediately leave the palace after the expired 2 days. The annoyed young man unequivocally made it clear that such a proposal categorically does not suit him. However, the girl calmly explained that she did not ask him for a favor at all. She simply gave him a friendly advice, to which he was free not to follow. The intrigued Chonso was extremely curious to find out why they so stubbornly tried to kill him. But Shuvius only explained that they tried to stop him from a mistake. The confident guy only laughed mockingly, with a mockery, wanting to find out how this fragile girl is generally going to stop him. But she penetratively remarked, Since in bed they clearly could not overcome Chinsoa, it is unlikely that they can offer anything else from their vast arsenal. After this insightful remark, she decisively demonstrated her 2 deadly weapons, which surprised a fearless young man. Is this desperate girl so recklessly confident in her combat powers? But she mysteriously hinted that she had no idea where and how Chanso knew the secret art of love comforts. But even if he perfectly knows martial art, it will be extremely difficult for him to defeat her in an honest duel, and if he continues to advance so aggressively, she will inevitably have to stop him with the most radical methods, although she urgently did not advise him to bring the situation to such extreme. But the thoughtful Chanso noted with surprise that this self-confident girl had too much personal space for only a servant. She, frowning, did not understand why Chanso suddenly translated the topic, and what exactly did not suit him so much in the situation. At this tense moment, the unpredictable young man cold-bloodedly calculated that the time spent in this mysterious place was already coming to an end. Until the full expiration of the promised 2 days, there was about 4 hours. He wisely decided to calmly wait until these 2 days have expired to remain impeccably honest in his loud words and promises. To do this, he decided to take a nap a little. He did not suspect that at that moment the remaining spies were closely observed from the upper floors of his behavior. After the statement of Yultuk, Yilteshik gave them a chance. He would count up to 3, and they would go inside the building. However, Yultuk understood. It was literally an offer to take Chihami and his wives, and began to desperately resist. He explained that Yilteshik clearly extends the stick, because marriage is an important event in the life of each person, and if only one side was agreeing to this, he certainly will not go. However, it seems that Chihami was even more against this idea than Yultuk himself. As a result, when the score was already approaching 2 of the 3, Yultuk panicked, realizing that Chihami, apparently, would have to die, because he did not want to take her and his wives. But at that moment the warriors of the Chanbarana detachment unexpectedly appeared. Yultuk immediately recognized the forbidden detachment. Not understanding that they had forgotten here, he suspected that they also came to kill Karen, but they stated that they had arrived in order to save her. Seeing how deplorable they looked, Yultuk was perplexed, where they managed to fight and why they looked so terrible. In fact, when they were in a hurry here, they already met someone. It was the Ilteshchik who considered them those dangerous guests they expected. Therefore, for starters, I decided to neutralize them. After that, they were completely defeated and lying on the ground. They should have escaped. This would be the right decision. To use the remaining forces to get to the trade palace and report on the situation. However, Chanbiran wanted to know who this man was, and when he saw how this man figured out the elite mercenaries in one fell swoop and demonstrated the highest art of blood, he understood everything. It was difficult to imagine how someone so easily defeated 3 demons of merciless steel from the highest development sphere. The only one who in their time is capable of this is the leader of the Supreme Demon Detachment. But he would definitely recognize him. So it became obvious. For sure it was a warrior supporting the young leader of the Ming Palace. He used to hear that Ilteshchik became a cripple, and it was not clear how he returned. But now it has become obvious. Not the time for recklessness. It was urgent to run away. However, at some point, he felt the frightening energy emanating from the warrior. He realized, he noticed him. If he simply moves a step, then he will definitely become a corpse, so he stayed in place. Yultuk could not believe that they really came to save them, but Chanbiran explained. They were worried that the young leader could face danger. Then Yultuk realized. They initially knew about the plans of the Palace of Pleasure. This intention was very scared by Chanbiran, because he understood what this could threaten for them. At that moment, Ilteshik came up to him and patted on the shoulder. He did not understand why Chanbiran looked so frightened, and he began to explain that he did not feel anything like this at all. Calmly approaching his face, the warrior demanded that Chanbiran look at him and answer the question. Does a man guess who stands in front of him? He scaredly stated that he had absolutely no idea who the man is before him. Smiling, Ilteshchik again asked his question, but he suggested Chanbiran to think carefully. This time, Biran in horror admitted that he was in a catastrophic situation. He explained that he did not even know what the highest demonic detachment of Ming was, a group of warriors owning martial arts who guard the leader of the cult and could kill people inside the cult. Each member of the detachment is a warrior with the highest sphere of development, while the leader of the detachment is a warrior with the highest level of ownership of martial arts. This was especially true of the former leader. No matter how many days he fought, his energy did not run out. He was incredibly cruel, and always clearly shared his sympathy and antipathy. If you add to this a letter that he wrote to the young leader, Then everything turned out. So Biran said that he knew who the ill header is, and the warrior immediately intended to kill him. Having fallen to his knees, Biran promised that he would forget about it for his rest. He even vowed with 3 generations of his clan, otherwise he will become a dog. However, Il Teshik, only raising his hand to the sky, concentrated all his inner energy. The warriors immediately flew into the air by force, which was brought down on them, the Teshik, and Biran did not stop, begging for mercy. But the Teshik was not going to do this. To begin with, he recalled that now Biran has become a simple person who does not belong to anyone else. Biran immediately stated that he understood his words and would definitely remember them. Only then did the warrior release both the man himself and his people. Then he turned his gaze to the insanely frightened Chihami. He ordered Biran to knit this girl while he goes to the young leader. Immediately, his warriors headed for the girl and tied her, despite the cries, after which he took away from the small palace. In fact, the Teshik did not want to kill the girl. He understood that if you make small adjustments to her behavior, then there could be some useful pro. Finally, the time has come, and Chanso woke up in the same place where he was. According to his inner feelings, he realized the woman was still next to him. Reaching, he stated that 2 days had already passed, and the assistant asked the man to leave. However, he explained that he was still holding some things here. She was amazed that Chanso continues to insist, and reminded that he could not pass through her. However, he was wondering why the girl gave him exactly 2 days. When she did not answer, he decided to ask a question differently. Did she know why he waited for her for exactly these 2 days? She was clearly surprised that the young leader was waiting for her. It struck her. However, at the moment when he rose from his seat, the girl tensed. She also jumped to her feet, armed with her blades. Looking at her, the warrior said the name, after which she felt the inner energy emanating from her body. His frightening gaze pointed to determination when the young man invited the girl to bet their bets. At that moment, a Teshchik, which was on the back of Chihami, appeared behind him. The captive immediately screamed, looking at the Pyun. Tears flowed out of Chihami, and the confused Shift did not understand how the young leader managed to crank up. Chanso, looking around, decided to arrange a bet. Whoever moves will die the same second. Looking at the strength of the bodyguard, located behind the enemy, Shuvyu realized that he was not lying. In addition, the warrior saw that blood was pouring from his hands, and this scarlet fluid clearly flowed from the wounds of the fighter herself. The young leader only hoped that the warrior did not kill everyone in the Palace of Pleasure. However, he explained that he had deprived only one thing, and no one else was injured. The guy understood that in this case he should have praised the Yil Teshchik, who honestly admitted that he did everything in his power. It was not easy to do without murders. The frightened caller began to scream, not realizing what the young leader started. However, going closer, he decided to find out. The girl asked about it because he did not know or did not understand. Chanso explained that this was originally his bet. The defender of the palace believed that in this case, Chanso lost, because he moved first. However, the warrior did not understand what this should mean. Really, the gate really believed that he would die now. After that, he gave the order to the Teshchik and announced the 3 warriors over the ceiling. Of course, everyone was wary right there. In addition, Chanso reported 4 warriors in shrubs. He ordered, if someone moves, then his subordinate must act without hesitation and kill them in place. At this moment, the frightened peon was even more tensed. She did not understand how an uninvited guest learned about the location of the detachment of soaring ghosts on the 10th floor. Chanso, approaching closer, explained that he had been waiting for 2 days, all in order for them to understand who they actually contacted. Seeing that the enemy got closer, he began to attack, but the young man remained calm. He decided to allow the warrior to feel his strength, but she managed to do anything. Before she realized something, the stairs sank behind her. A voice belonging to the mistress of the palace, who asked Chanso, came from this moment to conduct conversations only with her. The young leader, smiling, decided to follow up. Swim, frightened, called the mistress of the palace, because she could not allow the lord to do something similar. However, the woman ordered the guard to let him go. As a result, Chanso calmly rose, and Khan Soso was looking forward to his room. The young man only reminded his promise. He knew that they would be seen again. It seems that the woman was pleased with such a development of events. Khan Soso was surprised that he came here alone, but Chanso believed that they did not need extra people here. Then the mistress of the palace wished to close the door behind him, and the young leader was not against it. Immediately after that, gliding cunningly, Khan Soso was surprised that Chanso, it turns out, was not just thoughtlessly wandering around. Previously, he just walked, controlled by all sorts of desires, which was not pleasant to listen to John Chichoka. Odnako, now everything has changed. The lord of the palace did not expect that he would come here, hiding anger. She did not understand. Did someone order him to destroy the palace of pleasure? The woman heard that he dealt with all her people. It is inconceivable to achieve this only thanks to the art of love. She believed that perhaps he possessed the art of passion, and wanted to know who taught him this. The hostess believed that this was the leader of the cult, and Jan Champ did not understand how she could even come to such a conclusion. Khan Soso continued. At first she thought that Chanso attacked them with the support of the trade palace, since his behavior since the event in the spring pavilion was strange. But it seems she was mistaken. If there really were a warrior in the trade palace with such force as him, then one of them would probably be dead. The young man understood in her words. This woman was really very straightforward and smart. However, at that moment, Khan Soso decided to find out whether Chanso was known the exact number of people of the cult of the sun who reached the highest demonic sphere. The highest demonic sphere is the same as the highest sphere of the development of faithful. As you know, on the central planes of the highest sphere of development reached only 10 supreme world and 3 supreme. We add to this the number of 5 border emperors. In general, no more than 20 people will turn out. But in this cult, there were as many as 8. Khan Soso understood that, since she was the last of all this level, for sure this information is known to her more precisely than others. The total number of faithful, non-violent and masters beyond the borders is only half of the total number of masters with the highest sphere of the cult of the sun. Even if they simply look at masters with the highest level of ownership, faithful and unlawful, bugs, they could not even pitch towards the cult. The cult of the sun has more than 20 soldiers with the highest art of possession, and 10 reached the highest evolutionary sphere, which is also known as the level of immortal ascent. The woman also explained that now the figure has grown to 9, because a new person has appeared. However, Chanso, not paying attention to her words, praised the hostess for being able to reach such a high level, and considered it good news. The lord of the palace reminded that for Chinsoa himself it was disappointing news. But first of all, given their long separation, Jan Champi suggested renewing the conversation. The hostess wished to continue their interrupted conversation, realizing that since the young man brought such a powerful warrior, it means that their monastery was in the crossroads of his interests from the very beginning. However, the warrior recalled that it was they who acted as the initiators of the conflict. Khan Soso could not believe in the impudence of Chinsoa, who dared so frankly to cunning in this situation. She expressed the hope that he was not trying to force her to believe in this absurdity, for such behavior caused her deep disappointment. At that moment, a realization came to Chanso. No doubt, Khan Soso was convinced that it was he who had done the Yuvali Chihami. The young man was perplexed where these baseless rumors came from. However, he admitted the idea that in the past incarnation, the owner of this body could well commit this. Nevertheless, the warrior found that now his turn has come to ask questions, and I decided to find out why they decided that the leader of the cult taught his art of passion. At that moment, Khan Soso could not restrain laughter, suggesting that Chanso probably lost his memories in the corridor of the highest demons. This was the only explanation that came to her mind, given that it was the leader of the cult to deliver Chinsoa to their monastery. Moreover, according to her information, the dominant figure of the cult also ordered to send Chanso to the corridor of the highest demons. The young man carefully listened to her words, clarifying a lot for himself. Chanso led a carefree life in the palace of pleasure, while the leader of the cult, having seen this, did not command him to send him to the corridor of great demons for self-improvement. There he met his death, after which he reborn into the body of this young man. It was at that time that the leader of the cult left the palace. The warrior asked why Khan Soso had no other assumptions, for example, regarding the fact that he comprehended the highest art of the demon. However, she considered it only an absurd joke, and Yan Chachoku was difficult to imagine how much Chanso was really deprived of talent. Khan Soso explained that from the very beginning, Chanso was a hopeless successor. He himself admitted to her. However, the warrior was perplexed why he had to do this, what greatly outraged the mistress of the palace. Jan Chachok sincerely did not understand the motives that prompted Chanso to call himself a mediocre successor. Finally, the lord realized that the young man really lost his memory, although this did not change anything in her eyes. But Jan Champ noticed that over time everything inevitably undergoes changes. Khan Soso also became different. Nevertheless, she recognized the existence of people who are not subject to changes, and ranked Chanso for this category. Submitted to thoughts, she remembered a long history and invited the young man to change the subject. The hostess decided to point to Chin Su to the 2 mistakes that he made. wondering if he was aware of their essence. The first was that he dared to come into conflict with her subordinates. If she shows condescension now, this could be repeated in the future. So she was obliged to repay Chin-Su for what he had done. Regardless of his personality, in the world where they existed, it was the only way to survive for a woman in a cultural society. The second mistake was that he appeared in complete solitude. The hostess said that he could try to destroy her, offering him to test his strength, but only on condition that he will be able to survive. In response to this, the young man calmly turned to Kansoso by name, but she ordered him to stop the prayers. The Lord was struck by the metamorphoses that occurred in Ashan's, but she was not capable of mercy. The warrior could not accept that all her actions were dictated exclusively by the defense of the palace. This did not explain the murders on the ground floor where she took the life of her guest only because he dared to spread rumors. However, she explained, this was supposed to serve as a lesson for the rest. Although John Chachok considered it extremely contradictory, Kansoso knew, the one who is more powerful is always right. Such was the philosophy of their cult. Chonsoa was outraged by the principles created by them. Because of these teachings, many people broke up with life. Do they intend to continue this path? However, Kansoso noted that Chinso is not characteristic of expressing such judgments. Then she attacked the young man again. To his amazement, when he was completely constrained by ice, the warrior still retained the ability to move. Obviously, Kansoso was stunned. She remembered the demonic art of ice, an alternative version of higher demonic art intended for women. That is why the virgins, which befell the art of ice, were closely subordinate with their master. This martial art was created specifically for serving its master, the highest demon. However, now Chinsu easily dispelled this magic. After that, well-known purple lightning rolled around him. He reminded Kansoso that she had previously mentioned 9 persons who had reached the highest sphere in development. But she was mistaken. Before, she asked why he came alone. He simply had no reason to bring someone else. The warrior decided to destroy Kansoso, because she did not want to change, which made her useless. Therefore, he used his highest power of the demon, intending to deal with it with his own hands. The frightened woman immediately tried to defend herself, resorting to ice force. However, her defense was instantly destroyed, and Chachok's powerful hands closed on her neck. After that, she realized with horror that she was in front of the higher demon. This meant only one thing. From the very beginning, they did not have the slightest chance of victory. Jan Chakok, throwing an angry look at the woman, decided to find out for whom the Palace of Pleasure existed, and she knew the answer. It was created for the highest demon. However, the views of Kansoso remained unchanged, for everything remained as before. However, Kansoso realized, if Chanso became the highest lord, she could take possession of the cult of the sun. She did not understand how then they would differ. The woman felt injustice, wondering why the representatives of her floor should eke out such a miserable existence. In response, Chanso recalled, first of all, she is a master of martial arts, and only then, a woman. It is unlikely that she had reasons to kill. However, Kansoso only smiled, explaining that there could be an order given to her. At that moment, Chanso finally realized that Kansoso was a really dangerous woman. Surprisingly but dying, she asked to spare not herself, but the rest. This truly struck Jan Chachok. He did not understand why he had to spare them. Kansoso revealed the truth. All the inhabitants of the Palace of Pleasure were previously either sold or abducted by someone. Kansoso herself was also a child born in the North Sea, and not in the cult of the sun. Remembering Jun, Chanso realized that that girl, judging by her appearance, was mixed blood. Something foreign was felt in her. So the children he saw, along with a detachment of soaring ghosts, were also stolen from their parents. Finally, he realized what was the Palace of Pleasure. There were children who found themselves in a similar situation that trained and cultivated each other. This place resembled a family, but was a hell. Kansoso admitted that she was ready to do everything possible to break this vicious circle. It seemed amazing to her that Chanso called them evil, although in some way he was right. However, she did not understand. Who, if not they, could withstand and go through what they went through? Chanso understood all her words. Their life was too distorted and wrong. But he was sure that everything was done for the sake of the Palace of Pleasure. The warrior decided to find out if a woman really wants to save them. The mistress of the palace explained, if Chanso is going to offer some miserable decision, then he should refrain better. He already knows her answer. Then the young man became obvious. Kansoso hates and despises the cult more than anyone else. He stated that he was going to change this place and create a monastery where everyone can live together without dividing the higher and lower. It should have been a different cult, not a demonic, but a true cult of the sun. Khan Soso objected that this is stupidity. It is impossible. The young leader believed differently. He had to do this, even if he had to destroy the heavenly mountain itself. The Lord at all did not understand why the young man wants to go so far. And Chonso provided Khan Soso chance. If she wants to break the vicious circle of the Palace of Pleasure, she should help him. This was her only opportunity to survive. She had to withdraw herself and the rest of the girls from this hell. Having fallen to her knees, Khan Soso still did not understand his motives. Then the warrior explained, this is a game, and he wanted Khan Soso to bet on him. If she believes him, then the stretched relationship between the cult of the sun and the Palace of Pleasure will remain in the past. Khan Soso hesitated. What will happen if she does not believe him? And Chonso got angry, not understanding how to explain more accessible what was waiting for her. Then the hostess remembered how Chonso first came here. Now his eyes were the same as then. But the young leader did not remember the past, because that young man had already died. As a result, Khan Soso decided to believe him, and John Chakok promised to restrain his word. Then, kneeling, Khan Soso, the master of the Palace of Pleasure, greeted the highest demon. At this time, on the floor below, all the girls heard something clearly happened to the master of their palace. However, they were still influenced by the energy of the Teshchik. He warned the inhabitants that if they move, then everyone would die right away. They did not understand that for a person in front of them, they could not move because of his powerful energy. At that moment, Yultak came with Chanbiran, who had already figured out the lower floors and were perplexed what happened above. Seeing these men, she was very angry. She did not understand what they had forgotten here, and quickly recognized among them the leader of the forbidden detachment. The man tried to create the impression that Shul was mistaken. However, the warrior was convinced. Everything that happened here was the hands of the trade palace. She considered them miserable rats. Yultak was perplexed why such a depressing atmosphere reigned here. What is more important? Where was the young master all this time? At that moment, all the girls remembered their mistress and fell silent in anticipation of her appearance. Khan Soso herself asked Chin Soa for a while to turn away and give her time. Earlier, he said that he wanted to free the Palace of Pleasure, and promised to do this when he brought the conceived to the end. Khan Soso decided to take a chance and trust him. At that moment, the embarrassed young man began to guess what the woman was doing behind him. The sounds resembled the rustle of the clothes taken away. Frightened Chonso asked her to stop, recalling that he would not do anything obscene. However, turning around, he saw that the girl simply changed into another dress. Looking at the expression on the face of Chonsoa, Khan Soso even noticed that he looked slightly disappointed, which in principle did not surprise her. But the embarrassed young man hastened to refute her guess. Chonso decided to find out from Khan Soso if he had really been to this institution before. Then she confirmed that he really lost his memory. Rumors reached her, but she did not believe them. The warrior explained that rumor often goes far from the truth, and therefore he asked, did they use the equipment technique on it? He recalled the incident on the 6th floor, where he met a musician girl who looked like a foreigner. Khan Soso was extremely surprised that she used the charm technique. However, Khan Soso assured that this could not happen. The technique of charm is prohibited demonic art. Although Chonso was sure, not all the inhabitants of the palace strictly followed the rules. The Lord made it clear. In the Palace of Pleasure there is no charm technique. The art of the ice demon is already quite enough, and she did not understand why they needed another technique. The young leader was interested in whether the charm on it was used. The hostess confirmed that they had never used a similar effect on him, explaining that the former Chonso was just a pervert. As a result, the young man decided to leave the past behind and asked Khan Soso about her connections with the Palace of the Massacre. He warned, he doesn't care, whether it be a massacre or a bloody palace. Anyone who refuses to change will finally finish. Thinking, Khan Soso explained that Guanyang Ryan was the master of the Massacre Palace. If Chonso really wanted to change the Kultin, he will have to get rid of this person. The master of the Blood Palace, the master of the Massacre Palace, as well as the main elder. They were united by the desire to become the next leader of the cult, although everyone had their own methods for achieving the goal. Chonso accepted this information as expected, because even in the Murim Union, opinions often dispersed. But the leader of the Massacre Palace was especially stood out. He did not seek to take the leader of the leader. He longed to erase the cult of the sun from the face of the earth. This person was an ordinary psychopath that enjoyed the murder. He dreamed of filling the cult of the sun with bloodthirsty demons and direct them to the central plains. In addition to ambitions, he had nothing. He simply enjoyed every moment of his life and created a world full of death and murders. It was all that he wanted. The current events only proved this. When he caught the escaped prisoner, he immediately decided to kill him personally, but first suggested that the victim try to escape. The escaped scaredly begged for mercy, and the head of the palace was perplexed why he did not want to return. It seemed to him that this guy was too boring. After which he began to mercilessly cut and beat the man, for daring to say that he did not want to run away from him anymore. The master of the massacre recalled that he treated him very well, and did not understand why the prisoner did not want to continue their games. As a result, the unfortunate quickly died under many blows of his blade. After that, the owner of the palace calmly left, and his subordinates in dark robes quickly began to notice the traces of the incident. Meanwhile, in the Water Peak, the trade palace, his owner calmly sat, reading a letter from Chanbiran. He reported that he rescued the young master from the palace on time, and decided to stay with him for a while in order to take advantage of the moment when he had appeared. Chanbiran asked the master not to worry, making it clear, during fishing the main thing is to maintain patience, and then perhaps they will be able to catch the larger fish. In any case, he was now in the small palace. He needed funds to earn the trust of the young leader, because he asked the owner to send them to the small palace. The non-suspicious owner of the Water Peak was pleased that this asshole had already entered the circle of close Chonsoa. He rejoiced that he had such an assistant whom he managed to correctly educate. Therefore, I decided to make a generous donation. He did not even realize that at that very time, Chanbiran himself and his fighters underwent a harsh training under the leadership of Ilteshchik. Chanbiran wondered how much time this test would last, and did not understand why the bodyguard of the young leader started all this. In addition, unexpectedly for himself, he noticed that Chi Hami also participated in training. As it turned out, the girl was present here because she soon had to reveal the truth. Obviously, Chevius was extremely angry that because of this person, she had to experience such humiliation. Then Chevius expressed a desire to pick up this child to them. She was no longer needed by Khan Soso. The mistress was even ready to immediately kill her. The question arose, why did the heater needed this girl? The bodyguard explained. One guy asked to save her life, so now he wanted to engage in her preparation. At this time, Chi Hami was ready to literally die from exhaustion, not understanding who at all stings his guests with poison, depleted their energy, and then makes them train. However, Ilteshchik believed that the reason for his actions was obvious. Although the young leader perhaps trusted these people, but he did not. Therefore, while they were here, he will watch them and train them. Chihami expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that Ilteshchik was so rudely treated by a girl. The bodyguard was annoyed that she did not realize her misconduct, so he appointed her an additional 50 approaches. Passing by the exhausted fighters, he reminded her, first of all, she is a master of martial arts, and only then, women. Accordingly, there will be no exceptions and concessions. Only when the late evening came, their training ended. At 5 in the morning, they had to start her again. Obviously, Chanbiran was exhausted in the same way as his warriors. He could not believe that fighters with the level of development above the sphere should perform some third-rate exercises. Yultak understood that the training was difficult, but to his surprise, at the end, he did not feel fatigue and really felt stronger. Listening to his feelings, Chanbiran realized Yultak was right. When he fights using the internal technique of destruction, this is the basis. However, using it is difficult for him to maintain the right rhythm, so his forces were limited. Perhaps this was the reason why he could not overcome his limit. His body is not sufficiently developed for the level that he sought to achieve. Did the bodyguard of the Higher Lord really give them such training to help achieve illumination? As a result, Chanbiran became dependent on the small Palace of the Sun. Events are transferred to the library, where Chonso soon arrived to meet with a mentor. He brought with him a Khan Soso, who was glad to meet Tongjagal, and did not expect her meeting with a gloomy shadow that would happen that way. The teacher himself was surprised to learn that the Lady of the Palace of Pleasure would join them. However, Khan Soso believed that the world has always been like this. It is quite possible that yesterday's enemies will already drink tea together today and laugh. Just like heavenly networks remain in the cult of the sun. Tongjagal could not disagree with her words. The Lord was perplexed whether Tongjagal was standing in the Palace of Pleasure, but the mentor explained that he had just helped the young leader. Chonso, although he was glad that they found a common language, still suggested discussing the most important thing. They needed to solve an important issue. Previously, he was on knives with a palace of pleasure. Then there were too many witnesses, so rumors could crawl. However, Khan Soso suggested that other rumors can be dissolved. Perhaps a new rumor will appear. Tong Jagal also believed that the more rumors, the better. Khan Soso shared this opinion. Given that both the Palace of Pleasure and the Trade Palace are silent, it will be difficult for people to distinguish the truth from fiction. At this time, Chonso recalled his conversation with Il Teshchik and the fact that the bodyguard killed only one person. The same girl using the technique of charm without the knowledge of the master of the palace. Shiul said that Khan Soso was deeply saddened by her death. And even if many things arouse suspicion, it would be better if he does not poke his nose there. At this time, Khan Soso and Jagal discussed the fact that the massacre of the massacre did not yet know about what happened. Tong Jagal suspected that all this was because of the case, and Khan Soso agreed, because she had already managed to fulfill his request. As it turned out, the Palace of Melina always had only one goal: the murder of high-ranking people. While the Union Murim made various attempts in the name of the extermination of a demonic cult, the Massacre Palace did everything possible to demonstrate his strength on the example of the Murim Union. Chonso could hardly believe that the time had already come to exterminate the demonic cult. They called this a time of unity. Many were ready to sacrifice their lives in the name of this unity. But in fact, it was only a political trick to spur people inside the alliance to unite. That is why the faithful and their minions could not climb to the heavenly mountain. They only reached the river, and then retreated after the cult of Ming answered their creeps. If the extermination of the demonic cult has already begun, then the detachment of the Dragonstorm, which belonged to Yang Chuk in a past life, will be here before others. The warrior was not particularly worried, because the detachment was as strong fighters as himself. However, he believed that it was necessary to find out what the Murim Union was doing. The Dragonstorm detachment will definitely be ahead of the rest. Tong Jagal agreed to take up this task. The guy himself understood. Even if the Massacre Palace intervenes in this matter, they will not be able to so easily defeat opponents. He could guarantee this. After his words, Khan Soso absolutely did not understand what Chonso wanted to say this, and he immediately stated that they should use more strength. The whole Union Murim is so easy to win. Tong Jagal objected that the young man should not worry about this, because the master of the Massacre Palace himself would join the campaign. It really was alarmed by Chonso. The master of the Massacre Palace took 6th place in the ranking of masters with a level above the demonic sphere. If he participates, then the representatives of the Dragonstorm detachment will not be enough to resist it. However, Khan Soso recalled, he is a person who will do something only if it brings him pleasure. Then Chonso offered to go to the boyfriend's palace. They must still not know much and are preparing for war. Tong Jagal warned that for some time in the small palace it would be a little noisy. John Chachok did not understand. Did anyone again send mercenaries to them? But that was not the point. Since the Palace of Trade and the Palace of Fun pressed the tails, it will now be more difficult for them to act. In addition, they lost interest in Chonso. But since it will be difficult for others to understand what happened, they will very soon come here. Therefore, Tong Jagal has already invited someone. He asked Chonso to treat with understanding the upcoming noise. The young leader was worried that in this case rumors could crawl, but Tong Jagal assured that he would not allow this to happen. Not a single ant in the small palace will elude his gaze. As a result, Chonso trusted the mentor. Khan Soso even offered to transfer the Palace of Pleasure to the Sun Peak. Chonso believed that it was too early for this. There would be no benefit from such a step. Only excess attention would attract. Instead, he will highlight the Khan Soso a separate building so that it can come at any time. The woman was clearly glad of his courtesy. Chonso realized, it is impossible to give opponents the time to prepare. It is necessary to spread rumors so that it is difficult to distinguish the truth from lies. And it doesn't matter what these rumors will be. While they can make the interest of followers, anything is suitable. At the same time, Chonso himself decided to get rid of 7 palaces. Somewhere at this time, a scandal flared up in an earthen peak, the palace of a support sword. The young guy could not believe that his father was really going to do so recklessly. The head of the family was indignant that his son raised the noise early in the morning. The young man said, although he believed that the young leader at least changed a little after training in the corridor of the highest demons. But it turned out that this was not so. The head persistently asked his son to stop all this noise until he said anything, which would subsequently regret. But the guy was not even going to stop. Obviously, this was very angry with his father. Therefore, he immediately called his blade and repeated the order again. However, the young man could not retreat and demanded that he cancel the wedding of Danyeva. Seriously angry with the obscure offspring, the man began to attack, but the guy easily retorted a blow. He realized that his father was still considering him a child, and reminded him he had already become the leader of the extermination detachment. The son was perplexed why his father was not at all sorry for his daughter. After all, just a couple of days ago, her groom had fun in the Palace of Pleasure. Although he was a young leader, for the good of their palace and for the good of his sister, it was necessary to cancel the engagement. He believed that his father simply had no right to do this. Remembering the past, he knew that his parent always went crazy about the art of owning a sword. And since he himself was not talented enough, he trained day and night. When his brother looked at his youngest daughter, who inherited family talent, he thought that she had everything necessary for success. But, it seems, this is not at all what she really needed. All that she wanted is that she had a family, brother and father. Therefore, the young man was beside himself with anger, realizing that the most dear person was going to do so cruelly with her. He could not forgive this to his father, so he decided to change everything on his own. The head of the family, was involuntarily amazed at his skill. By hard work, the young man was able to overcome the lack of innate talent and almost reach the highest development sphere. However, he did not expect another from his son. Having called the leader of his detachment, he decided to find out. Did his son tell the truth? The head of the family was deeply upset when he realized that this was not a brazen lie. The young man realized he should immediately bring this libertine to the palace. He was already trying to do this before, but then Jan Chachok was not in the palace, and he had to return with nothing. But this time everything will be different. In the end, there was a difference between just bring and bring by force. At the same time, without suspecting anything, Jan Chachok calmly meditated. He already knew that the massacre, the bloody palace, and the palace of the supporting sword were different from others. They were created for the war. He was wondering to what extent he could do with them at the moment. After all, they surpassed the small palace of the sun number. If the war begins with the palace of Melina, they will definitely lose. Therefore, it was necessary to stay away from these opponents in order to preserve at least some chance of victory. In addition, Jan Chachok heard that the elders had to arrive, but so far there were no news from them. Although from time to time, strange sounds from under the floor came to him. True, while he could not determine exactly where the underground tunnels were digging. Suddenly, the warrior heard a scream demanding that the young master finally seem to appear. It was a military detachment from the palace of the support sword. They demanded to open the gate. The worried Karen did not understand what was happening. Chi Hami expressed dissatisfaction with their noisy behavior. The girl asked Karen to let the uninvited guests, because if they are universal to do something, then her father will be able to stop them. This remark was angry with Karen. She did not like that Chi Hami tried to shift all the problems into her father. Finally, Yultak, who was awakened from the noise, received an explanation from Karen. Some unknown people from the palace of the supporting sword came for a young leader. Obviously, this was seriously angry with the assistant. Approaching the gate, he immediately opened them. Looking at the eyes of the arrived warriors, he realized that there were many of them. The young man, who was at the head of the detachment, immediately stated that they had appeared for the young master. Yultak rudely besieged the uninvited guest, reminding that the young leader of the cult was not his friend. The overlord should be treated with proper respect. However, such words did not scare the young man at all. He did not care who Yultak was. In addition, he argued that the young master had obligations to his sister. Finally, Yultak realized that in front of him was the same inequant heir to the palace of the support sword. The young man clearly did not like these ulcerative comments. However, the assistant explained that a man should not be so unreasonable and intervene in a personal relationship of a man and a woman. He wanted to know why he appeared to pick up a young leader. However, Danjiko himself wanted to ask the question, is it true that the young master was in the Palace of Pleasure? The embarrassed assistant hesitated from this question. Claims who approached behind confirmed that his information was correct. She suggested that perhaps Danjiko also wanted to go there. However, she added that as the heir to the Palace of the Support Sword, she could entertain him much more. Almost more angry, Dankiho finally recognized Chihami. Yultak understood how ambiguous it looked, so he hastily explained to the man that this girl was seen in the Palace of Pleasure. Exploding from rage, Danjika attacked at the same moment, almost hitting his powerful kick and his assistant himself. Shouting loudly, he demanded that the young leader immediately go out. Yultak immediately ordered everyone to move away from the gate. Finally, Yang Chachok himself appeared. thinking that guests from the Palace of the Supporting Sword came to kill him. Looking angrily at him, Danjiko demanded an explanation. How dared to do so with his sister? Obviously, Jan Champ was confused, fearing that the former owner of this body committed something obscene with the girl. Danjiko, without going into details, only stated that the act of Jan Chachoka was equivalent to the declaration of the Palace of the Supporting Sword to his enemy. However, Yultak resolutely stated that despite the status of his sister, Danjiko as the bride of the young master, the heir to the Palace of the Support Sword had no right to speak in a similar way. At that moment, Jan Champi bitterly realized the overwhelming truth. He fell into the body of a man who, obviously, was a lustful pervert. The warrior wondered which father would decide to give his daughter to such a libertine. Danjiko, without restraining indignation, erupted with an angry tirade about what kind of ignoramus Jan Champ was, since he forgot that his sister was his named, and dared to shamelessly visit the Palace of Pleasure. Yultak, fearing the further exacerbation of the conflict, hastily turned to the master, explaining that it was not necessary to listen to such impudence from such an ill-mannered youth. The assistant demanded that the young leader immediately call the old man the Bloody Master, in order to demonstrate to this unrestrained young man which he is truly capable of. The enraged Dan Kiho asked to deal with the assistant. After that, the man quickly clamped his mouth with his palm and carried away. Having left alone with an uninvited guest, John Chakok carefully asked what his bride was called. Dan Jiko, struck by such impudence, exploded from indignation. How this man dares to forget the name of his precious sister. He sighed heavily. Jan Chachok realized the hopelessness of his position and reluctantly agreed to go to the palace with them. At the same time, in the palace, the nanny splashed her hands, issuing frightened exclamations and immensely worried about her ward. The girl disappeared without a trace, and the woman begged that the next time, Hayoki would certainly warn her about her intentions. The young beauty, smiling guiltily, explained with undisguised delight that she was going to leave this place forever. The shocked nanny prayed, explaining that the girl would finally break the already stretched relationship with her father to finally break such a reckless act. She begged the pupil not to perform rash actions because she sincerely cared for her future. However, the Yehui, with her eyes burning, objected that it was her father who methodically destroys her life with her despotistical decisions, and she could not allow him to control her every step. In addition, as the nanny reminded, the girl had already reached the age when it was supposed to choose a life partner. This was the essence of the problem. The one has already found a suitable person. Her face was literally illuminated by the inner light when she spoke of him. The nanny, observing this metamorphosis, suggested that perhaps the pupil finally saw a worthy man in the young master. However, the beauty burst into an indignant tirade, proclaiming that she would never connect her fate with that vicious creature, but simply break the engagement. She was completely indifferent if someone hears her daring desire. In addition, she could not forgive him for recent entertainment in the Palace of Pleasure. The girl did not understand why she was not allowed to do the same. To meet with one man, but to marry another. Obviously, such free-thinking speeches deeply shocked the elderly woman. The inspired Dan Yeha decided to tell her about her lover, a mysterious hero which was a mask and a raincoat. He appeared as if from nowhere, like a ghost, to save Emperor Zhu Tijin when he fell into dangerous alterations and free the soldiers in the cult of Ming. This elusive hero became a legend, having defeated the Khan of the Northern Yuan himself, one of the 5 powerful emperors of borders, and then disappeared without a trace, like the morning fog. The people called him the Black Sun. Yihu could not believe his happiness. He managed to achieve what even the masters of the Blood Palace and the Trade Palace did not seem to do. The alarmed nanny prayed so that the girl would not go anywhere, recalling that the young leader was about to arrive. Dan has been perplexed about the reasons for his visit, to which the woman explained. He appeared on purpose to meet her. The nanny insistently advised the pupil to throw out the mysterious black sun from her head. Soon they announced the arrival of the young leader. He was immediately taken to one of the rooms, leaving the audience to expect, and warned that he would not even think of leaving the chambers allotted to him until the master of the palace deigned to visit him. Turning alone, Jan Champ et al. Could not comprehend the logic of the master of this palace, who decided to give his daughter for such a dubious creature, which, obviously, was the former owner of his body. He only knew the name of the girl and did not hear anything about her before. Moreover, he was tormented by perplexity why his assistant, Yultak, did not say a word about this engagement. The warrior firmly decided that upon returning home, he would certainly call him to the answer. Looking out the window, he noticed a familiar girl. She, with one gaze at the young master, crumbled scaredly and tried to retire rapidly. However, Jan Champ with lightning speed blocked her path, which caused a real storm of emotions. The beauty burst out with piercing cries, and he was wondering how much she intended to behave so hostilely, given that he had gone all this way to the palace of the supporting sword and met her. Dan Yehui, panting with indignation, recalled that at their last meeting, he did everything possible to demonstrate his unwillingness to see her. Jan Chachuk awkwardly explained that the matter was not at all in her personally. He was perplexed why she so clearly demonstrates her hostility to him, and he honestly admitted that he himself did not particularly complain, so he could well understand her antipathy. Nevertheless, the warrior assured that he himself did not feel any hatred for her. He knew that she was studying martial art, and therefore he was sure that her safety should not be worried. However, he asked that she did not leave the palace for no good reason. Moreover, Jan Chakok invited her to settle in the small palace, convinced that it was originally there was her place. Obviously, these words were incredibly confused by the girl. Later, when she secretly left the palace, her cheeks were flooded with a treacherous blush in the memory of his words. However, she firmly believed that the young man obviously mastered the art of love spell and, undoubtedly, simply influenced her with his magnetic charm. Therefore, she was adamant in her decision to go to the village of a slay stream, where the mysterious black sun was seen for the last time. Meanwhile, John Chichoka was accompanied to the training ground. It seemed to him that organizing a meeting in such a specific place was an obvious bust. However, the master of the palace soon appeared, who reported that he had heard about the completion of Machanso's training. He wanted to meet him here to talk like a father-in-law with a future son-in-law. Now, when Machanso saw this man with his own eyes, he instantly understood why he was given the nickname of the Demon Sword. The man, as if nothing had happened, suggested that Jan Chachak arrange himself with any blade of his choice and get into the center of the arena. The young warrior did not fully realize the significance of what was happening, but in bewilderment he reminded that the master invited him here seemed to be for a conversation and not for a fight. However, the head of the palace believed that it was much preferable to exchange blows than empty words. Ma Chanso tried to say something else, apologizing for not paying due attention to his narrowed, but his interlocutor, already armed with his sword, adamantly stated that he could judge if his words were true only after the battle. It became obvious that the young warrior had no other choice except to cross his blades with the master. Now that he stood opposite the head of the palace of the support sword, there was a feeling that he was opposed to impregnable grief. The man possessed a truly powerful and unshakable force, the embodiment of the true master of martial arts of blue blood. However, Jan Champ could not afford to lose such a person. When they crossed their blades, something happened that caused the master of the master. His sword and blade of Jan Chachak cracked at the same moment. The man realized that the power of this guy was equal to his own power. As if nothing had happened, Jan Champi calmly announced that the wedding would not take place. The head of the palace recalled that earlier the young man had already expressed such a desire and sought to cancel the engagement. The demon of the sword burst into a fierce cry, explaining that the decision was made not at all Mahanso. The young warrior only calmly asked the man to let him meet his bride, so that he could make her sincere apologies. However, the angry head of the palace recalled that Jan Shampo did not have the right to decide the fate of this engagement. Otherwise, he will make a detachment of a supporting sword with his sworn enemy. Until that moment, Jan Chakok tried to reason the interlocutor, recalling the incriminating rumors surrounding his name, but the master, it seemed, did not worry at all. Going away, the head of the palace promised that he would give an answer regarding the engagement in a few days. When the terrible master left, Jan Chachok realized with surprise. He managed to stop the splitting, destructive blow. He was sure that he would be able to block the attack, even if the enemy had brought down all his power on him. However, he was curious how their confrontation would turn into, to bring that to the blow of the highest imperial technique of self-improvement. Finally, Dan Jiko, who suggested Ma Chonsu, entered the training site to follow him. They fell into another arena, where at that moment warriors from the extermination detachment thawed their skills. Jan Champ was perplexed why everyone threw such close views on him. Dan Jiko explained to his amazed associates that the young leader would become part of their extermination detachment for some time. The warriors were indignant, but Dan Jiko recalled that this was a direct order of the master of the palace. Jan Chakok, as if nothing had happened, invited them to get to know each other, since they have to divide the shelter for some time. However, this proposal only caused a contemptuous laughter in Dan Jiho. He explained that the extermination detachment was full of unrestrained people. They had an explosive character and did not conduct secular conversations with spoiled loafers. Jan Chachok was surprised that this man was so neglected about an explosive character, and remembered that initially a detachment of a dragonstorm was also distinguished by a similar disposition. At the same time, Khan Soso, Yilteshchik, and Tongjagal gathered deep in the maze under the labyrinth. The bodyguard was angry that the young leader went to the palace of the supporting sword in complete solitude. Tongjagal only thoughtfully remarked that the events unfolded more rapidly than he expected, and Khan Soso explained, "The whole point is that the rumors spread with incredible speed. Then it became obvious that these two were originally devoted to what was happening, and, it seemed, everything developed according to their secret plans. They were surprised only by the fact that Yilteshchik allowed his master to leave alone. The bodyguard knew that his lord had a remarkable force not inferior to anyone. In addition, if it was exactly the master of the strong palace that was discussed, he would be well treated by Ma Chanso." Remembering the demon sword, Yilteshchik realized that he was completely not ready to battle with other opponents. In addition, Tongjagal was sure the head of the palace would not do anything, since they soon had to become shoes and son-in-law. The main problem remained only with the massacre palace. They needed to take care of him until they recognized the fact of their unification. After all, if nevertheless this impudent takes the first step, one could expect a rapid exacerbation of the conflict. However, Khan Soso expressed anxiety. What would happen if, nevertheless, the head of the massacre palace would make itself felt? Tongjagal understood. This dangerous person would not be so easy to leave the shadows. He even hoped that it was possible to give him impressive commission. But Khan Soso objected. In this case, the summer brothel would starve for 6 months, because they will have to pay the head of the massacre palace of the massacre. Tongjagal asked if Khan Soso had other reasonable ideas, because the bloody palace set everyone in the palace of the sun. Now, when the restraining factors for the trading palace have disappeared, the master of the bloody palace will not calmly sit back. But this was a chance for the head of the trade palace, the opportunity to restore relations with all other palaces. He will probably use the situation aggravated by the fact that the leader of the forbidden detachment lived in the small palace. Therefore, Khan Soso proposed to begin to weave new bonds, tied up hands with the impatient master of the trade palace. To do this, she urged that the bloody master went to bargain with Tongjagal. At this time, the other warriors of the extermination detachment gathered for a meal after an exhausting training. However, when Jan Champ approached the boiler, he was resolutely refused and explained that they had all the side dishes. The cook unceremoniously demanded that the guy come later, or be content with one dried beef. Machonso clearly saw that the food was still, and it seemed to him that the cook was overcrowing the stick, treating him so biased with him. However, the kitchen master was angry, believing that Ma Chanso was too arrogant, and probably did not know how to behave in a decent society. As a result, the young warrior reconciled and agreed to be content with dried beef. At the same time, the others mocked that the leader of the small palace had no pride at all. They even mockingly invited him to go to the Palace of Pleasure in order to satisfy hunger there. Jan Chachok barely restrained anger bursting out, realizing that all this was due to the reputation of the previous owner of this body. It was not easy for him to resist universal contempt and constant humiliation. But he managed to steal to explore the balance of power in the detachment. A huge warrior stood out there, and next to him, a fragile-looking warrior. They occupied the 4th and 3rd ranks, respectively. There were also 2 more, which now openly discussed how tired of messing with Ma Chanso, as if with a small child. These fighters occupied the 1st and 2nd places in strength, not counting the Danjiko himself, and were the most influential figures in the detachment. However, Jan Champ could not comprehend how high the opinions of themselves were these people if they dared to talk about him so dismissively. Meanwhile, one of the warriors began to powerfully call his assistant. He was a little boy carrying wooden training swords. Suddenly, the man ruthlessly pushed the child with his foot in the chest, erupting with a furious cry that he should do his work without reminders. He did not understand why every time he should spend strength on calling him. The boy began to apologize in fright, but this only angered a quick-tempered warrior more strongly. The man menacingly recalled that if he does not cope with his duties, he will become a member of the extermination detachment that will disgrace them all. He harshly ordered the boy to remember that he would not nurse him. He was completely indifferent to him. A newcomer to one or a child, the rules for everyone are one. Observing this picture, Ma Chanso realized that such an appeal is unacceptable and deeply wrong. But this made him understand that such a situation reigned not only in orthodox sects, but even in the cult of demons. Finally, a frightened child hurried to the well to complete his assignment. The coming of young Chachok generously offered the boy help, but he resolutely refused. However, when he noticed that it was ManHwa that was sitting behind him, he was so scared that he even fell. The young warrior held out his hand to help him get up, but the boy rejected help and hurriedly began his duties. ManHwa once again persistently asked the child to help him, explaining that if he does not have time to complete the task, then the punishment would be severe. But the stubborn boy still wanted to cope on his own. As a result, ManHwa retreated, impressed by his striking determination. The young leader was perplexed why the child was so scrupulous in his duties. He was so carefully treated even with wooden swords, as if it were sacred relics. The boy explained that he treats them with reverence, because these blades were used by his older warrior brothers. In addition, he did not understand why ManHwa was still lingering next to him. Jan Champ with bitterness noticed that even this young pupil had already fought him hostility. However, the boy was straightforwardly recalled that ManHwa caused a lot of grief to believers. In addition, being engaged with the mistress, he shamelessly cheated on her, completely not fearing the consequences. These words, spoken without the slightest trepidation, could cost a boy of life. But he was not afraid. He was taught that the extermination detachment did not repent to those in power, even if death was the answer to the audacity. ManHwa only smiled softly, realizing that the child truly learned this severe lesson well. The boy, to his amazement, noticed that the powerful warrior did not intend to punish him for his audacity. This was strikingly different from the rumors that surrounded the name of this person. Jan Champ, having completed the conversation, headed away, realizing that he was impressed by the principles that guided this small but brave child. Events are transferred to the Massacre Palace. At this time, his master ruthlessly interrogated the captured Orthodox spies. He demanded information about when reinforcements would arrive. However, one of the captives, even under torture, only mockingly predicted the owner of the palace that he would bitterly regret the deed. Even if not he personally punishes the tyrant, then someone else will do it. He promised with a challenge the complete extermination of their kind. However, these threats only amused the powerful owner. One of his captives, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke, while the prisoner himself continued to mock the fact that the master of the palace was, in his opinion, a child. The spy with contempt announced that the life of the master is miserable and meaningless. Laughing at the impudence of the prisoner, the master of the palace decided to make the life of his opponent as miserable. He began to methodically cut his body, causing unimaginable agony. At this critical moment, his assistant arrived, respectfully reporting to the master about the arrival of a letter from the master of the bloody palace. An angry boy suddenly cut his hand to the negligent assistant. He was unable to understand that the message of the bloody palace was so significant as to interrupt his entertainment. Then he ruthlessly drove the bleeding servant away. Having turned the message, the young owner of the palace plunged into reading. Apparently, the head of the bloody palace found the counsel for Young Samin. Therefore, the master of the Massacre Palace with feigned regret said goodbye to his captive, mockingly asking him not to die from torment. At this time, the unfortunate captive, overcoming the unbearable pain, thought with bitterness about his friend Jan Chachok, mentally asking him for forgiveness for all his deeds. After some time, the palace of the support sword was again filled with screams. But now it was the fierce fumilies of the head of the palace. He had just discovered his daughter's letter and realized that she had disappeared without a trace. The assistant chapter immediately proposed organizing searches. But the wise man understood that perhaps now it is even for the better. At the moment, he should focus on the young leader. He decided to find out about the situation of the affairs of ManHwa. The situation looked ambiguous. The young warrior kept silence and patiently demolished insults. Some warriors boldly poked their fingers into it and released obscene remarks. The head of the palace guessed that such behavior could be the result of a loss of memory, or the young man simply hid his true essence. However, his faithful assistant believed that the young pupil was not capable of such an impeccable deception. At this moment, the head of the palace, wanting to test the assistant, quickly directed the same deadly attack on him, which was previously used against ManHwa himself. As a result, his assistant was powerless. To stop the master's blade was beyond his power. In a moment, the chapter stopped, thereby saved him from imminent death. The head of the palace demanded from his assistant to find out how the young master managed to block this irresistible blow, which even such an experienced warrior as himself could not reflect. After that, he commanded the extermination detachment to prepare for a trip to the Peak of Beauty, ordering to take the young leader with him. He understood that if ManHwa rises to the legendary Peak of Beauty, then this could potentially help restore his lost memory. Finally, a detachment of soldiers hit the road. On the way, A talkative boy told Ma Chanso about the structure of their military brotherhood. They were divided into several categories. The first consisted of experienced warriors hardened in battles. The second, the most numerous, included the main backbone of the fighters. And finally, the elite group of extermination, which always went to the forefront. Their organization was strikingly resembled the structure of the Dragon Storm Detachment. But to the amazement of Jan Chachok, the average age of these ferocious warriors was noticeably lower than that of other combat units. As it turned out, the essence covered that the extermination detachment mainly consisted of those who did not have a family. All of them were orphans, and having come here, accepted the name of the leader, gaining a new house and a new fate. That is why the lady treated them as their native children, and she was more important for them than all the treasures of the world. The boy added that now that Ma Chanso got all these secrets from him, he will no longer talk to him. At that moment, the senior warriors, amusing, laughed at a serious little companion, jokingly ordering him to take care of the young leader. The frightened little boy immediately agreed. From their conversation, Ma Chanso realized that once this child lived here, but it was the part of the past that he did not remember at all. Plunging into thoughts, Ma Chanso comprehended the deep truth. Each person had a past, which initially, invisible threads, associated them with the mysterious and powerful cult of the sun. However, at this moment, Danjiko imperiously ordered the whole detachment to stop and express respect for the deceased. Stepping closer, Ma Chanso realized bitterly that they were standing in front of numerous graves. The heir to the palace of the supporting sword mournfully explained that these brave warriors died in treacherous fogs and deadly respions of the peak of beauty. At that moment, for Jan Chachok, the reason for such a cruel attitude towards a little boy became obvious. This child grew up at an ominous peak of beauty, a place that ruthlessly took the life of their families. Dan Jordo, with bitter wisdom, understood that his soldiers needed an object for hatred, although deep down he knew that such behavior was wrong. They continued to handle the boy severely, but at the same time did not drive him away. In addition, the leader of the detachment was perplexed why Ma Chanso believes that he had a moral right to judge them, as if imagining himself the highest arbitrator of justice. He sharply reminded the young leader of his own vile actions in relation to his sister, demanding not to forget about his sins. However, Ma Chanso objected with dignity. Whatever his past misconduct was, this did not mean that he should turn a blind eye to the injustice that was happening right in front of him. Thinking, Dan Kehoe suggested that, perhaps during his isolation in the mysterious corridor, Ma Chanso managed to realize the depth of his sins. To this, a young warrior calmly replied that he simply decided to start life from scratch, leaving a vicious past behind. The man warned that the further path would be full of dangers and hardships. He suggested that Ma Chanso stay here, promising not to report this to the master of the palace if he refuses further travel. However, the decisive Ma Chanso rejected this opportunity, saying that he could not stand in ignorance and wants to face the secrets of the peak face to face. Finally, reaching a huge cave, Danjiko solemnly announced that they would break the camp here for the night. The soldiers immediately scattered in search of food. But it soon became clear that all the badgers in the district were mercilessly destroyed by previous expeditions. Because of this sad circumstance, the detachment was threatened by a painful 2-day starvation. Because the badgers were the only reliable source of food in these harsh lands, Danjika realized with fatalistic humility they had no choice left. It would be necessary to overcome the hunger of the willpower and plunge into a restless dream. However, Ma Chanso expressed reasonable dissatisfaction. If Dan Kehoe warned of the dangers awaiting them ahead, it is hardly reasonable to meet these trials with empty stomachs and hunger weakened by hunger. The heir to the palace arrogantly recalled that real warriors were able to draw forces from the spirit and internal energy, simultaneously doubting why Yan Champs went with them at all, without due determination. The young leader only exhaled calmly and retired away. He was accompanied by the mocking looks of the soldiers who considered him too pampered and noble to endure hunger, like ordinary mortals. However, soon, diving into an inconspicuous crevice, Ma Chanso discovered something unexpected. The frightened warriors, hearing his exclamation, looked at each other with distrust. This simply could not be. Burning with curiosity, he himself bravely went down into the dark cave to see what was about. To universal amazement, Ma Chanso discovered not long awaited badgers, but a nest of poisonous snakes. The warriors screamed in fear, demanding that the madman immediately kill dangerous creatures and get rid of them. However, the resourceful Ma Chanso explained with a tricky smile that if they suffer from hunger, they may well satisfy him with snake meat. After all, there were plenty of them in the nest. Looking into the crevice, The senior warriors were amazed at the number of wriggling reptiles. The bewildered trace of the ranger was absolutely sure that he prudently threw this deadly den with stones in order to protect the detachment. Ma Chonso calmly explained that he had cleared the blockage, and the alarmed Dan Kiho warned that if a young master allowed the snake to bite, his body will be filled with deadly poison. However, the cold-blooded Ma Chonso, taking a strong rope and deftly wrapping it with a snake neck, demonstrated its extensive knowledge. He explained that toxic poison is produced exclusively in special glands located in the head of the snake. If you reliably immobilize this part, the reptile turns into a completely safe and surprisingly nutritious food. And although her smell could not be called pleasant, the meat was quite edible and rich in vital energy. Therefore, skillfully dealing with dangerous prey, he calmly began a meal. However, superstitious warriors did not burn the desire to taste the dubious delicacy, obviously paralyzed by fear, although pride did not allow them to admit this weakness. Instead, they resolutely announced their own hunting. The senior warrior imperiously ordered his associates to unite in order to catch local lizards, who, according to him, were their traditional camping food. Ma Chonso only grinned knowingly, in an ironic tone, wishing them a pleasant appetite, well aware of the true reason for their refusal. Finally, with the onset of the next day, the detachment continued the exhausting ascent to the top of the mysterious mountain. Danjiko, showing unexpected care, advised the young leader to release the safety rope. However, Ma Chonso, to his surprise, implicitly followed this advice. Danjiko, struck by such humility, regretfully noted that he regrets the decision to bring Ma Chonso to this dangerous journey. He admitted that he would never accept such an unworthy person as a relative. Ma Chonso was not surprised at such frankness, noting that he did not expect anything else from the fundamental Danchiho. Enraged by this insolence, the heir to the palace was indignant, as Ma Chonso dared to pronounce such words. However, he calmly explained that he himself was never glad of the prospect of this engagement, and repeatedly spoke about this to the master of the palace. But, despite his objections, the chapter still brought him here against his will. Danjiko, with undisguised curiosity, asked the true reason for the unwillingness of Ma Chonso to bind himself to marriage with Dan Yekvoy. The young warrior honestly admitted that he considers the girl completely unsuitable for herself. Dissatisfied with such an answer, Danjiko angrily shouted that Ma Chonso, in fact, had nothing but his loud title. And according to Ma Chonso, it was this circumstance that made the girl inappropriate for him. Hurrying even more, Danjiko recalled that Ma Chonso himself makes the final decision in this matter at all. The young leader, immersed in his own thoughts, thought that now he would have to apologize to many people. First of all in front of the Namagun Ion, and only then, before the head of the head. With bitterness, he realized that he was likely to conduct eternity in complete solitude, without sincere affection and real allies. However, suddenly his gloomy thoughts were interrupted by an alarming sensation. He noticed an abnormal wind approaching from afar, accompanied by powerful waves of wild energy. With power determination, he ordered a Danjiko to climb higher immediately, fleeing the impending danger. The perplexing heir to the palace did not understand what was being discussed, but Ma Chonso persistently repeated his demand. At that moment, all the soldiers enveloped the sudden impulse of an unusually strong wind. The frightened Danjiko, in confusion, realized that it was still too early for seasonal winds from the surrounding hills. To the horror of all those present, those who were in the lower part of the cliff began to sway a lot. They barely held on a groove, stretched as a string. With growing anxiety, Ma Chonso understood that Danjika could hardly withstand such a monstrous load. The rock will inevitably break down if this pressure is not removed. The problem was that no matter how strong the rope was, it will inevitably burst from such a critical tension, carrying everyone into a deadly abyss. In the blink of an eye, Ma Chonso realized he had only one chance of salvation. With the determination of the doomed, he began to methodically cut the rope holding the group. The frightened boy, watching this picture, realized with horror. Ma Chonso, contrary to all expectations, intended to abandon them all to their fate. In response, the young leader only smiled mysteriously, after which the tense rope finally cut off. The next moment, all the warriors, not even having time to realize what was happening, with cries of horror flew into the bottomless abyss, the brand of the traitor leader with the last words. The only one who did not lose consciousness in the fall was a little boy, although at that moment he would sincerely want to be in merciful unconsciousness. The child desperately did not want to break on the rocky bottom, and his piercing scream spread through the gorge, exposing the primitive fear of death. However, at this critical moment, something suddenly grabbed a rope. After that, a stunned boy felt that he was pulling up with incredible force. Looking through the swirling fog, he saw a mystical purple light radiated by his savior's hands. Jan Champ, pulling him closer to him, grinned condescendingly and recalled the recent accusations that he was a terrible person. The young warrior calmly explained that he was not as terrible as it might seem, after which he turned around, preparing to continue the ascent. Meanwhile, in the middle of a dizzying break in the Peak of Beauty, other warriors heard desperate cries coming from below. There was supposedly their leader of the detachment. The senior warrior with a heavy heart realized they are obliged to go down and try to save their comrades. However, a more experienced fighter gloomily recalled that abnormal winds come in intervals, and at least an hour will pass before the elements are calmed down. In addition, the ominous fog spread rapidly along the gorge, becoming more and more tightly than a minute. If they leave their associates in the power of this destructive darkness, they will inevitably die. But he himself meant to go down to doom himself to the same tragic fate. Therefore, the senior warrior, making a painful decision, ordered everyone to wait out the storm. He sadly explained to his friend that they simply had no other choice. The leader of the detachment would have to fight for survival on their own. This statement stirred up a storm of indignation at his comrade. He perfectly understood that the leader of the detachment perhaps would survive. But now, under his responsibility, 5 other members of the expedition were under his responsibility. With the determination of the doomed, he cut off his safety rope, saying that he would go in search of one. Several faithful comrades, driven by courage and a sense of duty, followed his example. After their departure, the remaining senior warrior plunged into gloomy thoughts. However, the inner voice of the duty prevailed over fear. He gave his people an uncompromising order to ensure the survival of all members of the detachment, no matter what it costs. After that, they also began a dangerous descent, intending to search for every corner of the ominous gorge. At this time, Ma Chonso, with a little boy behind his back, continued his stubborn ascent upward. A thick haze deprived him of the opportunity to see anything. His eyes were completely useless in this impenetrable veil. Nevertheless, he felt that they still had a chance to get to the top. The boy remembered terrible rumors anxiously. Everyone who fell into the deadly smoke of the Peak of Beauty did not return alive anymore. And at that moment, Ma Chonso noticed with interest that his young satellite demonstrates amazing dexterity. It remained incomprehensible why the child was so diligently tied up with a rope, creating the appearance of dependence on the help of adults. As it turned out, he simply did not want to demonstrate his outstanding abilities to the other soldiers. He was afraid that if they learn about his true talents, they would mock him even more, considering him a strange geek. However, the insightful boy was perplexed why Machonso himself hid his true power. After all, possessing such power, he could force others to respect himself. No one would even dare to look out in his direction. The child suspiciously suggested that the young leader may give a perverted pleasure to observe the weakness of others, carefully hiding his own strength. Dissatisfied with such an accusation, Machonso patiently explained the important truth. The highest level of ownership of martial art itself does not solve fundamental problems. Of course, he could force people to obey him, but this would not happen because they share his beliefs or respect him as a person, but only out of fear. The boy, brought up in the harsh world of martial arts, stubbornly objected that power is all that is really necessary. After all, it is power that makes others listen to your opinion and trust you. With a thoughtful appearance, Ma Chonso said that the cult of the sun is a place that seeks to create a world without divisions into strong and weak, gentlemen and subordinates. But they still have a long way to achieve this ideal. He explained to the child a significant difference between blind follow-up and conscious protection. Anyone who wants to simply follow others must meekly obey the authorities. But one who seeks to protect others must have the courage to oppose those who abuse power, and be prepared to sacrifice their own lives to save others. This was, according to him, the fundamental philosophy of true faithful. Having decided that it was time to act, Ma Chonso concentrated his internal energy and directed a powerful stream to the veil surrounding them. The rest of the warriors, looking anxiously at the fog, suddenly saw a bright flash of purple light. As if by magic, the ominous fog began to dissipate, opening the outlines of the top. Continuing the rise, Ma Chonso shared his thoughts about the highest goal with the boy, creating an ideal society where everyone will be able to realize their potential without fear of oppression. Finally, the first to overcome the last section of the cliff, he was on the flat top of the mountain. Something unexpected appeared in front of him. A small, overgrown house, clearly created by human hands. He asked the wary boy to wait for him from the outside while he explores the mysterious dwelling. In fact, Ma Chonso suspected from the very beginning that something unusual was connected with this place. He could not recognize the nature of the surrounding haze, even with his outstanding abilities, which in itself was an alarming sign. In addition, the place caused him a strange sense of familiarity. The feeling was surprisingly similar to the effect of the charm technique that he recently experienced on himself. He suspected that someone intentionally arranged a complex trap of the highest level, spreading to an extensive space. Carefully entering the house, he realized that the building had long been abandoned. However, his attention was attracted by the inscription on the wall, which read the continuous space. Ma Chonso froze, recognizing these words and a special handwriting. He perfectly remembered this calligraphy from his visions in the corridor of the highest demons. This handwriting, without a doubt, belonged to the former owner of his body. Meanwhile, on the slope of the mountain, the little assistant tried to bring to the sense of saved warriors, while trying to explain to them how amazing a person their savior turned out to be. The boy was worried if they could safely go back. The rest of the comrades probably already considered them dead and could leave these dangerous places. Suddenly, a hand extended to help appeared from the shreds of the scattering fog. It was the leader of the detachment himself, Danjiko. He did not hide sincere joy, seeing that everyone survived, and especially warmly welcomed the little boy, who became an unexpected link in this dangerous campaign. The child with enthusiasm said that their salvation was the merit of the young leader. Danjiko, in disbelief, suggested that Ma Chonso probably died when trying to save them, but the boy confidently denied these fears. The boy, however, preferred to keep silent about the details, realizing that even true stories Danjiko were unlikely to believe without convincing evidence. The warrior sincerely rejoiced that they managed to survive in this deadly test, but was perplexed that it was a mysterious place at the top. The boy suggested that this could be a secret refuge of one of the legendary commanders of the detachment, who created an impregnable refuge here. However, Danjiko only shook his head. He has been countless times at the Peak of Beauty, but never saw or heard about such a structure. Noticing the boy's growing concern, the heir to the palace soothingly explained that they had no reason for excessive anxiety. The remaining members of the detachment probably already went back to the palace of the support sword. In his opinion, they should have to wait for the arrival of the master of the palace, who certainly would not leave them here. However, suddenly he saw one of his assistants, who was glad that everyone survived. The frightened Dan Kaiho did not understand what the warrior at all forgot here. Finally, 2 more fighters of the 4th and 3rd rank appeared. Danjiko was sure that they appeared here, so shown their honesty to disgrace, and hoped that the rest did not become impulsive. Soon, other members of the detachment arrived, and in the end, a group of extermination appeared behind them in full force. This was very angry with the governor, because he considered these people just fools. But still, training at the Peak of Beauty was supposed to resume after the change of route. At this time, Ma Chonso was still looking at the mysterious inscription on the walls. No matter how much the young man reflects on this, something in these words did not give him rest. It does not seem at all that Ma Chonso, this lousy sheep in the herd, looked at the world from a philosophical point of view. He was wondering what the owner of this body really was, a man. Realizing that it was necessary to hurry, the young warrior began to sort out and study the papers lying on the floor. He needed to get rid of these incomprehensible words. In addition, he hoped to find some more traces besides the inscriptions on the wall. And finally, he discovered something interested in him. Only 2 words were written on the sheet: the Palace of the Follow. Soon the young leader finally left the house, but was at a loss. He did not understand why there were so many warriors. The boy explained that they came to save them. In addition, he said that he did not reveal the rest of the young leader about his abilities. Looking at these merry warriors, Jan Chichoku even thought that they were not so terrible. He hoped that the words of constancy written by the owner of the body would be displayed in the demonic cult, which would go from here. The heir to the blade hoped that those people would still laugh for a long time, because they really deserved it. Suddenly, interrupting his thoughts, the leader of the extermination came up, not understanding why Ma Chonso went here without a plan, and how he managed to save the members of the detachment. He argued that this was the responsibility of the young leader. However, Dan Chiho did not believe him, recalling how someone treated his sister. There was no choice, so Jan Chichoku had to lie that he was about to leave everyone, but got confused in the ropes and dragged everyone along. The warriors immediately believed him, because they knew that this person could do just that, and Ma Chonso, looking at their joy, did not understand why they were so satisfied. However, the fighters realized that regardless of whether the young leader was accidentally saved or not, they still looked at him differently, considering him a daredevil. Some were grateful to him, although they warned that they would not trust him yet. and asked not to be arrogant about this. Watching them, Ma Chanso realized. He suspected that they could become a little closer. When the night came, the boy still did not sleep, peering down from the mountain. No matter how much he thought, the fog, who swept them, seemed very familiar to him. At this moment, a senior comrade came up to him, who wanted to know why the child was not sleeping. The senior warrior himself could not fall asleep in such a situation. Perhaps they were destined to die here, he thought thoughtfully. Since his father died here, he may have to repeat his fate. The boy became insanely awkward because of this conversation. He heard that his interlocutor's father died at a peak of beauty. The young man realized why he was treated as a stranger. Each member of the detachment, someone died at a peak of beauty. And he, on the contrary, managed to survive here. He not only belonged to the palace of the support sword, but also came from other lands. Of course, no one wanted to be friends with him. However, the eldest, realizing that the boy felt his guilt, made him understand that it was complete nonsense. He was just younger among them, is not able to stand up for himself. So the captain asked him to get rid of such thoughts. At this moment, the boy assured his mentor that they would definitely be able to get out of here alive. He could not explain that the whole thing was in the unique abilities of the young leader. Probably he would be considered crazy. Suddenly, the man pointed to sleeping people. Even they knew that they could die as their predecessors. Everyone understood this, but simply did not show, because among them was the youngest. They were ashamed. It was obvious, because they, like senior comrades, could not shake with fear. Therefore, he asked the younger not to behave like an adult. He could be afraid. After that, having risen, the man decided to leave and asked the boy would not sit here on, but went to sleep. It was really difficult for the child to understand what a comrade wanted to convey to him. However, he decided to go on intelligence, realizing that the duty of the younger ones was to defend his senior comrades. However, in a fog in the middle of trees, he saw something frightening. It was a silhouette. When the boy approached, he ran, and the youth examined the red skin. Initially, a little warrior wanted to wake his older brothers, but convinced himself that he would cope with everything. He reminded himself that he was also part of the extermination detachment. At some point, he was frightened and rushed straight to the place where he was the silhouette, but found nothing. He even thought that perhaps it seemed to him, and it was the shadows from some tree. This thought was held in his head, until the mysterious entity unexpectedly attacked him from the nearest bushes. As a result, the boy managed to escape. He immediately hastened to report to the senior comrades about what he had seen on this mountain. Ma Chonso carefully asked the young intelligence officer about everything. As evidence, the child even provided his torn clothes. Describing the creature, the boy said that the skin of the creature looked red, and the nails were so long and similar to the protruding bones. Dan Kehoe suspected that it could be the demonic art of the White Hand. However, Ma Chonso understood that the White Hand demon was white. This could not be bloody art either, because bloody art only energy was red. As a result, Dan Kehoe realized that since they would stay here, it was necessary to check everything. Therefore, the governor took with him the strongest members of the detachment to go to reconnaissance. His warriors tried to convince the leader that the boy could die of fear. The leader understood. This does not cancel the fact that they had to make sure of this. Then he went to the inscription that stood out on the wall. It seemed to him that these words were sinister. He had never seen such a terrible handwriting. Even a person, the owner of this handwriting, was probably a terrible person. Undoubtedly, this villain committed many sins, because of which he had to hide here. However, Ma Chonso asked him not to draw hasty conclusions. But Dan Jiko was confident in his innocence because the handwriting of this villain literally shouted, "Dirty, disgusting, perverted." At this moment, distracting them from the conversation, the boy approached the leader. He begged for the master to take him bypass. However, he refused, recalling his weakness and fear. The young man asked him to be given a chance to cope, but Dan Jiko believed that he should be ashamed to ask for such a thing. The military leader demanded that the boy stay here and did not go into his own business. Ma Chonso knew what the young man wanted, but he knew that Dan Jiko was right. The young leader foresaw that now the boy would beg him to take him with him, but explained, no matter how much he asked, he would not change anything. Ma Chonso already told the boy that he should be responsible for his actions. If he felt injustice, he had to remember this and become stronger. He asked the boy to prove it to others, after which he went in search with the detachment. The young leader wanted to see with his own eyes if someone was hiding in this place. However, at that moment, the assistant seized Ma Chonso himself, explaining that although he was a strong man, he certainly could not survive in this bypass. Dan Jiko, although he did not know when the young leader managed to save the members of the detachment, but believed that he was not lucky for the second time. Jan Chachok himself did not understand why he did this, but it seemed obvious to everyone. He was simply considered a weakness. Therefore, the soldiers ordered him to sit in the corner and wait for his return. At that moment, the bewildered boy decided to find out from Ma Chanso how he felt. But he was ready to literally kill everyone here. Then, thinking, the child decided to ask, "Is it necessary to follow the rules of the group if you do not belong to her?" The reason for the question was that he was terribly ashamed. It seemed to him that he was going crazy and wanted to do something. And then in these words, Ma Chanso recognized himself. He remembered how once his mentor Tong Jagal demanded that he would not intervene in the cause of the cult. However, Jan Champing understood that he could not do this, because that day, they were going to sacrifice the life of a 16-year-old young man. Despite how Tong Jagal kept him, he still broke out from the door. Then he told Jagalu that if he so wanted to hold him, he could try to catch up with him. And if not, then all his enemies will become corpses. And now, recalling this, Ma Chanso realized he really very poorly obeyed the orders even before he became the leader of the Dragon Storm detachment. Perhaps now this boy wants to know the reason why the senior comrades hate him like that. He is eager to see everything with his own eyes. Therefore, the warrior warned Small that even if he manages to return whole, he was waiting for a punishment. However, the young man was ready to accept this. Ma Chanso himself understood that if he wants to save everyone who went bypass, he would still have to leave. Therefore, he ordered the boy to gather and decided to take him with him. The commander was still thinking what someone saw in this place and placed such a message. The group got to some constructions, thinking what their younger comrades saw in this place. However, they were already surprised by the fact that, it seems, people once lived at the peak of beauty.